Sunday in Dubai, and the race to the grand finals is heating up. 4 teams will be eliminated, 2 will go through, and in the studio to bring all the action alongside me is Grandmaster Peter Swidler and Women Grandmaster Ketty Satsalashavili. Welcome guys. Ketty, it's been such an exciting tournament so far. How would you sum it up?
Hello Tanya, hello to our viewers. So far it has been excitement, huge excitement for us and also for the players. I had a chance to chat to many of them and they are so happy and privileged to be at this event, and I can say that they are treating this as just the beginning. They are counting on the other rounds as well, and all of them wants to stay here until the end.
They're having a really good time here. We've seen them around and on the chessboard. They're really giving their best. Peter, what are you expecting from the players today?
The same. It's been 3 days of non-stop excitement. There's been a lot of fighting chess, and I think with the prize getting nearer, we should expect more of the same, and non-stop excitement. 4 fantastic matchups today.
4 big matches indeed coming up. Let's take a look at the action that we've got on. We will be starting the day with the upgrad Mumba Masters taking on the leaders, the Genjis, Grandmasters. After that, we've got the Chingari Gulf Titans, who are having a rough event so far, facing the mammoth team of the SG Alpine Warriors. And it doesn't stop there. The action will continue with the Balan Alaskan Knights taking on the Chingari Gulf Titans. So they've got 2 matches today. They've got to get the wins in. And then finally, the day will end with Magnus Carlsen once again on the board for the SG Alpine Warriors against the upgrad Mumba Masters. Ketty, I have to ask you, who are the fans rooting for? Which players and the teams are we seeing bringing in the excitement in the social media?
Well, in social media, I can say that all the teams are doing their best. They are updating every day new videos and the photos. They're even creating some avatars. They have created our avatars, actually. That is so fantastic, and we love it. And actually, all of our viewers can also post in social media, use the hashtag Global Chess League, and share all the information. Additionally to that, in the corridor, just in front of the players' lounge and the playing hall, there is a huge fun area, and every day I walk there, I see players walking in, and fans are asking for the photos, for signatures. Wow. They also asked me for signature. They thought I was someone's super grandmaster. Maybe I look like, I don't know. I was very happy with that.
The excitement is on. Let's take a look at our leaderboard going into this big day 4. And at the very top, the Genjis Grandmasters and Peter, they've been looking unstoppable so far.
Yeah, as you see as you look at this graphic, it looks like they're on 32 points, and the Training Continental Kings are also on 32 points. But the Genjis Grandmasters have a match in hand, which is obviously a very big advantage in their favor. They look unstoppable.
Absolutely, and they've got some big matches coming up. Let's take a look at the teams that they will be facing today. They do start with playing against the upgrad Mumba Masters. They are in the mix for qualification, but these guys have to score big. They start with the icon Maxime Vacherographe, the Frenchman with 3 names. He will be leading, and also a very strong prodigy board with the phenom from Uzbekistan, Sindarov there. 2 strong women boards. Let's take a look at the squad for the Genjis Grandmasters. And there we have it, 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. He has been such a solid performer for the Grandmasters, and of course, the strongest women player as well. Who you found? The Tiger from Madras has been a solid icon. And Peter, whenever Anand's playing, I think we have to turn to you, because you and Vishy go a long way back. You're also such good friends. Now on the board, he is magnificent. But what I want to know from you is, what is his best quality off the board?
One thing I really enjoyed with Vishy is how funny he is, actually. He is often very reserved in interviews, but personally he's arguably the funniest player around, and a very, very quick-witted person. So that's always been my personal favorite.
We saw the players shaking hands there. And Peter, you're absolutely right about that. It's always so much fun to have him around. And we asked Vishy, what is his secret to his longevity?
How do I play at my age is a kind of loaded question. I think it's possible to play at a very high level if you are motivated, you train, and you keep learning. I don't do it as often these days. I do it, but for fewer events during the year. I also have my other responsibilities, such as my role as Deputy President of FIDE or many of the other projects I work with. But I try to do my best. I try to train as before and try to keep with these things.
He has so many reasons to be proud of the performance of his team, the Ganges Grandmasters. They are on top of the leaderboard. Katie, do you think they can go the distance here?
I think they will go very far to the top because what I have seen so far is that this is a real team. They're supporting each other. They're always watching the last game together on the screen, and then they celebrate it. And you can feel this team spirit. They're very happy to be all of them together in the team. I think that's the most important in this tournament, to have a team spirit and to have the best icon in a tournament you could ask for.
That sounds like great energy and great camaraderie, and that's exactly what the team needs here. And they are ready to pick colors as we're getting updates that the toss is indeed about to happen. And there we see Mr. Som Banerjee, head of production for the Global Chess League, with the coin. He's about to toss, and the captain for the upgrad, Mumba Masters, Grandmaster Srinath there, legendary Grandmaster Praveen Thipse for the Ganges Grandmasters. And let's find out which team will start with the white pieces. And Peter, you've got a fun fact for us, and we see that the Ganges Grandmasters have once again chosen white.
That continues to surprise me a little bit, because black has been doing really well in this tournament so far, and yet people continue choosing white. This is our match number 11, and this is 9-2 in favor of choosing white on all boards so far, which is a storyline we will continue to monitor.
It's going to be fun to see that, Ketty.
I actually was so curious about that, and I had a little chat with the players, and I was asking each of them why you guys are choosing white colors. It seems like not working to us. And they said that white matters. We're going to have then black. What's the point for it? So that's how they are treating. Now we're going to choose white because we're going to start, all of us, with white pieces. And the next round, we're going to have black anyway.
It's all part of the big match strategy. Well, let's take a look at the match strategy and the board strategy for today, as these are the matchups that we will be seeing in just a few moments. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will play against Vishwanathan Anand. Prediction times. And now, Peter, I want to start with you. Board number 1, what do you expect?
Well, after what I just said, how can I not pick Vishy to win with the white pieces against MBL?
You're a big fan of Vishy. What do you think? Which team will take it on, Ketty?
Well, I think this match is really balanced, but still we can have some decisive results, and I would expect here at least 2 decisive results in this matchup. But myself, I would just go with a draw on the first board.
Ooh, a draw on the first board. Yes. We've seen the icons keeping it pretty solid, but for the upgrad Mumba Masters, it's a big matchup because they're somewhere in the mix of the leaderboard. They need to get those points in to make it to the grand final.
Absolutely, and yeah, with every passing round, this will become only more and more important as team will have a clear idea of what they need to do to get to the grand final, which is, of course, what everybody here needs to do. Not only wants to do, but needs to do.
That's the big dream, to make it to the grand final, and these 2 icons will be giving it their best to make sure their team gets here. On the other side of the break, we will come back with first moves.
Welcome everyone to the day 4 of the Global Chess League. For the first match of today, we have the Ganges Grandmasters taking on Upgrad Mumba Masters. And with me, I have James Canty and Jesse February. Hello guys.
What's up? Let's go. Jesse Feb, how you feel?
Yo, James, we're Team Rocket here with our Pokemon in the middle.
James, Jesse, Team Rocket. And we got Cigar here. I guess we know that guy, I guess.
Well, this is going to be a huge matchup. I think Ganges Grandmasters, the way they are playing, are the heavy favorites here. We can have a look at the matchups here. Well, nothing much to choose between MVL and Vishy, right? But if you look at the women's board, definitely Ho Yifan seems to be in better form than Humpy. What do you guys think?
Yeah, James.
Oh, yeah, actually, I do agree with that. Ho Yifan, she just feels good. We've seen her a lot walking around. She just seems like she's in great spirits, right? If you feel good a lot of times, you play good here. And she's really, I think, ready to play here. Humpy definitely going to have to step it up a little bit here. Doesn't seem like she's just in good form right now, but that doesn't mean that it can't turn around in this match right here.
Right, and Andrei Asipenko as well, doing really well on the Prodigy board for Ganges Grandmasters. But everything can change on this particular day, and that could mean that Upgrad Mumba Masters can score an upset victory. We'll wait and watch. For now, we have the top board. Vishy Anand with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I always like these moments right before the match starts, like the calm before the storm.
Right.
You just see them waiting for the... And how long do they have? They have like about a minute before they begin? I think so.
Yeah, about 20 seconds to go. But you know, there are some players who like to chat and like to joke.
Yeah.
While there are some who just don't like to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how Vishy sits there. Like, he's just calm. I mean, he's like, yo, I mean, I played 5 world championships, bro. Like, come on. Like, this is another day in the office here. And you see MVL, even with the shoulders up there, a little bit of body language read there. Says he might be slightly nervous there. But, of course, who wouldn't be nervous playing Vishy on board 1 here? But, of course, hey, you know, the icon boards here, we do see lots of draws here. But we'll see. And we got moves.
E4 and MVL doesn't
E5.
go for his Sicilian. You know, he's a big Sicilian Najdorf expert, but he goes for Petrov.
Yo, okay, we're going to another game. All right, cool. Perfect. Yeah, we can just
He's taking off the yacht there.
Yeah, we about to go somewhere else. This is not something we want to be seeing anymore. We are tired of seeing this, bro. Oh my goodness.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has championed this opening with the black pieces, and now MVL following the suit there. Although Vishy played the same line that Magnus Carlsen played against Nepo.
Yeah, this Bishop D3 move. Yeah,
Yeah.
This is interesting. It's always weird. Like even in the World Championship with I think it was with Jan, or actually it was with Fabi when 95 after going instead he went knight D3 and the world went crazy where it was like, oh, he went knight D3, like that was just the first time you've ever seen that move in your life, which of course for us it was. But this bishop on D3, this move on putting a piece here, don't try this at home, obviously it blocks everything in here, but you need to know what you're doing. So Ricky 1 attacking, maybe we're going to back it up to F1.
Oh, he's just given up a pawn.
He really just sacked that
Yeah.
pawn like it was nothing.
Can you take that as
Yes.
white?
Oh, he definitely
Because
can.
when you capture the knight, the pawn captures back, and that pawn is just free for the rook to take.
What is this about this sacrifice? And it's always on Vishy too. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Jan did the same thing. He sacked 2 pawns. Like, I mean, something with this Petrov here and like where they're just sacking this material and just really kind of like almost in a way just, you know, disrespecting Anand here. Like, oh, hey, just here you go, bro. Take the pawn. Now, of course, you do get lots of activity and you get the bishop
It
pair.
reminds me, James, it reminds me of this opening that became really popular, and even I didn't know what it was. It's called the Stafford Gambit in the Petrov.
Oh, man.
And
That
I
one
had
right
to
there.
Google what it was
Yeah.
and even watch some YouTube videos. I think Eric Rosen must have just made it a little bit popular there. But I hate facing openings where, you know, my opponent gives up material for some early attack. And
Right.
unless you know the refutation, you might actually be in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at this position carefully, it's very difficult to even recognize where the compensation is, right? You're just 1 pawn down. As James said, there are 2 bishops that black has, but white can bring his knight out, can push the pawn forward, get his bishop out. I mean, it looks very, very simple, like a small advantage, but you know, I'm sure MVL has done his homework, and in the long run, as they say, everything is equal when you play engine moves. Yes, in the long after maybe 20 moves.
Right, 100%. This is where you have to try to, make things a little different here. Maybe try to take him out of prep, but it's really hard to even do that, especially with today's engines, where like you just look at the normal moves. Develop a knight, which is normal. You're probably looking at D3. He probably put these in the engine. And H3 rookie one. These are all moves he probably already looked at or have in the files here. Now the thing is, black is down upon here, but the bishops usually, it says the bishop pair can compensate or have at least it's equal to about a pawn, especially in the open positions that we have here. But that doesn't mean that you won't run into trouble and be down a pawn because you are one.
Yeah,
Right.
Vishy was trying to make sure probably there, just spending a couple minutes making sure that perhaps he found the quickest way to develop his pieces and to try and hold on to this extra pawn.
He's got all his pieces out. But look at MVL. He's going to put his bishop on the long diagonal, and then he's going to plonk his knight in the center of the board. And then if with those bishops, it might get very nasty for Vishy there.
Very quick moves here. Bishop F4, bishop to B7. Of course, knight D4 is coming. He moves it back to E1. I'm just up a pawn. Like, okay, you know what I mean? I'm just clean pawn to the good, trade some pieces off, go to an end game, and like, play for 2 results here if I'm white.
I like that word plonk the knight on D4.
Plonk.
Yeah, that knight is coming in there. Will MVL play that move straight away, or will he prepare it somehow? Maybe could go with bishop over there, yeah.
So
And then get the knight there. So this looks very interesting. Should we have a look at the second board as well between
100%.
Rapport and Grishchuk?
100%. This is already boring. As soon as I saw the Petrov, I was like, yeah, let's just go to another game. We are not going to be here today watching what we saw yesterday. Okay.
So let's go to board number 2. And while we do that, let's also have a look at the trivia on our screen. Oh, he jumped in with his knight.
He did. He went to knight D4. Okay.
In 1749, the first standard chess manual was written by chess master François André Danican Philidor. Oh, wow.
Philidor.
Yeah,
This
I was
was-
always told to never trust a man with 2 first names.
Like Maxime Vachier, yes?
Yeah, but you know what's funny? Bashir, like, what's your first name? Bashir. You're like, huh? What? Wait. We are here now. We're on board number 2, as we see with Richard Rapport versus Grishchuk. What was this
Let's go.
opening? It was D4, knight F6, and a Trompowski. I hate this
Wow.
opening. I'm not even gonna lie. From the black side, this is quite an annoying opening. D5, D3, C5. Takes.
What is your usual response here against the Trompowski? I mean,
This
I believe
actually is. This
we
is the
go to
usual.
the beginning. It's that bishop coming out on move 2.
Hitting F6, and D5 is the usual response here. You do play D5. This is what you can play. You can also play E6 if you like, to not double the pawns at all. You can also play knight E4, which is a bit funky here. But D5, this is actually what Master Spiller recommends in his Grunfeld course, of course. D5 is the move here. And after D5, C5, bishop F takes, G takes.
This reminds me a lot of the
B5.
Tory attack
Ooh,
as well.
Torre.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, here you've given up your bishop, and black has double pawns, but as James making these lines, the white king might not be very safe there.
100%. In fact, we also have it to the center as well. We can play E5 in many cases. I've had really cool games where we move the queen to C7, sometimes B6. We castle queenside. You go bishop D6, and you bring this rook over to G8. The saying goes that whoever, when you castle on opposite sides, whoever gets to the king first is going to win. So if we can't castle the queen side, put a rook on the file with a smile here, and just go for mate and have a good day. It is fun, but of course there is some things you have to pay attention to.
The
Right.
race to the king.
It's a race. It's a king race.
But you know, I mean, Rapport with white is always looking for double-edged positions. And what he has managed to do is gain close to 5-minute lead on the clock. You know, Grishchuk is into his long things where he generally sometimes just goes down to a minute, even when his opponent has like 10-12 minutes on the clock. And that means the opening has sort of worked for him.
Well, I think Grishchuk actually just thinks about everything else but chess. Sometimes he's like, what I'm going to eat today, or like, what are the kids doing at home? Okay, cool. Or whatever. And then he'll make some moves, right? So this happens because once he gets in time trouble, in fact, he actually becomes a lot stronger. We have the bishop pair on that. I'm a fan of the bishops.
Looks like that exchange was forced. What happens there if bishop goes back?
Let's see, Jesse. That's a great question. What about bishop d3?
Bishop just gets trapped, yes?
Yeah, either way, if it goes to the edge of the board or if it goes to the square d3. I think
Yeah,
both ways.
the bishop was getting trapped, so he had to give it up. And this means that Alexander now has the bishop pair here. I would say that black's position should be for choice here, but the engine says it's roundabout even, yeah?
Definitely a fan of black's position. I do have the razor sharp bishops, 1 point here at g2. Knight d4 was definitely going to be a move, maybe even bringing the other one to b3.
I like
Attack the
that.
bishop and put the knight on d4. But again, this center thing, like maybe e5 happening at some point. There might be a knight f5 there, but this is very nice for black. I do like black's position. He probably wants to get rid of one of these bishops ASAP.
Right. Well, this also looks like a very exciting battle. Let's quickly go and check what's happening in the third board between Dominguez and Vidit, because there we have a lot of exchanges already that have taken place.
Wow, what happened in this game? Let's see it from the beginning. We have a
Yeah,
Sicilian. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have the analysis board on our
Oh, we have
screen.
another pawn swivel by Dominguez.
Pawn swivel?
Sorry, what did you call it? A twirl? I'm trying to get the American
Pawn
accent.
swivel. That's a new one. I was like, what is that? Pawn twirl. That's right, Jesse. Very nice.
A pawn twirl.
Pawn swivel. I'm going to start calling that. We have a pawn swivel here.
Aha, we had the Sicilian here on the board. And with
Well,
it
theory.
playing with the black pieces, both of them very strong positional players, I would say.
Absolutely. And yeah, we have a
Oh,
position
queen
that
trade.
Dominguez likes. Yeah. Queens come off. Dominguez is her favorite. Of course.
So now the knight jumps there, and Vidit is saying to Dominguez, I want one of your bishops. I don't know
Which
if
one?
white. Either you take this one or you take the knight with the other one.
Right.
Which one?
Yeah, if you take this one, if you take with the bishop, the light squared bishop, the pawn captures, and
Yeah.
perhaps, yeah, maybe that can happen too. Then I feel like you're compromising the pawn structure a little bit for black, especially because it's an endgame.
Very nice.
But still, I mean, it's opposite colored bishop position and should
You're
be
right.
around equal.
100%.
I agree.
I think Vidit would be very happy with what he's got right here with the black pieces. Should be able to hold this, and that's good news, right, for upgrade Mumba Masters there.
Wonder if there's a bishop d4 here, calculating some lines. Bishop d4, I do like to keep the bishop here myself. My idea here, actually, we have a move, and he takes on
takes
g4.
it. He takes
Takes on
it.
g4, takes back instantly. Maybe a king to e2. Bishop c6 is going to be quite annoying because of the g2 pawn, and we don't want to worry with some issues down the d file. So maybe something like king to e2, but there's a bishop e5 check there. Very interesting. Yeah, Vidit's fine.
I think black is doing very well. No problems there. Dominguez may want to grind this small little pawn structure advantage that he has, but I don't think that's going to happen here. Should we go and check the next board now?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we fall asleep over here, for sure. For sure, absolutely. I got coffee, but
So maybe before we go to the remaining 3 games that are going, we could ask our great guest here who we have, Master Swidler, to tell us which game is the most exciting from the remaining 3. Should we call him?
Master Swidler. Master Swidler. Master Swidler.
Hello, young Padawans. Yeah, welcome to match 11, which currently seems quite finely poised. No big advantages to anyone so far. And the game that draws my attention is perhaps game 4, where Hoi Fan is playing white against Kanero Hampi, and that seems to be very well positioned for like a long strategic battle. Not a single piece traded so far. The top boards, the ones you see on the top row on your screens, they all seem reasonably balanced. Although I do like, as I always do, I think in most cases, Richard Rapport's approach to the opening, because he just wants to play a game of chess. He is very, very uninterested in theoretical discussions. Just wants to put pieces on the board and play, and this often leads to very exciting games. So those are probably the 2 that I would single out.
Thank you so much, Master Swidler, for your insights there. amazing insights. James, which one should we go to? Which game would you?
I'm looking for something fun here. In fact, I do see. Okay, this one's quite interesting. This is Bella versus Harika here. I like
Let's
this.
go to Bella versus Harika. This is board number 5 between the two female players here. Bella Kotenashvili from Georgia and taking on Ronawali Harika here. Why did you choose this game? What was it that caught your attention?
Yeah, I mean, it's strange. It actually looks like a reverse Sicilian, in fact, with, of course, the sea pawn gone. There's like some type of dragon-type feel to this that I feel from the white pieces. In fact, in the Sicilian, the reverse, obviously, you would play c5 and you would play bishop g7 and g6 in the dragon-type Sicilian. But here you see that with white as the pawns here. We took on d5. Yeah, this is all Sicilian here, and there's like a pawn on h4. There's a lot of life in this game here. Engine prefers black slightly here, I think, just due to the development, and like I have options here, but definitely there's some spice about to happen in this game.
Yeah, I like that. Harry the H pawn.
Harry
as Simon
pawn.
Williams would say.
Harry.
Please say that again, James.
Harry the H pawn. Harry.
What are your thoughts, Agar?
Yeah, I think that h-pawn will soften up black's king side a bit. It might go ahead there. Although black's knight jumping into the central square there was nice, and the other knight could also jump in further. And I think black is doing really fine. So maybe this is where Upgrad Mumba Masters might be hoping to strike, because Bella Kotenashvili is in great form. Yeah, yesterday she won her game, and that really helped her team score a crucial victory.
Absolutely here. I mean, the ideas are still the same in the Sicilian, where you would see knight to e4. In fact, in the reverse, it would be knight a5 to c4. But here, it feels like if you have something on the file here, a rook or the queen right now, we go knight a4, maybe e4. It feels a little bit safer to go this route instead of a4 due to some tactics along maybe this. But knight e4 going into c5 and trying to provoke maybe a b6 to weaken the light squares on this diagonal. But then we don't have anywhere for this knight to go after knight e4, or let's say knight e4 and b6 here. It's going to be some problems. But knight c3 happens. It is Harika's move here. Maybe we just, I don't know, castle king side, but then that's hanging. Castle queen side. There's knight e4. She's definitely trying to figure this out here. What do you think we would play here for black?
I think black might just castle or even push her pawn, the f pawn down the board,
F5.
getting more space. That would be very exciting.
Aggressive.
I think this would be a great game to follow in the long run. How about we look at also Ho Yifan versus Humpy, because these two are just unbelievable players. I have a question for both of you. Who was the first ever woman player in the world to cross 2600 elo?
That's gotta
I
be
have an
Yifan.
idea.
Yes.
I'm assuming, or I'm guessing here, it could be Susan Polgar.
Oh yeah.
Just
maybe.
because
Well, you
she's
got the second name right.
She's
Right.
slightly older than Judith, but I'm assuming just by
Judith.
what you said, it's Judith.
JP.
It is Judith, but and I was coming to the next question. Who is the second one to reach 2600?
Wow.
Oh,
Jesse.
you want to take a guess?
Yeah. What you got, Jesse?
I'm going to say, well, given the board that we're looking at right now, Ho Yifan.
No, it was Humpy.
Oh my god, okay.
Trick question.
So
Yeah.
Humpy was the second one to cross 2600, and I believe the third one was Ho Yifan.
Okay.
And fourth was Anna Muzichuk. So the
Wow.
thing is, these two players are absolutely legendary. You know, in women's chess, they have completely dominated for many years, and now today they are facing off against each other. And the position is very complex because none of the pieces have been exchanged until now.
You know what? Guess what? Can you guess what the opening was? What do you think the opening was in this one, Jesse? You go first. What do you think the opening was? Trick question, says Masters Fiddler.
Oh,
You won't get this one.
It's
I
completely
somehow
impossible.
had something. I had something off the top of my head.
What you
and
got? What you
I
got,
was
Jesse?
like, English?
Oh,
but I'm probably wrong, right?
Hey, guys at home, what do you think this opening was? Cigar, anything from you?
Yeah, I also thought English or Sicilian maybe.
Okay, well, watch this, guys.
Yeah.
E4, E5. Oh, cool. E5, right?
Yeah.
Knight of 3. Knight of 6. Are you kidding me?
Petrov.
What is this? Master Fiddler, take it away. What is this?
Yeah, that is Hui Fan once again not being interested at all in playing theoretical lines. She was offered an opportunity to play the Petrov, and she says, no such thing. I will just play d3. And for a moment there, it looked like some kind of a reverse King's Indian. And then it actually switched into an English. So saying that it's an English now, I think would just be entirely correct. In chess, in openings, there are a lot of transpositions, and sometimes games that start with a certain first move, they then transpose into positions much better known from a different first move. But yeah, this was technically not an English at all. And it's a very interesting position. Also, notably, the move Hampi made, her last move, is very, very interesting. Because you don't see this very often. If we go a couple of moves back, yeah, that move Hampi just played there. She took a well-developed piece and put it on its starting position, admitting that in this particular position, it's sort of in the way of her own counterplay, and she wants to push that pawn that is now free to go forward. She wants to push it, and that knight was actually very much in the way of that particular plan. It obviously costs her a lot of time. I don't know if it will work out for her, but it's a very interesting concept that you sometimes see, and I wanted to attract our viewers' attention to it.
Actually, a very interesting move here. There's a book from Jacob Agard, or Jacob Agard has Grandmaster Preparation. The positional play, one of the questions that he has in there, what's the weaknesses in a position? What's the worst placed piece is question number 2. If you ask that, it actually is this knight, in fact. I mean, if you believe it, this knight really has no squares to go to at all, right? Just no good squares. So she said, what's the worst placed piece? Moved it back to g8, so now it's becoming a better piece and play f5. So it's actually very, very strategic there. And Rick B1 to follow. And now Humpi's move, I was just thinking either f5 or knight e7. But b4 is definitely coming, says Oyifan.
I mean, we could say that this is a very interesting plan by Humpy, but as Master Swidler said, it is very risky. Yes, you have wasted 2 moves right in the opening, and this could really backfire. So clearly, Ganges Grandmaster is looking very strong on this board.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask, especially with the static pawn structure, meaning, you know, the pawns in the center are not going anywhere anytime soon, it's kind of tough to decide which side of the board you want to attack. And especially here for white, white has a pawn on the light square c4 and on e4, another central pawn. Sort of which side are they going to attack? And yeah, how would you make this decision?
I think right now with the rook move,
yes,
Hui Fan wants to play on the queen side. She wants to push her pawns there because she cannot castle. The main problem is the moment she castles, one of her pawn falls. And I think that's a bit of a problem right now. Humpy has held that to her advantage.
Do you think both of them could actually keep their kings in the center this game?
I think so.
Very possible.
For some time, that's bound to happen. It's actually a very interesting point, Jesse, what you have mentioned, because we don't know where the kings are going to go to.
Knight b5 is probably a move here. The idea here is just the fact that you did make a weakness, or if I could go knight b5, usually you would go a6 to kick the knight away. So I could go knight b5 followed by castling due to some tactical issues that happens. But she plays b3 more in the Maroczy bind type structure. I want to play b3 to defend the c4 pawn and just break in the center with d4 at some point. I have lots of space here, but of course black has their own trumps as well. As the engine says, it's quite equal. They do prefer white by a little bit, and also knight to d4 can be played right now. With hence this knight g8 move really helps to play knight d4.
Okay, so we've looked at 5 out of 6 games. The only one that's left is board number 6 between Andrei Esipenko and Javokir Sindarov, and that's the prodigy board. Look at them, how they are sitting, and look at Esipenko. He's just completely focused on his position.
In fact, he's blended in with the board. I actually do this. So I do the same thing sometimes, like when I'm playing, and then I notice, I'm like, am I just, you know, I might be like too close to the board where you can like smell the wood on the DGT board. Okay, that's how he is, and he's in the zone, which is what that means. He's in the zone. He is locked in right now in this locked up position we have.
Yeah, I feel that this position should be very, very even, right? Because although black has those doubled pawns, he has an open file for the rook. And also there's an opposite color bishop position. Black has a dark squared bishop, white has a light squared bishop.
Right.
So I don't think that today Esipenko is going to break through.
This was Grunfeld territory too. We got to start from the beginning. Just for Masters Fiddler, we have to do the Grunfeld here. Let's see what we got. Some Grunfeld action. Okay, G6, castles, D4, D5. All positional moves here. C6, that's actually what Masters Fiddler recommends in the Grunfeld course as well. C6, knight E5, knight D7, okay. Takes. And we saw this similar type of position when he played Ranak Sadwani. Unfortunately, that didn't go his way, and Yesipenko was ready for that. So, again, Yesipenko feels like he's in his element. He feels good in these positions so far. So, fast forward to the live position, which is here.
I feel like white is definitely putting pressure here on the black weakness, those double pawns that Sagar was mentioning on the B file. So now the queen is going back to defend that pawn. And I see that both players have good bishops. Well, I don't know if to call it good, bad bishops or also, but according to the rule that I learned was you look at the color of the squares that your pawns are on. So white's pawns, are majority of them are on dark squares, which renders your light squared bishop stronger. And the other is opposite, right? So black's white squared pawns makes the dark squared bishop more powerful. I love the arrows there.
Haha. Yeah, definitely. I love drawing the arrows myself. Bishop A3, I'm a big fan of this move, saying, hey, get off of the file. If you go rook to C2, what do you do? Well, knight to maybe B4, but he can't take a huge fork there. He can't. I mean, this is very strange. Like, what is going on right now? What is actually going on?
That's
maybe
a
rook
great
takes.
question,
But then I get the file, though.
The
I do get
queen
the file.
still has to move away.
Correct.
As you said, black gets the file here.
Correct. And Masters Fiddler has something to say to us, guys. Masters Fiddler.
Let's go to Master Fiddler.
On the icon board,
Ah.
and that position is becoming very, very interesting to watch and hard to assess. I don't really know what I think about it, but it definitely has undergone some changes, and it's perhaps time for us to revisit our icon matchup, where I boldly took Vishy in the prediction round earlier, and I feel excited about my prospects.
Wow.
Wow. Let's go to board number 1. Let's have the video of the players Vishy Anand versus MVL. And this is going crazy because firstly, MVL had sacrificed a pawn and it seemed like he had compensation. And we reached until this moment, I guess, when he jumped in the center with his knight.
Yeah,
exactly.
We talked
here.
about this before.
So Vishy chopped it off. Pawn takes, knight moves in. He got his rook to attack down the open file, and then he pushed the knight away.
Do you even rookliff? He says, do you rookliff or not, Vishy? Do you rookliff? Rook to C6, and he put it over here, and he's gonna be with some attacking, definitely some attacking chances here. Kicks the knight back. Now you only have one square to go to. Really, knight G5 is playable. He plays knight to G3, and then he goes bishop H4, pinning the knight. Lots of things happening. Okay, cool. Step out of the way, says Vishy. Right, H6, queen B4. Man, are we really up a pawn here? This doesn't feel like that. G5 and bishop E5 and F4. It is heating up. It is heating up. This is the live position, guys.
The thing is, the knight would love to jump in the central square there.
Why can't I go
but
here?
But then the bishop is hanging.
The bishop! You hung the bishop!
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing? All right, so run it back. Nah, can't do that one.
So you can't do that. Where do you move your knight? Yeah, you move to the side.
It feels like a move, but something seems so wrong with this move, and this feels very, very scary, in fact.
I mean, it's really difficult to understand what's happening here. Let's have a poll to see if our viewers are able to understand whom they are supporting in this matchup. Is it Vishy or MVL? Do we have a poll?
Do we have a poll? Vishy or MVL? And we got to move. Bishop takes D4. He said, take the piece. Take the little piece.
Gosh.
You can have it, little MVL. Bishop takes D4.
17% for MVL and 82.35 for Vishy. That's a huge poll there. But what if he takes the knight?
Of course, it's going to be a wild knight after pawn takes. Bishop takes C5. Right, takes. I don't know. Right? Queen takes. I mean, this is getting wild here,
And
guys.
then he takes the pawn.
He takes.
And
I mean, I might
then
Would
just
you
tuck the
capture
king.
back?
No, the
yeah.
king will use that pawn as a shelter.
In fact, it's called an umbrella pawn. Yeah, I'm just going to tuck the king.
An
call it.
umbrella pawn. I love this
Yeah.
terminology.
I mean, it actually
It's
comes from
great.
Chess Kid. I have it here on it. Shout out to Chess
nice.
Kid, of course. Chess
Shout
Kid,
out.
right? Chess Kid. Yeah, Chess Kid actually talks about the umbrella pawn, right? Where this pawn actually helps defend my king. If you had a knight, well, again, it's not going to be a good knight at all. Knight G3 is going to be a nasty intention. So we use this pawn as something for defense. And I mean, okay, you're up a pawn, you know, and G4 is going to get this bishop out, or maybe you go this route as well. But it's something. It's something. Yes, I've sacrificed a piece here in a way. It's 2 for 1, but I do have the 2 rooks. You only have 1. You have both your bishops, which is something to say, but I have lots of pawns. I mean, it's definitely going to be some heat here. As you see, the eval bar even says that this is equal here, but this is not equal in human terms.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very crazy position that's developing right now. And I don't know what MVL is going to respond. He's thinking, should he move his rook? Should he take the knight? Does he have any options? What should he do instead of taking the knight? He can move his rook there.
He probably could go here.
And there's no way to defend the knight and the bishop at the same time, is there?
You know what? There might be a rook e7 here, rook e7. In fact, Master's Fiddler has some stuff here, though. Master's Fiddler, what do we have?
Still very confused. I think you probably have to go for that long sequence that you highlighted earlier, capturing the knight and then capturing the bishop when it takes the rook, and then we give that check on the other side of the board. White could, yeah, this is definitely a choice, and what you were talking about, the concept of using your opponent's pieces to cover shield your own king is definitely valid. But in this particular case, you might actually just chop it off and be done with it. And this is in a very, very sharp position, which you would need to calculate very, very precisely to know exactly how it comes out. Because if somehow the queens come off, I feel like Anand will be ahead, because Anand has 2 rooks and 3 pawns for the 2 bishops. But his king is quite precarious, and while the queens are still on the board, you have to really worry about suddenly finding yourself under serious attack as white here.
So, Master Swidler, what would you say? 1-0, 0-1, or draw?
Well, I have to stick with my original prediction, but I am feeling a bit nervous here.
The original prediction of
I took Anand during the pre-show, and it's still very much on the cards. It's definitely a position you can win with white, but it's not a kind of a safe advantage you sometimes want. It's definitely one of those where you're going to be on the edge of your seats for the rest of the game.
Wow.
But MVL surely taking his time here. Yes, James not making his move. He's about to move.
He was doubting himself a little bit.
Oh, he pushes in.
Oh.
5. Spice.
Okay.
Side of spice there. Question mark.
Oh, question mark.
Could we chop that pawn there?
That's the first thing we're thinking. But if queen takes b6, you can just hit the button. That's the resign button, in fact, almost, after queen takes d4. That is a check. But, of course, you know what?
No.
It's funny enough, the eval bar did not move much. I think because you have to deal with some checks. There's some weird stuff. What is going on
wonder if
right now?
there's
Okay, let's not take that pawn. It doesn't look great. we should give a check.
To come back of okay.
He's like, yeah, let's try that one. Okay, queen b3 check, and bishop d5 played instantly.
Okay.
Oh, and now he
Now he
pushes
can
his
take
pawn.
c4.
How many pieces on the board are hanging? The rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging, the knight is hanging.
Everything.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Oh, there's a result as we speak on table number 3 between Vidit and Dominguez. I believe there couldn't have been any other result apart from a draw. Yes, it is a draw there. Very equalish game, and I think Vidit has done a good job for his team to hold this with the black pieces.
Let's do with the black pieces there. You say win with white, draw with black. Now, of course, in this situation, you can win 4 points with black, but there was nothing there in that position, especially even from the opening. What they got, great job from Vidit there for the team. Both players with 1 point there.
Yeah, I
Right.
think there was some repetition, so it ended in threefold.
Jesse, let's go back to the game of Vishy Anand, because that is where a
All
lot
the
of
spice is.
excitement lies ahead for us.
That's where the spice is. Sugar and spice and everything not nice, of
Not
course.
nice.
Oh, my goodness. This is some spice over here. C4, and as the time gets lower, of course, more blunders start to happen.
I love how black's pawn move was the question mark, and white's pawn move was an
It's a great
exclamation
move.
mark.
Great move. It's like the eval bar actually is part of that 82% poll there.
But my
for Anand.
question, yeah, my question is posed to Black. What does Black do here? Does Black
Great
take the
question.
knight?
I wonder if bishop
Or-
takes c4 is a move right
okay.
now. Interesting. Idea here is after taking, I mean, you take back and then we take
And
the
you're
check.
threatening the bishop.
Yes, yes, tactics, tactics. I am a Jedi. I am a Jedi. But of course, you can do something. I mean, maybe we do something else. Well, the question is, what else do we do? Like, you have taking the knight. I mean, again, like you pointed out, Cigar, there are 3 pieces hanging right now, and my time's ticking. So this is easier said than done. I probably just want to take just to get one of those pawns back and take on d4 with check. But of course, you are playing a non, and I'm sure he's actually looked at this, has something up his sleeve here. So bishop takes c4 is my choice. What about you guys?
I think this is the perfect time for us to ask Master Swidler.
Master Swidler. Master Swidler.
Exactly, no, and this we will see this. Yeah, we will see this on the screen. We were not in time to predict this, but I have a feeling the reason MVL paused there and the reason he is perhaps not entirely happy with his position anymore is that he moved this very little queen move that we've seen Anand play just now. Bishop takes c4. He probably stopped his calculation there, thinking that white now will have pretty much his entire board hanging, the bishop hanging with check even. But this move, queen b3 to c3 that Vishy just played, actually stabilizes everything for Anand. And now he has a choice. He can take this bishop in 2 different ways, and you could also maybe even consider some other ideas here, but you begin by wanting, of course, to take that bishop and stabilize, and both captures look fairly sensible to me. And I think Anand is doing quite well now.
Well, thank you, Master Swidler, for those great insights. By the way, guys, if you want more insights from Master Swidler and myself, go to Amazon Music, which is the official audio streaming partner, and catch the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League highlights every day there.
Sweet.
Okay, I would love to take the bishop with the queen, actually, because then the rook is pinned.
And I'm calculating this line. After queen takes c4, I'm looking at b5. I just don't know what happens after b5.
You're unpinning yourself.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's very difficult to figure out what to do after b5. If queen b3, you go a4. And it's just annoying to deal with. And I was trying to figure out, I mean, I actually tried to get a rook e7 to work here. But this doesn't work due to, this, I think, some weird stuff. Like, you just take the queen, and you take mine.
There's rook
and
e7,
like,
no.
you know, there's too much stuff. And you still have too many pieces hanging.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
That's the whole thing, right? You know, this is just
Those
GG.
pawns
Oh,
never
look
stop.
what he played.
Oh, what
And
did
he
he play?
He
plays-
played bishop f6.
What? Oh, rook
Interesting.
e7.
And according to the engines, this is the best move.
Oh, of course, it's Vishy.
Oh,
I'm not.
bad.
I think the
Rishi is
hardest
on
moves
fire.
to see are those, those really quiet moves where it doesn't really threaten anything yet immediately, but it does threaten rook to that square that you were pointing at, rook e7.
Yes. Look, this is about to get very bad for black. Okay, I was going to be honest
That's
here.
a huge threat,
This
actually.
is very
and
ugly.
the bishop's also hanging.
The bishop is hanging here, of course. Wow, this is pretty crazy here. Master Fiddler, what do you have to say about this position here right now? Is it just over for MVL?
Maybe not over yet, but he clearly, I think that whole sequence, starting with the previous move and culminating with this really beautiful tactical shot that Anand just showed, has taken him by surprise. Also, perhaps it's time to take a look at the clocks, because MVL is down to 1.5 minutes against the minutes for Vishy. This is rapidly approaching some kind of a conclusion, and yeah, MVL will need to calculate very quickly and very cleanly from here to stay in the game. He is in trouble, but perhaps
he takes the
there could
knight.
still be
Knight.
some twists and turns.
He doesn't care about anything, he says.
Oh,
Wow,
he
rook
gets in
e7.
with his rook.
Instantly. Hold
And
on,
there's a
big
check
fella.
coming up. Queen is hanging.
We check, and I'm just going to move the
Rishi,
king.
is he going to just completely crush this game?
Vishy in
Well, the
the
big
zone
question
here.
for me is, if you just ignore, or not ignore, but say, I cannot do anything at all about the threat of that rook check, and I move the queen to, yeah, 2 squares diagonally, or that, yeah, I was choosing between this square and the f5 square. How do you win from here? Because you still need to land some kind of a decisive blow.
Okay, if you give a check
Yeah.
and the king moves to the side, now you're saying that there is no good discovered check by the rook.
There's
I
no
can't
big-
see anything that wins on the spot, but perhaps, yeah, something like the move that
Queen e5,
James
but
is
what's-
highlighting there
Oh
just
my
wins a lot of
goodness.
material. Because I don't see mate. I don't see how to how to actually
gives a
deliver a
gives
checkmate.
Here it is. The check's on the board,
Yeah.
guys. Check is on the board.
Wow.
Boom, and he has to maybe move the bishop somewhere. Maybe you could even do this. Like, what the heck is this? But bishop e7's a move.
Bishop
and
b7 definitely is a move. You could also
Yeah.
consider, starting with this and then playing bishop b7.
repeat first. Repeat
Yeah.
one time.
Yeah,
See a
that
check,
is
give a check.
that is the old professional in Anand showing off there because he wants to gain some more time. He doesn't really care about MVL also not having a lot of time. He wants time on his clock. And yeah, it feels like bishop e7 here might be very, very strong, attacking both the queen and the rook on f8. Black has only one check that has been on the board for a while now, taking a pawn. Yeah, there it goes.
Oh, he plays
There
it.
it goes.
Look at MVL. He's just put his hand on his
his
head.
head.
He's like, oh,
What
I
do
thought
I
it was
do?
going to be a draw here.
Wow.
No,
Really
no
enough.
such thing. Yeah.
There's some way to get out of this. In fact, I mean, it's not to get out of it. It's like the engine's like, it's not that bad. Believe it or not, the engine says +2, which is baffling here. Like, how is it only one? It's not even but 1.9 here. In fact, they give like takes, and then
Takes?
what happens?
And this might be, we should stick with this
And
one
take
because
on
it
F7.
does look like it might conclude any moment. But I will give a slight general overview because the match itself is looking very, very unclear. Harika on board 5 is massively better, arguably winning against Bela Khatanashvili now. And the endgame between Richard Rapport and Alexander Grishuk on board 2 is also extremely sharp. The position just blew up. It's very difficult to assess. The eval bar appears to favor Black, but I'm not entirely sure why, to be entirely honest. Having just caught up with what happened there, it's not at all obvious to me that Black is doing so hot. Anand winning on board 1 is absolutely crucial for our leaders because they might be in trouble on more than one board elsewhere.
because Humpy is better, Harika is better, Grishuk is better. I think you Mumba Masters completely dominating this match.
Yeah, and Grishuk actually showed why he was better there. I missed that very beautiful idea. Rapport's knight is completely dominated by the bishop that's standing in front of it, and is in fact difficult to save, I feel. Black is just like in full command now. So it's a very unfortunate case there for Ganges Grandmasters, where a win on an icon board, and by the way, little factoid that I'm sure all of you will enjoy, so far on the icon board, we only have decisive games when Vishy is playing.
Wow.
Every single other game on the icon boards so far has been a very well fought draw. And that appears to be very likely to continue today with Anand, at least for the first match. Anand having very, very good winning chances here. I would suggest he probably is just flat out winning.
Well, Vishy with his youthful energy at the age of 53, creating all those decisive games. How does he do it? It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. I was always told that you are 21 with a couple years experience.
That's exactly what he's showing here. A lot of years of experience and 5-time world champion as well. Not playing any games today.
I can imagine how annoying this pawn on h2 must be now. That is so far advanced. You can't capture it, but your king is sort of trapped for now.
Right. But I think he'll just ignore it and get his rook into the game, use the queen, and I believe Vishy should be able to convert this. What is very interesting is that even though Vishy is completely winning here, his team is going to most likely lose this match.
It's very possible. It is very possible. We have seen many things happen here, but Vishy holding it from the front here, leading from the front, trying to win this game.
Oh, and we have a big result. In fact, a big turnaround, I would say. On board number 4, if we can just have a look, Fan and Koneru Humpy have just agreed to a draw.
Right. If we go back a couple moves in
Can we go to
that
board number
game,
4? Yeah. Wasn't Humpy completely winning?
I think Humpy may have misunderstood that this will be a threefold repetition. That's the only explanation I have for what just happened, because she's an extremely strong player. She must know she is much better in the final position. I think she probably wanted to get a little bit more time and just miscounted the amount of repetitions, because, yeah, it's very difficult for me to imagine how you don't continue here with Black.
That's it. -5, bishop f3.
I think I have to start
New
counting the
prizes.
pieces here.
Oh, you can't do that. What
Yep.
is the move here?
The position looks very, very good for Black, and I'm sure she knows that. So it's been a tough tournament so far for Humpy. I think it's fair to say she did lose that game on time on move 16 in one of the earlier rounds. I think it's very fair to say that she's not playing her best game so far, and we hope that she comes back to her absolute best in later rounds.
Right. Well, that's a small relief for the Ganges Grandmasters, because then it means, oh, we have a result on board number 6 just now. And what has just happened? Is it a draw there? Is it a perpetual check?
Whoa.
Between Sindarov and Esipenko? Oh, it's a draw again. So we are right now at 3-3 in the match.
Whoa.
A draw here. You can see Sindarov quite pleased with that result. Also, Esipenko knows that he had no real chance to win there. Okay, so we have 3 points each. And now, Harika is winning for Upgrad Mumba Masters. Grishchuk is winning for Upgrad Mumba Masters. And Vishy is winning for the Ganges Grandmasters, which means that Mumba Masters are on track to victory here.
They are on
And
track
you
to
did
victory to
predict
take down the
this.
big team themselves.
Yeah, this comeback with... Sorry, go ahead.
As long as Upgrad Mumba Masters convert even one of their 2 basically winning positions, that will be enough for them to win, because there are 3 draws and a win with Black will bring them 4 points. And even assuming, as I think is safe to assume, that Vishy does win from here, that's only 3 points for Ganges Grandmasters. So the match really cannot be saved, because Ganges Grandmasters are definitely not winning any of those 2 positions.
Right, absolutely, Master Swidler. This means that someone has to actually win for the Ganges Grandmasters apart from Vishy, which looks highly unlikely. James, do you think anyone has a chance there?
Yeah, it's looking very bleak here as we look at these positions here. Yikes! I mean, it's pretty rough. Let's move around. Where do you guys want to go?
Maybe we could go to Rapport versus Grishchuk on board number 2.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the 2 like sort of better games for Black here, which was Harika sort of beating I think there was a result actually
on board number 5.
Harika wins.
Harika wins for Upgrad Mumba Masters. Huge victory there, which gives her team 4 points, and that means they are leading with a score of 7-3 now.
Yep.
That's a big win. Huge. 4 points every time with the black pieces here. Very tough to bounce back from that one.
Yeah, that's huge. And I mean, there's no way in the world that Alexander Grishchuk is going to lose that piece up position.
Yeah, that's
which
correct.
means that Upgrad Mumba Masters victory is almost sealed now.
It's a really, really good start to the day, because I believe they have one more match later on against the SG Alpine Warriors.
Ooh, that's going to be huge.
Yep.
You know, Upgrad Mumba Masters, I met their team today morning, and they said everything in this tournament is happening for the first time with us. We were the first team who drew all 6 boards. We are the first team who are going to beat Ganges Grandmasters today, which they actually managed to do. And maybe they'll be the first team, I don't know, who might...
As expected, but looks like it's not going to be enough.
Oh, Vishy wins. Wow. Even though Ganges Grandmasters might not win this match, Vishy beating MVL is a big, big result, right? And Master Swidler, you called it even before the game started.
And this is the one time I actually would love to have a mic or be a
Let's see what
fly
they're
on the
talking
wall
about.
to just hear what they're talking about here.
Right. Takes. But I mean, takes. Yes. Takes. I mean,
But okay.
Yes, but okay.
But you can see Vishy's passion there, yeah, for chess. He's always ready to discuss.
Very nice. Very nice as they're discussing, and smiles, all smiles there at the end of the day.
Wholesome.
All smiles,
And
very
with
wholesome.
one game left, and that is Richard Rapport versus Alexander Grishchuk on board 2.
Let's focus on that game. The score is right now 7-6 in the favor of Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah, and unless Richard is able to pull some sort of miracle.
The only thing that could have happened is something weird like this, just to show Rook G6,
Yeah.
an instant stalemate after Rook F8.
I
Instant.
can't wait to see this. Show
Instant
us.
stalemate.
Nice.
Instant. But of course, he's not going to fall for that. Not at all. He plays something else. Bishop to F6 and says, yeah, whenever you want to do this, Richard, whenever you're ready.
That was very well spotted. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, Devoretsky's in game. Manuel, shout out to Uncle Devoretsky.
Uncle.
Uncle, that's my uncle, absolutely. Before and check. Probably checking. It's gonna take some work here.
Do you think that Grishchuk would just look at the scorecard and say, "Oh, my team has won. Why don't I just agree to a draw?"
That is doable, but of course, with those match points is what we really want. Is those match points that add up later on too as well. So yeah, of course we could do that, but definitely want those extra match points for the team, right? This is for my team, right, Master Spiller?
Yeah, Richard, I think, is setting a trap here because he doesn't really want to defend this position for another 20 minutes. And one thing we have to explain to our viewers is that the reason Richard is still playing here is if the rooks somehow come off, this is actually a draw despite black having an extra piece, because one of the more arcane bits of knowledge you have to know about the endgames is if you have an extra piece and a pawn, but that pawn is an outside pawn, and it queens on a square of the opposite color than your bishop, this position you cannot actually win. So this is why there is still a game going on, because Richard knows some technique is required if you cannot at any point swap the rooks for Alexander. And a moment ago, he set a trap, which I think Alexander was well within his rights to fall into, but decided not to. But this is his plan. This is very cute. He keeps on playing for this really cute stalemates, and Alexander keeps on not falling for them.
Nice. But this should be easily winning, I guess. Just with some patience, pushing the pawn forward with black, I think he will sooner or later push the white king away and convert this.
The interesting thing about this endgame is, even with the rooks on, the white pawn inevitably falls, and then white assumes a defensive posture on the back rank, and you have to know how to win that position. Somewhat weirdly, that position cannot really be won by hand, so to speak. You still have to engage your brain a little bit, which is not always the case when you're so much material up.
So you're saying,
Rook,
in
bishop, and
spite
pawn.
of being
Yeah.
a bishop up and a pawn up,
Yes.
it's not easy to win.
It's very winnable, and people do win it, but I have seen people become a bit confused and take a long time winning that position. Because there are stalemate ideas on the back rank, and you have to pay great care not to fall into any of the traps. But it is, of course, winning. It would be very, very strange if it wasn't. But it's worth playing out because people do get confused, and it is possible to blunder into a stalemate trap.
Wow.
Right.
And I was looking at a scenario where the white pawn, it gets taken and the rooks come off. The black pawn, the promotion square is light and the bishop is a dark squared bishop, which might make it a little bit tricky to promote that pawn.
Right. Absolutely.
100%. Of course, as we know, the opposite color bishop here, but we don't have another bishop, so we just have the king going to the corner, which he's trying to do. Pawn comes off.
He won the pawn.
There it is. It's Peter Filler. Talked about
first
before.
step
Master
done.
Filler. First step done. Pawn gone. Second step is
Not
do
sure what
everything
it
else.
is.
Right. Second step, we'll come back for that. Okay. King G1 and probably just pushing.
Now it's about,
Get
pushing
away.
the pawn and then trying to make a new queen. You know, Alexander Grishchuk was the guy who actually helped Upgrad Mumba Masters win their first match, if we remember, against Triveni Continental Kings. And now, once again, he is getting the job done for his team. So he's a brilliant team player.
100% team player, right? And he's going to get it done with no time on the clock, too, as well. Now, here, this is very rare that he has actually time on the clock here. But he's winning. He's actually winning here. He's going to try to close this one out, which seems to be quite easy for him, for the squad. Mumba Masters.
So this match actually, in a way, really turned around because Harika beat Bella Kotenashvili.
Huge.
And also, Humpy was totally dominating against Hoi Fan. So the Upgrad Mumba Masters strategy of getting the top 2 female players of India worked really well in this match. You know, both of them played exceedingly well. In the end, they scored 5-1 on the 2 female boards.
And I believe it was either you or Peter who said that the results with black have been amazing so far.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, 4 points, it really matters, right? Of course, that 4 points is huge here every single time, especially if you get the positions you like, and et cetera here. I think the win is going to come around something like this, trying to get this type of position going and then maybe checking and pushing a pawn too as well. I think many ways to do it here, but of course Grishik is just closing in on the win.
Ooh, he had just 2 seconds when he made that move. By the way, what Master Swidler just told us was that maybe White would put his rook on the last rank and then just move his king to the corner and just sit there. And it has to be figured out how Krishchuk is going to break that barrier. Because how do you queen that pawn? There's no way to check with the bishop.
This actually ends the game now because I think Richard has made a bit of a... Oh, I'm a bit surprised by Alexander's response. I think Alexander just now had a move that was really ending the game immediately, and what he's done is... Ah, okay, that's also pretty good.
Ooh, that's sick.
Ah, he's going to give check from that side and he wins it. Wow, Upgrad, Mumba Masters have won this match.
Nice
and
technique.
Yeah, the score is 11-6. Wow. Huge win.
Wow.
Huge win. 11-6. And Upgrad Mumba Masters, the team which was looking so shaky before this match, and Ganges Grandmasters, which was looking solid as a rock, all of a sudden, things have just completely changed.
Well, that was a GG, as they said before with the Ganges Grandmasters. It was GG on their end this time. They're going to have to bounce back, and bounce back very quickly and strong if they're going to, you know, keep the stride going. Lots of points still for them, but Mumba Masters striking very hard on a very strong team like the Ganges Grandmasters.
Yeah, it makes me wonder because Triveni Continental Kings are sitting close second. And they may have lost match point, but I'm wondering if they're going on game points first and then match points, which would then... Right.
Well, that was the match, and let's go to a break. And on the other side, we have a special guest.
A big win for the Upgrad Mumba Masters against the Ganges Grandmasters, which means we're going to have leapfrogging in the standings. And one of the star players for the Upgrad Mumba Masters was none other than Harika Dronawali with a big win on her board. Harika, firstly, congratulations on the terrific game.
Thank you so much. I think most important is to, as a match, to win the match. So I'm happy that we won the match.
And you were playing against a team that's been unstoppable so far. So was this a tensed match for the Upgrad Mumba Masters?
Definitely, it's a very crucial match for sure, especially to get back into the form as a team. And I think we just are trying to play our best chess as a team. And yeah, like this match, it worked well.
And is the big dream to get to the grand finals?
Yeah, of course, we would love to be there. And yeah, this is just, I think, to keep our spirits high.
Absolutely, that is key to have a great feeling and energy amongst the team. And Harika, you won on your board, and there was another big result as Alexander Grischuk won on board number 2. Let's get a quick look at the scoreline. Harika, while other matches are going on, you were the first one to win. Is it still tense? Are you keeping an eye out on the other board till it's not over?
No, once my game is over, I couldn't even see the results. I was so worried. I didn't even see the results. I went to my team and I asked what we are doing. I didn't check like the position at all. When they said we are winning, that's when I thought like I was relaxed. So I didn't see in between the games because I need to finish it off. Like I have to concentrate. So anyway, that's more important. So once I'm done, I just went to my team and found out that we are winning.
That's really nice to hear because it's calm and composed. Are you having fun in this new format with this mixed theme? All the cameras, the lights around you. How's the experience?
No, definitely it's fun. The first day it was little like confusing because it's completely new setup as a chess player. But I think by day 2 I already started seeing chess more and like it became a normal tournament. And I hope we get more and more so that we get used to this. And I think it's a wonderful way to start the league. And I hope we have many more to come.
Indeed, it's amazing to see this happen in the chess world. The other thing that's been amazing to see is your team camaraderie. Every time the match gets over, Harika, we've seen the Upgrad Mumba Masters. You have your meals together, you discuss, and all of you look like you're having a lot of fun, even off the board.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there is any prize for the team spirit, we should get one for sure. I think we have a lovely team. We are trying to enjoy our wins and our losses also. So we are just trying to see and do our best and to go to finals.
That's very inspiring. And on that path, today you have another match coming up. And it's a big match for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. You'll be playing against the SG Alpine Warriors. Before we let you go, your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, of course, it's a crucial match. Every game is a new match here. Every team is so tough. You have to be fully focused and try your best. And that's it. You can think about a match.
We wish you all the best. You've been awesome today. And we look forward to having you back in our studio.
Thank you so much. Even I would love to be back after winning games. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Harika. All the best for your game. The action, of course, does continue. We've got more matches coming up. On the other side of the break, we'll be right back. And the action continues at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League as we've got another big matchup that's coming up between the Chingari Gulf Titans against a big, heavy favorite, the SG Alpine Warriors. And joining me in the studio is a very, very special guest. And we're going to not just reveal him just yet, we're going to give you a sneak peek. Take a look at this first. And you guys tell us, who is this? He is sitting next to me right now, smiling, looking at this photograph. Please welcome on the show, the one and only. And here's a spinner. It's none other than Yuzvinder Chahal. Yuzi, welcome.
Thank you, Dee.
Looking at that photo, I saw you smiling. Good memories there.
Yeah, that's a memories. Like I think 1999 picture.
Oh.
So yeah.
You remember the tournament?
Yeah, I don't remember that. I think the under-9 tournament.
Oof.
So I remember that, like, because that picture in my house. I just put a big one, like.
Nice. Yuzi, the world knows you as one of the finest bowlers, but you're also so passionate about chess. Tell us a bit about that. Do you still play?
Yeah, I started playing after the 2020 when the lockdown happened, because then I downloaded chess.com, and when I go to a match, before that I always play only 5 minutes.
Oh.
So I do that like a couple of times I play, and I really loved it. Like, if I collect the memories and everything, that's why I'm here. Like, I'm very excited. I just met Anand sir, and first time I met him, like, he's my chess idol, and it's goosebumps, like, meeting him, like, cause I talk to him on the streams and all, but like, dream come true, like a bucket list mein wo ek tick extra aa gaya.
Yuzi, that's so heartwarming to hear, and you're here as the ambassador for a really strong team, the SG Alpine Warriors. The icon is Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Tell us about that experience.
Just I got the call because I was in Bangalore. I was training there, and I got a call from Vishal Bhaiya, and he was like, can you come? Like, definitely I love to, because I didn't know like this is happening in Dubai, and I was like yeah, definitely I'm coming. I told him like I'm coming, like it's my, because I'm meeting my old mates, like when I used to play in 2000 or something. I'm very excited again. I'm very nervous, and I can't express my emotions right now, because I'm feeling like when I used to play chess, you have a chess match and everything, and you're nervous, that feeling. Like, I really loved it, and I'm so glad I'm the part of the Alpine thing, and it's so, because they gave me an opportunity to come here. So I'm gonna miss that, like, I'm gonna remember this day for my whole life.
That's really cool, Yuzi, but you know what, you saying that you're nervous, I don't believe it, because I've seen you on the field. You are unpredictable, you're so confident, you're a wicket slayer, absolutely. And I want to ask you, what is the similarity between chess and cricket, and have you found what you learned through chess has helped you on the field?
The thing is, like, chess helped me, like, patience, because that time when I used to play chess, that every match is like 7 hours, 4 hours, and you have to sit on this chair, like I'm sitting in a chair without saying anything and all. It's all patience. And that's what I learned. I'm in cricket, like, sometimes you bowl so well, you don't get wicket. And you have to be patient that time. Okay, you will get and all. Like, I think I always said, like, because of chess, I learned the patience word in my life. And it's helping me.
And do you think your cricket, your bowling style was also something that when you play chess, can be seen there?
Yeah, definitely. It's a mind game. Like when you bowl to the batsman, you should know like how to bowl where and there. Like so, it's all a mind game. Even a chess game is a mind game. After when you're done with the opening and all, it's a mind game will come. So who will be better there? Like opening is like you will done in 2 minutes, but the rest of the time, like when you play. Mind, like the middle game, it's all in your mind only. Like who's the stronger, like who's thinking too much.
Super.
Yeah.
Yuzi, I've played some games with you, and I think it's so unpredictable. You don't know what's your next move. So it's a lot like when you're bowling. Just don't know where the ball is going to land. We have a really interesting tweet by you. Happy to announce that I've officially joined the Steel Army. I support SG Alpine Warrior, and we are made of steel. Yuzi, the icon in the team is Magnus, and of course he is one of the greatest players of all time. I want to ask you that if you had to find some similarities or relate him to a cricketer, whose style would it be most like?
I think Magnus sir is like very calm and all, because I never seen him like aggressive. He's aggressive on the board, but he's very calm. So I will go with the Rahul Dravid sir.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I will go. I will go on that. Like,
That's so cool.
Yeah.
You think they have similar style? And you
Yeah.
know, Yuzi, we are getting an update that your team right now is having the toss. It's something like deciding whether you want to bat first or bowl first. So let's take a look at the toss result that are coming in right now, and we are being told that we're going to get an update on what the toss results were as the teams are about to walk in. And we see that in fact your team won the toss,
Yeah.
and they've chosen to start
The
with black. What do you think? Do you like to play with white or with black, Yuzi?
For me, right now, I love to play with the white because I don't know the opening and all. My all opening is like 2000. So definitely, if I have white, I always play d4, and then guy play d5, then e3, then f4, like stall. I don't remember the opening name, but I love that because it's a close one. Then after when you're done with the opening, like I always play that. And the Sicilian is my always.
Ooh, let's see if we do get some Sicilians on the board. The SG Alpine Warriors with renewed motivation with Yuzi as their ambassador. Games are on the other side of this break.
Welcome back everyone to the second match of the day. We have the Chingari Gulf Titans with the white pieces against the SG Alpine Warriors, and joining me in the commentary box is James Canty and Ketty Satsalashvili. Guys, welcome.
Oh, let's go.
Hello,
You ready, Ketty?
hello. Yeah, so happy to be here and commentate this match. because I love the first board here. Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland against Magnus Carlsen from Norway is something that I'm looking forward to see.
Absolutely, that's going to be a big encounter there. Also, the matchup between Shak and Gukesh, two wonderful players, and then the creative geniuses on Daniel Dubo versus Arjun Erigaisi, the women's board, Koschenyuk Crush, Chualoa Elizabeth Pate, and guys, the last board, James, Nihal versus Prague.
That one right there is the one I like to see a lot. I'm a fan of both of their play as well. I mean, Indian chess is blown up, and they are right at the forefront of that, especially being the future of Indian chess, just chess period, right? When seeing that matchup is going to be absolutely exciting and exhilarating. Let's see, games are off.
Handshake.
And is that a 1d4?
Ooh, he goes for the queen pawn.
You guys, we have to mention before we dive very deep into the chess analysis that Magnus Carlsen is the chess player who has not lost 125 games in a row. And guess who stopped him? Guess who stopped him?
I wonder who. I wonder who that might be.
So I'm just reading right now the article from CNN. Magnus Carlsen's 125 game unbeaten streak ended by Jan Krzysztof Duda. And this can get very personal much, you know, at some point.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, when you take things personal, you just bring another level, just level up. So this one's going to be a lot of spice and nothing nice in this game, right?
Right, and whenever I've spoken to Duda, he's always seemed so confident.
Yeah.
Never really intimidated by Magnus. And I think that's one of his biggest qualities.
Oh, he wants to beat him. He wants to take him. He wants to get the world championship title out of him, but he's not any longer the world champion. Gliran is laughing right now, back in his home, watching us. Yeah, he's very competitive, I can say, as I luckily I have some chances to chat with him more often, as I also live in Poland, and I see him quite often at the chess tournament. He wants to win, he wants to become the world champion, and every game is his new challenge. Guys, what do you think about the opening?
Well, I think the opening is a very solid opening with years and years of history behind it. The very famous Queen's Gambit declined variation, putting the bishop over here. And I think right now both players are in their theory. You know, they know it, and it's a very solid opening.
Very solid. In fact, Magnus' style is just solid. It's very universal, but even in the articles, if you read about his style, Magnus actually likes he doesn't care about an opening advantage at all. He wants to play and go to the middle game and say, I'm going to beat you. There's more chess there. There's more chess later. So no opening advantage. That's why he's a big fan of the Queen's Gambit decline. In fact, I like Chessable very much. I'm also part of like Mr. Chessable in a way. Magnus Carlsen actually has the Magnus Carlsen Queen's Gambit, where he goes with the early A6 lines and etc. He likes these type of positions, very slow, solid, and strategic, so that I can play you positionally and beat you somewhere later on down the line very confidently. And you see Magnus is also like bored in a way. I'm bored. What is this? Oh my goodness, I'm still in theory. Like, come on, you know, make some moves here, Duda, right?
That's why he plays this moves like at the very beginning. Like he can't even try to go with the A pawn just one move ahead, or H pawn one move ahead as a first move. Sometimes he does that, and we find it very funny to see indeed. But not everyone can handle to do that. You need to have a special skills in chess to
absolutely. But this one is well-known position for many drawn games. You know, it's around equal. Black has this isolated pawn here, which has no pawns on its adjoining files here. There are no pawns here. But at the end of the day, White is unable to take huge advantage of it, and the games generally tend to end in draws.
As you see, Magnus is not even looking at the board. He's looking everywhere but the board. Looking around, looking at what's going on.
Looking at our commentary.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the site, the body language there is like, bro, let's just get this over with. Like, this is very easy for me. He's very uninterested, which means he's very comfortable.
Okay.
You guys, what do you think about Alpine Warriors choosing black side after winning the toss? This is not very often happening that the team captains are choosing the black piece, but now Magnus' team, they choose to play all the boards with black pieces.
I think it's a very smart decision, because one win with black has to be compensated with 2 wins by white. So all you need is one of your players to strike here with the black pieces. And I think out of 6 boards, generally that is happening in most of the matches. Look at Magnus there. He just
Instantly
knows,
moving.
just knows what needs to be
bro,
done.
He knows
come on,
the
bro.
future.
You know what I mean? Like,
He
look
knows
at the
how it's
time.
gonna end.
He's going to have 17 minutes in the second here, guys. 16:43 is where he's at, instantly moving, as we saw this with Jan and Anand yesterday. I mean, just blitzing everything out. He knows exactly what he wants here. Win with white, draw with black type thing here is what it's looking like here. But probably won't get anything out of this, him being a Duda in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, shall we just check out the other games?
Oh, absolutely,
too,
before
and
everybody
leave
falls
Magnus
asleep,
Carlsen
100%.
doing this boring as what he's just
Which
showing
one
us
did we go
right
to?
now.
Ooh, there we have the 6 boards on our screen. The white bar on the bottom means if it moves ahead, and white is shown in higher measure on the left of your screens on each of the board. It means that the Chingari Gulf Titans are doing better. If the black bar comes downwards, then it's the SG Alpine Warriors who are better.
Right.
So
I would guys vote to go to Mahindra Gukesh game. This is one
Sure.
of the top boards in the middle. This looks quite sharp as white king still needs some time to castle. Needs at least 2 more moves to castle, and maybe black can start to build up really nice king side attack.
Right, let's go to board number 2 between Mahindra and Gukesh. This one is going to be an important one. As we just said, all that black needs is one board where they can win. And it could be that Gukesh strikes. Because in this tournament, Gukesh hasn't been at his best. He has already lost 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. He's lost to Rapport. And he is not in his best shape. He was also losing to Nadirbek Abdusataro. But maybe this is the one where he comes back.
Definitely. Yeah, he
Have
could
to
as
come
well.
back.
He had that good game with Yu Yangi as well. I mean, he was winning. He was actually winning with the black pieces, of course. So black is actually working its magic here, especially even in these Catalan type positions where he was beating Yu Yangi, had a great kingside initiative and attack, but failed to convert that. So maybe he, new day, right? Maybe he can bounce back and have something different. English reverse, or actually, sorry, symmetrical. English in a way, now not symmetrical at all.
6, 6.
6, 6, 5.
He's in the center.
Here we are.
And look at Shark's time. He's down to 11 minutes 50 seconds while Gukesh has 15 minutes on the clock. Wow.
Exactly. This is something I think Chuck took it a little bit surprised, and also we can see the entry bar goes down a little bit and gives black a slight advantage. We see the pawn push on the other side of the board.
So the knight has to move away now. I guess it would go back. And then maybe at some point, if black could push his pawn forward, move his knight here, open up his bishops, that would be really interesting.
Oh, nice. I'm actually thinking how about to sacrifice this knight and go
Whoa.
crazy and do something, because if we take a closer look, this knight, white knight, is just hanging. And if black captures that with a bishop, it's going to be also check. That's when we attack the opponent's king, and it's very useful too.
What do you propose, Ketty? Where should we move this knight?
In the center. No, can't do that. It's too much.
Too
I
much,
don't know,
Kitty.
guys. James, help me out.
Oh, much. Of course, we do like tactinos around here, meaning tactics, of course, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Knight G4 maybe is a move,
G4.
but of course, we just don't have a real follow-up yet. I mean, maybe I could go knight E5 or something. And what is the knight actually doing on G4 is the question here. Like, that is the problem, and I definitely like Eddie's idea of just, you know, hey, best defense is offense. So, of course, with the knight hanging, I do need to maybe look for some offensive moves first, but we just have to figure out where. If we don't find any, then we're going to have to move our knight somewhere, maybe in the center of the board, weirdly enough, E5 or even D4. Right.
True.
Yeah.
I like that. So many options, and this is the moment when you're losing most of the time from your clock, because you have a lot of moves. In chess, we said that candidate moves. So we have these candidate moves. We have to go through with that, and just came up with the idea. Oh, maybe we can use the help of our
Master Spiller?
expert.
Is he here? Do we have Master Spiller with us? I could feel the force with him.
Of course you do. Where else would I be? This is where the action is, and so far a very intricately poised match. I like perhaps one position specifically for the Chingari Gulf Titans. It's board 5, where Polina Shuvalova, I think, is Definitely at least a little bit better against Elizabeth Bates. But so far, not very much going on apart from maybe there. And seems finely balanced, but it will all, as usual, come down to the last minutes. It's difficult to judge what happens in the first, after only the first 10 or 15 moves.
Thank you, Master Swidler, for that great insight. Guys, if there's one piece that's looking just outstanding on this board, it's this bishop here. Look at it. I mean, all Catalan bishops would be proud of it.
This is gross for black. I'm not even gonna lie. Because of the Catalan bishop, that is the one thing that you have to try to neutralize ASAP. In fact, if you don't neutralize this bishop, it's just miserable to play from the black side here. It's so, like, what do you do, right? You have to play a6, then try to get the rook to b8, but you always run into bishop f4s in certain cases. You could be able to trade, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to get rid of the pressure of the light square bishop, which is an absolute monster here. Very scary. I think Shuvalova is already having just a slight but stable advantage here, especially with the light square bishop. Black is unable to develop right now.
Right. So if the Chingari Gulf Titans are doing well on this board, where is it that the SG Alpine Warriors might strike? Should we have a look at Dubov versus Arjun?
Oh, absolutely. It's got to be some crazy stuff going on there.
Third board. Let's go. Two very, very aggressive players.
Ooh.
Love to go all in. And I guess this might be one of the first times they're playing against each other. I haven't seen them facing off against each other much. Dubov with the white pieces against Arjun. I think
move is it?
this looks...
move.
The last move was knight jumping into this square. And we could say that this pawn is slightly weak. It's being attacked by the rook. The pawn in front of the backward pawn, the square is weak. But Arjun might just break here with the pawn push.
I have seen that many times. In fact, that is a rare idea, and it does happen, where you just give the pawn up to say, I'm going to get my bishop out on the long diagonal with bishop b7 at some point and play rook c8. But it is giving up a pawn in some cases, right? So here we'll be fine. We'll be able to take back. So it should be playable. c5 is definitely a move. Takes.
Yeah, I mean, if this happens, then black has kind of solved all his problems, right?
I like it.
Everything's well developed. Next move, you could even trade off this powerful bishop.
That's right. I'm surprised because this is so natural move why Arjun is taking his time. And he's also a very speed player. He would just play right away. What else he's looking? I was thinking maybe he's considering first to do this sneaky move and bring the rook on d file to kind of stun these pieces and attack the queen, you know, invite the knight to come, jump, hop on c5, and you're gonna meet then. Welcome this knight, nice and grateful, and just take a piece and win a piece. This is something maybe Arjun wants to just, you know, build up some trap here.
Right. It's always a good idea to put your rook opposite opponent's queen, and I think that's a great idea suggested here by Ketty. Also, another move could be to just push the knight away. Oh, he plays c5.
c5.
Natural. Nice move.
Natural.
And so this one is around equal. I don't think Dubov has got any advantage out of the opening. Arjun has equalized pretty well here. Should we look at the game between Koschenyuk and Crush on
I
board
think
number
this
4?
is really interesting
Spicy.
game. We can take a look how many pieces right now are just are taken, and we just observed Irina took another pawn.
What's happening here? The knight is right in the center of the board, and she brings it back, attacking the queen.
And the bishop on d7.
Oh, the bishop is also hanging.
Be very careful where you move. And the knight b6. There is some compensation here. Whoa, there's crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, Sagar, for the viewers who just joins us for this a few days at the Global Chess League, we can maybe tell what is this move queen to b2 called. We sometimes say that this pawn on b2 is poisoned and you cannot take it. And this is the game that maybe it will be a good demonstration. Just don't take poison pawns.
Absolutely. And you know, a poison pawn is a lot like how in breakfast when your stomach is full, yet you go for that extra loaf of bread Just so that, you know, you feel like, oh, it's nice, let me have it. And then at the end of the day, you feel like, oh, I shouldn't have had that.
That's a lot of bread for breakfast, too, as well. Of course, a loaf of bread for breakfast. There is an extra, too, as well, Cigar. We're going to have to talk about your diet, my friend. Okay? But at the same time here, I definitely get it. It is a poison pawn. And we got to move that queen back to b7, probably, because the knight is hanging. Actually, sorry, the bishop is hanging. Maybe we could go something like queen b5 to actually hit the knight as well. But again, there's knight b6.
c3, maybe.
And c3, yeah, these are all possibilities. And Irina is definitely thinking about them right now. Master Fiddler, do you have anything for us?
I'm going to try a thing that I tried once previously, and it didn't work out for me, but I'm going to try it again. Let's go to the icon board for a second. Take a look at what's happening in the game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen.
It's actually heating up in this game. We left when Magnus was very much bored. Or maybe it's just his poker face again.
Why is it king on e2, Master Fiddler?
Well, Magnus sacrificed a pawn earlier in that game to provoke the king to not be as safe as it normally is. That was the entire point of the pawn sacrifice played by Magnus. And what I want to do here, as once we there you see the check, which is exactly why the pawn was given up, because now the king has to move.
But could you not have taken the knight here?
He could have, but I'm sure this has been analyzed at home, and this also looks perfectly playable. And honestly, this is what I expected him to do. But I guess the chosen move, Queen A5, judging by his speed of play, is something that he knows works at least just as well. And now there is a king in the center of the board. They continued very logically. Black puts a rook on an open file, attacks the queen. The queen swings over to the other side, attacks the pawn on g2, and Duda played a very forcing move here, putting his kingside rook into the game. And I want to try predicting the end, how the game will continue from here.
Okay, let's go.
I think Magnus generally doesn't like draws very much, and this is why I think this hasn't been played yet. But I suspect there is nothing that is much stronger than that. So he will give a check with the bishop.
He has to, right? Because if he takes this pawn, then
yeah,
he will
that tactic doesn't quite work out for him, I'm pretty sure. So he has to avoid it. White really has to interpose with the pawn, because otherwise the rook on d1 will be lost. And now we can play this sneaky move, bishop 1 move back, bishop f5, which reestablishes the attack against the pawn on g2 now with check, and also makes it much harder to defend that pawn, because the bishop on d3 is also sort of vulnerable. And it looks like white doesn't really have anything better here at all than to take the bishop, and then black can take the pawn with check and give a perpetual on the g2 and g1 squares, just continuing to give those check. And Magnus quite clearly, yeah, he knows he has this. I think this is him in his, I know I have a draw pose, but I'm very desperately looking for something stronger and more exciting to play. And he's also checking out how the match is doing. He's doing all the right things here. He's doing all the right things here. He's trying to figure out if him taking a draw here with black is going to harm his team or help his team, which is correct. But at the end of the day, it feels to me that there is really nothing that looks stronger than what I've outlined, and he will have to go for it eventually. But we'll see.
Thank you, Master Peter Swidler, for that amazing insight there. Guys, this is actually a very stressful moment, right, for Magnus, because let's say he knows that that draw is the best decision objectively, but he's looking at the screens and thinking that, oh my god, Polina Shuvalova is actually putting pressure on Elizabeth Pates, and in no other board I can see my team better.
Right.
What do you do? Do you kind of go beyond what the limitations on the board are? Oh, he gives a chance on the board.
F3 and bishop
Bishop
F5.
F5, and he answers you, Saga, right away.
Master Swidler. Master Swidler. Bishop F5.
Wow, that is incredible idea. And we see here the sign which describes the good move is the best move in this position, creating a serious danger to the king. White king should not be in the middle of the board. It should be one of the sides.
Right.
It's easier to hide the king there. And you guys, is there any other option but to not to go for that? Can we push the pawn forward on 2 squares?
Ooh, this one.
Definitely
This is too crazy, I think.
It is definitely crazy, but I think it actually really enough works because it does cover after takes, and we have a check, takes, right, takes, check, takes. We grab a juicer, as Hikaru says, right? But rook the check, king to e2, and that's it. And I'm just like, you have, I don't think there's anything else. There is some annoying queen h4, maybe? But I mean, here it's just not enough. You're only attacking with the queen, and the rook has done its job already. g4 is very possible, though.
If Duda wants to play for a win, maybe he might do that.
Yeah, but so far we don't have any game ended, and even in some of the positions we do have like slightly better position in one of the sides.
Right.
It's not the end yet. And Duda actually just takes the bishop,
And here it
and
is.
we're gonna have the
And we have ourselves a
check.
perpet. And look at the
Alright.
face from Duda here, like, okay, man, this is bro, whatever, bro.
Oh.
He takes on h2. Now,
On the
I
way
saw
he
this.
takes the pawn.
I did see this. I was like, this is something. He could check, and he can try to take the pawn on f3. But I mean, this is just another way to get a perpetual. It's very
He
possible.
just wants to
see
make a draw with full stomach, I guess. Just takes all the pawn.
Queen f3 was an idea, but there's queen e4. This is what I didn't like from black. I thought we could try to go for more with queen takes f3, which obviously hits the bishop and the pawn on e3. But queen e4 kind of is just trading everything out, and you may not even have a perpetual anymore.
Right. So Magnus,
There it is.
they've repeated 4 to 5 times now and agreed to a draw. So the icon board between the Chingari Gulf Titans and the SG Alpine Warriors ends in a draw. Magnus doing what was needed there, holding with the black pieces.
That's right. First game is over. We have still 5 games in progress, and you guys, I suggest either to take the bird's eye view or to go right away on the second board where all the craziness is just happening there, and we can just predict some of the results might happen there.
Yeah, let's go to the overview right now. Magnus just not sure whether his decision was best for his team or not, and that's always a very precarious situation because you've done your job. Now it's up to your teammates, and there he is watching all the games. We could get him here and have him in the commentary box on this match. That would be epic. Yes,
It may be something.
Yeah.
It may be possible.
Why
It
not?
may be possible.
Would love to see that.
That would be something. The fans would love that as well. He's checking out the team. And where do we want to go here now?
Those 2 top boards are very interesting. Those knights.
Man, look at those knights.
Look at
These
that.
knights, as Hikaru says, on e4 and c4.
Second board, yes.
Wow, yes, sir. Definitely. Lots of action on that board there.
Mukesh actually going all out against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov there. Hitting the rook and then bringing in his knights, castles, rook here, and this is the live board, the position that we have. Very complicated position.
Very complicated indeed. Those knights are very annoying. It's lots of space for black, so we need to figure out how to finish our development with the white pieces here. It's not that easy.
This bishop, dark square bishop on the starting position is quite limited. This is the last piece white needs to get into the game, but all white pieces are just so passive.
Might be a g4 here from white.
Ooh.
G4. The idea is after takes we play f3, or maybe something like. But he takes on c3. Queen e1. Crafty.
Ooh.
Crafty.
What does he want to do? He wants to take here and kind of exchange pieces. Because I think the only advantage that black has is that has more space. But structurally, white is better. Because white has 1 island, 2 islands here, while black has 3. So if more pieces get traded, then it's white who's better.
That's right, and that's what white is just now looking. And also, white was short of moves, right? Can't really move anything. But I also like this idea to push the f pawn just 1 square ahead and kick this knight out, and then try to push another pawn in the center and try to just bring some fire on the board. In the end of the day, it's shock playing.
There might also be. Here we go with the Tactinos. Knight takes d5 as an option here, which is really cool. But of course, the problem is after queen takes 8. Well, okay, it may work actually. Knight takes d5 as a move. the idea here is to play g4 afterwards. We're trying to get g4 in. So let's say if knight takes d5, rook takes d5, you go g4.
Let's say I make.
Yeah, and knight takes d5. There's got to be something wrong with that. It just feels like it's wrong. But Eval Bar says it's kind of approved. Kind of.
You know, the thing is, this is protected.
Correct,
so
correct. But then after rook takes g4 first. We don't even take the queen because of that whole idea. g4, and now we get the piece back. But it's strange. It's very strange. And bishop takes knight, and we have this position. But I mean, look at the bishop on c1. Like, why are we even doing this, right? The problem is that we have no space, is what you pointed out before. So this is really tough here. If this is what we have to lean on, it's not the easiest position to play for Shaq here.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of ideas are hidden here. A lot of even though white looks pretty passive here, we have just witnessed some of the brilliant ideas here. So, what's the time situation? 5 minutes for each players. I think they're gonna spend several minutes here in this position, and we might see perfect situation, complicated position, and no time on the clock. That's what we're looking forward to see in this game.
Yeah, definitely blacks for choice 2 as well here with more space.
Yes. So, I think one game which we haven't seen yet is the Prodigy board, and that one is actually an absolutely stunning matchup between Nihal Sareen and Pragnananda, two of the most talented youngsters of Indian chess and even in the world of chess. Guys, what do you make of this? It seems like Prag has a lot of space with his pawns, but Nihal is steady there with his rooks taking up nice positions.
One of my favorite pieces to use, in fact, well, I love the bishop, so I do like a light square bishop, but I really like a dark square bishop too as well when it's very active. Now, bishop on a1 is an absolute monster. It can be obviously dealt with a bishop on g7, and of course we can try to move that, but black has the hanging pawn structure and some weak pawns as well. It's very dynamic, to say the least. There's lots of things going for both sides. Rook to b8.
Ooh, he brings his rook there. And he's like, let's trade a few pieces, and then my queen could enter this side from black. So maybe slightly better position for Prag, or it's equal perhaps. Nothing much to choose here, yes, Katie?
Yeah, not so much actually in this position, but I would probably prefer to choose black pieces because I like this space advantage that pawns are creating all over the board.
Right. And by the way, we have a result already on board number 3. I don't know what has just happened here. Oh, they've agreed to a draw. Daniel Dubov and Arjun Erigaisi drawn. So that means we have already 2 results out. The score is 2-2 right now. And we can just have a look at how that ended, because we saw till pawn break to c5. They traded. Things got exchanged. And Arjun was very solid there with the black pieces.
Yeah,
Nice.
Nothing too much really happened in that game. They just played high-level chess.
Yeah,
Both
classic
of
cuddle
them
and draw.
Yeah.
Very solid one there. So we have board number 1 draw, board number 3 draw, and maybe to tell us where the chances lie on the remaining boards, let's get on, Master Swidler.
Welcome back, and those two were reasonably uneventful, just correctly played games. I think in Magnus's case, he probably knew the entire game when leaving his room for the round. It all seems like very, very nicely prepared stuff from Magnus. But the rest of the boards are quite exciting. There's been a lot of developments on that one board. We keep on returning to the game between Polina Shuvalova and Elizabeth Bates. Feels like Elizabeth has made maybe some progress. She is now a pawn up, which is obviously an improvement of fortunes, but her position is still quite cramped, and despite the extra pawn, you would probably pick white there. And the game I think that might end up deciding the entire match is the Prodigy board, board 6, because it's a very complicated position. The evaluation bar suggests it's around equal, but there's only been a couple of pawns traded. They're both playing quite slowly, and it's a kind of a position which could absolutely explode into action when they get down to 2 minutes, and it will become very difficult to play. So I think that is the one we absolutely have to keep our eye on. So yeah, the match still very hard to predict.
Right. Very important thing there mentioned that both Nihal and Prag taking a lot of time against each other, and I must mention they are very good friends of each other. And if given an opportunity, they wouldn't like playing against each other. You know, so
no one likes to play against their own friends. That's right. That's right. So I think they will drop the time down to 1 minute, and then they're gonna play very, very fast. That we call bullet chess. You guys, I think we have some time to tell you this, what I have witnessed in the playing venue. I just was there last round. There are so many fans. I didn't know. I'm sitting over here. I don't know what's going on there. There are so many fans.
And today's Sunday.
Oh, that's actually
why.
okay.
Lots of fans here. Shout out to the fans watching.
There was a very funny situation. There was a game of Anand and MVL, and they were all of them watching at the game. And then when one of the players were making the move, they were turning on the side to see on the screen what was the move. They cannot see it closely. So it was sort of like tennis game to me. When the ball is going, you're just... And they were looking all the sides because they speed up at some point when they had no time on the clock. So it's so nice to see a lot of chess fans right now actually observing the whole situation from the playing venue.
That's great to know, you know, people coming in, pouring in here. It's a big thing for chess in Dubai and chess in UAE that the Global Chess League is happening here. The best players on the planet are here right now. Okay, so that's the situation. Let's have a look at the 6-board overview to give our viewers an idea of what is happening between the two teams. If we look, the first board was a draw. The board number 3 was drawn. Second board is around equal, you could say. Board number 4, maybe slightly better for Irina Crush, SG Alpine Warriors. Board number 5, slightly better for Chingari Gulf Titans. Board number 6, even. What a match this is.
Yeah.
We are unable to just say who's better, yes?
Oh, absolutely. No, it's like, you're going to win this match, guys.
They're starting to play harder each match. As you're starting to see, it's getting more and more harder. Now, of course, yesterday was a little bit different. We saw some real big upsets there. Not even upsets, just huge scores like 13-5 and 13-7, 14, and things like that. But here today, it's more level, more even today.
Yeah, it's very even.
Yeah, very even on all matches so far.
All right, looking for some blunders. Give us some blunders, guys. Give us some blunders.
Wishing for blunders here as we see. Where do we want to go here, guys?
Maybe board number 2. Should we go there?
Why not?
Between Shaq and Gukesh, or they're hardly making any moves. So we can go there, both of them, down to like very little time. Gukesh has just 1 minute 35 seconds left.
That is right. And Shaq now getting a sip of water. Also thinking, not even looking around, just looking at the board and face it anytime. Gukesh takes the
Gukesh
queen.
takes the queen.
Trade. Bishop where? B1?
Is the
what
bishop
the heck?
trapped?
I think B1 is the only move.
Ooh, the bishop is almost trapped there.
Maybe he has G5 or something. But G5 96. What is going on? You might have to go Bishop B1.
No, you have to. Yeah, you have to go there. But then is your bishop almost trapped? Like, but I can't move my bishop. The knight kind of dominates the bishop, so I cannot attack your bishop.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I can get out via A2. Via A2 and then and move the knight and play Bishop C4 at some point.
That's what you would like to do. Just sort of rotate your bishop there. But look at Gukesh's time, just 45 seconds.
Whoa.
Gukesh, play.
This is he has to move. This is going to get
it's really
dangerous
long
here. He's playing
time.
against a dangerous player, just like Shaq is, very strong. And he plays Bishop to B1. It's on the board.
That was the only move. He plays it there. And I think Shaq is very tricky on the board.
Oh, 100%.
And if you have less time, he'll get even more tricky. He'll find some tricks which will be practically very difficult to handle.
What happens on knight takes B5, rook takes Bishop A3, and then double, not enough. Too tricky, not enough. Yeah, you don't have to take these type of risks. But it is possible, hinting at something eventually. What do you do, actually? This is a very complicated position. Look at the bishop on H3. Is that a real bishop?
No, it's a
What
tall
is that thing?
ball.
Oh, that is a bishop. Okay, all right. Rook e1, bishop f1. Yeah, this is not the easiest to play at all, but I do have more time, says Jack.
He has close to 2 extra minutes on the clock. So this board, while he thinks, let's quickly go and check the game between Irina Krush. Should we look at board number 4, Irina versus Alexandra Kostyanyuk?
For sure, we can take a look at that
Board number 4.
game and then move to another one right away. They're trading a lot of pieces here, but I can see a quite unbalanced position. Still not clear what's going on. White has this only pawn. You see in the edge of the board, this side, and black also has all the other pawns, like 3 pawns in front of the king, covering the king. I would say that white's king is a little bit weak. Is there a serious threat here that black can put up?
I believe this will end in a draw, yes?
Same.
This thing's like a draw, so maybe we should head over to board number 5, Shuvalova versus Elizabeth Pate, because that is where a lot of action is happening. Board number 5. I think the rook has suddenly, the white
changed
rook...
the color. Wait, it should be the black rook there. So it means that Shuvalova's rook is extremely active, controlling the back rank.
Let me mention this, guys. Did that bishop on c8 ever move in this Catalan game?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet.
Okay, so a classic Catalan game where it goes wrong for black. That is very bad right here. As, of course, the bishop on g2 has just hindered all of black's development. The rook, it moved only 1 square over. The bishop is still on c8. Engine says equal, but it's going to take engine-like precision to actually try to save what is going on right now. h7 is definitely hanging.
Yeah, and once the h7 pawn falls, white just pushes her own h-pawn, and that is very powerful. So I think Polina Shuvalova is a big favorite in this game. And Chingari Gulf Titans can bank on her to win that game. Can we have a quick look at the final, the Prodigy board, and maybe we can ask Master Swidler to explain us what is happening between Nihal and Prag, because the position looks tremendously complex there between the two.
Yeah, there were some changes in that game, and it feels like eventually Prag just couldn't keep the tension any longer, and he decided on a change of structure, which I think doesn't favor him at all. It was an understandable decision because it's difficult to continue making waiting moves forever. But now you see black had 2 pawns in the center against pretty much none for white, and now one of those pawns got traded. White had a lot more space to activate his pieces, and this queen in the center of the board is now attacking both the bishop and the very far advanced pawn on a3. Black is in some trouble. The question is how much, but definitely in some trouble. But once again, very difficult to criticize Prag for wanting to finally just do something. It was very clear that he was not satisfied with waiting, but what he chose to do instead of waiting was perhaps not the best. But they're both on very low time, so we should probably stick with this one. It does look like the most exciting game of the round. They're both to less than half a minute left with a position full of life, full of tactics. This should be very exciting.
Okay, guys, let's stick to this. Thank you so much, Master Swidler. Guys, Nihal Sarin has lots of patience with him. He just waited there, made Prag to make an unfavorable breakthrough, and now he's better.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and he brought also this bishop on the daylight from the very passive position, now attacking the queen. Prag has to choose the correct square for the queen, but this queen cannot go very long.
Yeah, here it comes. This is, you can smell the tactics here. Yep. Hold on, let me test the wind. Yeah, coming from the east. Yeah, that's a tactic. You can definitely tell there's some tactics coming here. I mean, you can just feel the heat, especially with the time. He had 2 seconds there. 2 seconds. Rook b1.
What?
Was
You
not a
better
good
watch it.
move.
He wants to pick up the other rook
That's
there.
right. He
The
had,
bishop is hanging on a6, another bishop is hanging on c3. What is happening
and
here?
the queen takes c2 is a threat. He has to play something like bishop to f1 or queen d1, but something maybe to f1, because queen takes c2 is a real threat right now. You can, if you think you want to play something else, he's going
Nihal
to take
has
on
to make
c2.
a move, and he is
he
bringing
moves
queen
queen
to
to
He finds
d2.
the best
Okay.
move there.
Queen
What a
d2.
move there by Nihal Sarin.
It says great move here, queen to d2.
Queen d2.
Backward moves are always the toughest, right? And he found it. Just keeping everything under control. And Prag gets his other rook now into the game, and Nihal jumps with his bishop.
Ooh, attacking the pawn
On
in
F7.
front of the king.
I was about to
And-
praise this move, but apparently you see it earned a question mark there. It's somehow not the right choice, although it did look extremely, extremely strong and very, very dangerous for black to handle.
Okay, here comes
This is going to be, in practical terms, I think, very difficult for Prague to defend because on seconds, I think creating threats is just so much easier than responding to them precisely, and it looks like his last move just now was a mistake.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how. Maybe we can attack the rook with the other bishop, and that's quite strong, but yeah, as you can see, Nihal just drags the bishop all the way back. And that's, loses a
some of his
large part of his
advantage, yeah.
advantage with it. As I said, there will be a lot of... Whoa!
96.
Whoa!
What a
Very,
move
very
there.
interesting
That's
option
nasty.
there by Nihal. He clearly
Yeah, that's
prepared
fair.
this when he was bringing the bishop back. I don't know if that sacrifice is that great objectively, but I think it's great practically because...
It feels so good.
Look at
Yeah.
this bishop now.
It
Yeah, it's a
feels
monster.
So,
It's a
so
definite
good. White
monster.
has two bishops there covering
Yeah.
all possible squares on the board.
And as you can see, despite being a piece down, White is in very, very good shape. And you can even continue slowly sort of slowly, with this pawn move, just creating this very obvious threat of a pawn avalanche in the center. Is going to be very, very difficult for Black to play this correctly.
What
But so far,
amazing
I
understanding, right?
like how Prague is holding himself together.
Problem is the
Right.
time here. The time is definitely the issue for Nihal. If he makes one mistake here, it is going to decide the game. In fact, but this bishop is such a monster. The king is very weak for black. Yeah, but e5 coming, queen d6, open game. And yeah, I have a piece, but that piece is on a6 right now.
Has to
Not
make a
doing much.
move. 15 seconds to go. Nihal has to make a move. And he is about to make a move, but not yet. 9 seconds. 8, 7,
E5,
Six,
yeah, queen
and he
d6.
goes
I think
the
saw
best
that.
move.
I saw queen d6, but what happens on queen b6? Oh, maybe you take play e5, e6. Oh my goodness.
So you
Oh,
just...
no, queen b6, just take on f6.
Oh, even better. Rook f6, queen d7. Woo.
Wow.
Heat. Heat.
And how black is tapping e5, which is happening
Yeah,
right now.
this is
e5,
a huge
e6.
threat now.
He plays it. Queen d6.
Oh, bishop f6.
But now bishop takes f6 is hanging.
Well, at least he gets the piece back, and I see how Eval Bar says, okay, draw. Like, what,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
And
That's
he
like
sees
right
that. Nihal sees that. This is
But
incredible.
Prague kind of shook his head there. Or maybe
Yeah,
he had
he's
seen
not
it.
happy.
Rook takes. He gives back his piece. But now Nihal seems to be in control here, right? Extra pawn. King is safer. Looks great for him.
And he has some threats. Queen c3, picking up another pawn on a3. That's the threat. But we have to be careful also the pawn on f2 is
I thought that was a
hanging.
very strong move. Queen b2 is so annoying. Oh my goodness. It's so annoying. What a move. You got to play rook c2, which is played. Queen b1, bishop f1.
Wow, then check on the
Oh, but queen
first.
b1, bishop f1, c. Oh,
And then
Just
take
check.
with a
Takes
check.
a
and
check
I
and
want
a
to
rook
attack
c1.
this way, but
I
you
see
take
Wait,
the
we can
pawn
take
and
first
do a
the-
check.
Wait, what? We can take bishop first with the queen, and then c3 is a check.
Oh.
As we said, discovery check.
So you have to play rook c1 first, which is played rook c1. Are we going to have a draw? Do you want to draw, bro? You want to draw?
Oh, Prague
Do you
for
wanna
sure goes
draw?
for that. It's gonna be a draw.
Repeat.
Maybe he puts his queen now back there.
Because if you cover with the bishop, it's just the lost, right? You're losing a
No,
piece.
but you can
You can block. You can go queen
necessarily.
e2 there.
Takes,
Okay.
check, and then
Queen
you block
e2,
with the
yeah.
queen.
Okay.
And this
Oh,
should
he
be
goes
a
for it.
winning
He goes
endgame.
for it.
He plays it.
Yeah.
I don't think that Prague is going to take this because that would lead to a lost endgame for him.
It does work. Bishop f1. Interesting. Yeah. And it works. When the play goes on, 20 seconds.
Maybe king has to step aside from this open diagonal and
King
prefer
h7.
on push. 17 seconds to go.
Oh, we have a result on board number 2 that has just come. It's a draw? Or
The board 2 has been also done. I'm gonna get the updates. Soon.
let's quickly go to board number 2 to check what has happened.
The
It
heck is
seems
going on
like
in
What's
that
going
game?
on?
Bro, what is that?
What?
This is a rook on ace-2, king takes g1.
Who
Man, what
won?
happened there?
Who
King,
won?
white's king in the center. Where's the black's
Where's the
king?
black king? Yeah, okay, they did not put it up yet. Yeah, guys. It
Show us, guys. Where are the kings?
I think from body language here, it looks like Gukesh lost, to be
Yeah,
honest.
he's
No,
not
but
happy.
the last position looks equal.
It definitely looks equal. Maybe it was a draw. King takes, because you have 97 coming. But no, he could just go rook e2. Oh, but 96.
Put the
Wait,
kings
did he
in the
win?
center, guys.
No, they're not putting the king. Oh, don't do
We
this
have no
to us.
idea what happened there, guys.
So we need to get the result, everyone.
Oh,
when
God.
they put the kings in the center, that's how we know who wins.
No
in the
idea
chess
what
game.
happened here. No idea.
Oh, there's a king in the center, king on e4.
By himself.
White
Okay,
one.
cool,
White
cool.
one.
White, yeah, white
White one, maybe we cannot be sure, but we right now take it as a win for Mamediaro.
It does seem like maybe Gukesh lost on time. I think I see 0-0-0 on his side of the clock. It's not
Wow.
confirmed. I'm not going to.
Wow, Peter
go
has
into
really
this
good
result,
eyes. You can say that.
Yeah. In the meantime, the game between Nihal and Prague has just heated up again because Nihal played the move. If we get to the current position, because we can't really analyze properly. Yeah, let's just keep this view. But Nihal's last move just now was probably a mistake, and it's
he can sack the
Prague is
queen.
much better, maybe even
Oh, he
winning.
can. Oh, my
because we
goodness.
can take
That's
the
a
rook now with
devastating-
check and then go rook b2 or the immediate. Even
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, yeah, he missed
Goes
it. Yeah,
rook
and
right
takes
away.
six.
Is there a big change here?
Yeah, rook b2, I think
It's a
so.
big change here. It's not a good move. Is there a bishop sacrifice, bishop g8 check? Some nasty things?
Ooh, definitely
Ooh, rook
possible. Probably perpetual.
yeah, but now he's winning
It's
again
pain.
because queen b2 check now, right? King of
Oh,
queen b2 check.
And check!
Oh my goodness! The pain!
And that probably clinches.
Prague wins.
Hang on.
My God, with the
Whoa,
black
so
pieces.
important win for black here. They get
Oh,
4
man.
points.
Wow.
And Shah gets
huge
only
win.
3 points.
Oh,
So-
that hurts.
Everything will hinge on that board, on that game between Polina Shuvalova and Elizabeth Pates on board 5,
What a
because it looks like there's one
disappointment.
victory for white on board 2, one victory for black on board 6 for the SG Alpine Warriors. Board 4 between Alexander Kostyanyuk and Irina Krush will be a draw, and board 5 will decide the entire match. If there's a decisive result there, whoever wins, wins. If that game is a draw, SG Alpine Warriors will be on top.
Let's go to
Right.
board 5, Sagar, right away, because tables
go.
turned there. Shuvalova had a better position. Now we can see Elizabeth getting into the position that she is the one who is
What
attacking
happened?
now.
Oh.
What is this?
How did this happen? Shuvalova was completely in charge of that game.
Sorcery, some type of trickery. What happened here? That was crazy.
It seems to me that only black played here all the moves. Like, everything is solved here. Even the pawns are pushed on the queen's side.
Yeah, we're thinking black all day here. I even have an extra pawn here, which I had earlier, but now it's definitely evident who is in the driver's seat. Yikes, this is a disaster now for
Check.
Shuvalova.
Rook is coming in. It's all over here. Elizabeth Pates scoring a very important. That means that
Yeah.
SG Alpine Warriors will
Can win after this. If Elizabeth scores here, that's it.
That's over.
Chingarigov Titans cannot really afford to lose this game.
Right.
They need at least, very least, they need a draw, and then it will go down to the other game, which also looks like a draw.
But
Okay.
this you can't draw, right? Because you're losing your pawn, and then there are 2 passers here. So it seems like Elizabeth Pates is going to bring this home for the SG Alpine Warriors.
Wow,
What a miracle.
that was crazy. Crazy turnaround there. Lots of emotion in that Nihal game. That game was crazy. Looked like it was Nihal all the way.
Yeah.
And then at the last second there, of course,
just
seconds.
blundered.
It was a blunder. Time trouble blunder gets us all usual thing that happens in time trouble. And Prague was able to grab it for the Alpine Warriors.
Absolutely. And so with this, I think, and this win, Alpine would get 8 points on each board. And for that, you need 2 wins at least, which are impossible because
There are not enough games in
Yeah,
progress.
games,
3 wins,
yeah.
sorry.
That's
Yeah,
only one-
exactly.
one
2
game
of
left.
them ended in draws, yeah. So that's done.
Wow, what a turn of a situation here for this team. They started
Yeah.
so well. It was
Yikes.
actually so balanced match, we should say.
I think SG Alpine Warriors are showing why their team is so powerful, you know. Magnus, of course, at the top, holding very steady, and then Prague actually doing the heavy lifting on the Prodigy board.
That's
And
true.
the women players are just performing brilliantly. I don't seem to recollect if Irina Crush or Elizabeth Pates have lost a single game.
Actually, we were at lunch earlier today. Me, Caddy, Crush, and some other people were there too as well. And Crush, I just mentioned, I was like, "Did you lose a game?" She's like, "No." And I was like, "Don't jinx it." So right, so she's been playing great here, and Pates actually showed up a little bit later as well. So I mean, just the team camaraderie there is very strong, and they're playing great chess right now, especially not losing a game yet.
This is truly
Right.
great performance. Just need to be in a good shape. Let's say all these players are so strong, so successful, and just great, but you need to be in shape. In chess, you need to have a proper mood, you need the spirit to win,
That's right.
and somehow should go to your way. And you also need to have a bit of luck.
Right. Right. And good luck. Actually, you get more lucky the more that you're working in the better form that you are in. So great form comes with more great luck. In fact, you get a little bit more lucky. In fact, looks like it's working out for Elizabeth Pates here and the Alpine Warriors. They are warriors today.
They surely are. I'm just checking right now, guys, and I can say that Irina has a very good tournament, has not lost any game. Elizabeth has lost a second match, but still she has picked up the 1 point besides this game, and I think she's gonna go another point here, so gonna have 2 points.
She's just given up her knight here and is banking on her pawns to get her the full point. I think the pawns are just coming down the board.
Yeah, that hurts.
Totally winning.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that one. That's going to be a resign in a few moves here. Nothing you can do about it. Even if you take the knight, you have two good checks. The king's going to run away to e7 at some point, and we're just going to queen one of the pawns. Not sure which one, but it's going to happen. Alpine Warriors for the win in this match.
That's right. We can see Shuvalova a bit disappointed. She should be feeling in that way.
True. She was completely dominating in this game. And I think Chingari Gulf Titans are just struggling in this tournament. They are unable to find their rhythm. They haven't won a single match, only one draw until now. Yeah, something's not going their way. Even when you have guys like Duda, Mamediaro, Dubov, Koschenyuk, Nihal, why are they not able to score?
Maybe it's just not the right camaraderie, not the right energy.
Four has been ended as well, but I was actually remembering, is this a team all of us were choosing as the ones at the beginning?
Yeah, one of the favorites.
One of the favorites, correct.
Before the start of the game, there were such big names there.
It was the resignation.
There you have Elizabeth Pates beating Polina Shuvalova, and on board number 4 we had a result. It was a draw. And are we sure that Mamediaro actually won his game? I think yes, Mamediaro won, which means that was the only victory for the Chingari Gulf Titans. The match ends with a score of 6-11 in the favor of SG Alpine Warriors. There you see both the girls of
fired up. Fired up.
So
Look
happy.
at the teammate.
Spending a lot of time together too as well.
Yeah, they're spending a lot of time together.
It's
so important to build up this, team spirit, friendship, support each other. It's so important. Even I don't know, just one smile is so important when you're playing this kind of competition from your team members.
By the way, Ketty, James, do you know that the winning team here gets $500,000?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Out of which they go to the owner of the team, but $200,000 have been pledged to the team of SG Alpine Warriors.
Whoa!
So that's a big motivation for them.
Wow.
Let's go!
So that's a lot of money. And while we count that and convert it into our respective currencies, let's have a short break and meet Tanya Sachdev on the other side.
The SG Alpine Warriors continue to win their battles as they take down the Chingari Gulf Titans. And joining me in the studio is a key player from the SG Alpine Warriors who won his game on the 6th board. Prague, congratulations. That was a terrific game.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a crazy game, and I'm not sure what happened in the middle game. I must be slightly worse. And then when we both got into seconds, I think we were just playing some random moves. I think there were many tactics in the game, but I don't think we saw anything there. And then I had a extra piece, but then I also blended that one. Yeah, somehow I tricked him, and then we both were just down to 10 seconds, so that played a big role.
It was an absolutely wild end to that game, and there was this moment where Nihal, in fact, declined a repetition. Did you think that you were worse? How did you evaluate that?
No, there I think I'm much worse. I'm just a pawn down. Still I have some tricks there, but I thought he should play on, and I was expecting him to play on, and but yeah, at the end I found this nice trick of getting the rook to the second rank, and then somehow managed to. It's usually other way around. Whenever I play him in blitz or anything, he tricks me always, but it's good to trick him finally.
A lot of tricking back and forth, and that's what happens in these time scrambles. Let's take a look at the score lines of the two teams as they fought against each other. And there we see with two big wins, Pragnananda on the Prodigy board and Elizabeth Pyatt taking down Polina Shivalova. It is the SG Alpine Warriors who take the big wins. And Prague, in these time scrambles where really you're missing a lot, both players are making mistakes. Are you relying a lot on intuition? How do you keep control of the nerves?
Yeah, I think you just have to be sharp and, as you said, rely more on intuition, yeah, because you don't have time to calculate at all. I mean, if you see a variation, that's already a big thing. And, yeah, that's what I try to do. Okay, I mean, somehow just try not to flag, yeah. I mean, try not to get flagged, yeah. That's the main thing, I think.
You're quite an expert at that, Prague. We've seen you play these fast and furious formats. How's it to play as teammates with Magnus as the icon of the team?
Yeah, it's very inspiring to play not only with Magnus, but also Gukesh, Arjun, also the women players, Erina and Elizabeth. And yeah, we have like team dinner every day. And so it's, yeah, so we have a lot of fun, and also some good chess are being there.
Absolutely, and you're showing that on the board. Speaking of good chess, let's take a look at the leaderboard as the SG Alpine Warriors are eyeing that grand final. They are currently on second position behind the Ganges Grandmasters and the Chingari Gulf Titans. With that loss, remain at the bottom of the board. Prague, you've got one more match coming up today. It's going to be against the Upgrad Mumba Masters. They've also been a very informed team, and you'll be taking on Sindarov. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think here all the matches are very close. I think it's coming down to the wire, and somehow, yeah, one of the teams is managing to win. So yeah, I think it's going to be a close match again. And Sindarov is a strong player, and he's also quite good at rapid and blitz. So yeah, it's going to be a tough match, but yeah, hope we'll win it.
We wish you all the best, and before we let you go, what happens between these matches? How do you get ready for the next one?
Yeah, just try to relax, and we'll also know the toss just before, like half an hour before the game, so not much to prepare. So just relax and try to focus on the next game.
Awesome. Great game today, Prague. Continue your form, and we hope to have you back in the studio.
Yeah,
thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you.
Pragnananda, the Prodigy board for the SG Alpine Warriors. The action does continue. More chess coming up after this break. The Tech Mahindra Global Chess League heats up as we've got another big matchup coming up. It is the Jan Nepomniachtchi-led Balan Alaskan Knights taking on the Chingari Gulf Titans. And we will be discussing this matchup. Alongside me in the studio is my good friend, International Master Sagar Shah. Sagar, first question to you. The Gulf Titans, they are coming out of a big loss. What are you expecting? What do they need to do to strike?
I think this is high time for them to strike back because already 4 rounds have been completed and they really need to strike now. If they don't, I guess their chances to qualify are almost as close to nil.
They probably need to start winning game match after match now.
Absolutely. And the tough part is that they just finished a match.
Yeah.
And a few of the games were going in their favor, especially the Nihal Prague game. And Nihal was better. He was almost going to win it. And then he blundered and lost. And now within like 10 minutes, he has to be ready for the next match.
And that was a crazy game, a nail-biting game. The Chingari Gulf Titans need to start winning, get those points in, but it's not going to be easy. Because take a look at the squad that they are facing. The Jan Nepomniachtchi-led Balan Alaskan Knights. Let's bring up our players who will be fighting it out in this extremely critical match at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And there we see, top to bottom, a stacked field. Nihal Sareen, you mentioned, he'll be playing a good friend of his, Ronak Sadhwani.
Absolutely. I think Balan Alaskan Knights are really doing well. Abdu Satarov is in tremendous form. He's been winning many of his games, beaten Grishchuk here. He's beaten Yu Yangi. He's doing really well. Tan Zhongyi beat Ho Yifan. And so I think Balan Alaskan Knights are in tremendous form. So for the Chingari Gulf Titans, it's another tough opponent there.
Absolutely. This is going to be a difficult, fun fight for us to watch, but for the players, it's probably not going to be as much fun, Sagar. But what a fun day of chess we've had today. For the SG Alpine Warriors, we had Yuzi come in. That was really nice to watch.
I think SG Alpine Warriors are just adding so much to this league. They brought in Yuzi Chahal, one of the finest cricketers in the world. And he is a former national champion. Tanya, I heard your interview of him. So passionate about chess.
He loves it, right?
He says before going to every cricket match, he plays 5 minutes on chess.com. Wow. That's
no wonder
amazing.
That crazy bowling comes on where you have no idea where the ball is going to arrive from and he's able to get the wickets. So chess is the secret to become a good cricketer.
Absolutely. And today, I think, Tanya, apart from Yuzi coming in here, we also had the first time that the Ganges Grandmasters lost their match. I mean, that was unexpected, and that in spite of Vishy Anand scoring a win on the top board.
Yeah. Vishy Anand does keep his form, but the one team that needs to find form is the Chingari Gulf Titans, currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. They are very close to being eliminated. Let's take a look at the players. The pressure is on for the Jan Shristov Duda-led Chingari Gulf Titans on their prodigy board. Nihal Sareen will be taking on. It has been a tough start in the day for them, and Sagar, once again, a big matchup coming up against the Balan Alaskan Knights. What's your prediction?
Tanya, when I saw the team at the start of this tournament, I thought it was a winning team. It had Duda, Mahindra, Dubo. I mean, all of these 3 could have been on the icon boards, right? They are so strong. Like Mahindra has been top 10 in the world. Dubo, when he plays well, even Magnus finds him difficult to stop. And then you have Koschenyuk, who is a brilliant team player.
He's a world champion.
Yeah, and Shuvalova is like this rising talent.
World junior champion.
And Nihal is like one of the best in the world.
Especially in speed chess.
Exactly. And what's happening to them? That just goes to show that in a team tournament, there's a lot of camaraderie that's needed, and perhaps that's what's missing.
Well, they've got to get whatever is missing back on the board, because it is time to take a look at the toss. The colors have to be decided.
Oh,
and there we see
there.
the one and only Yuzvinder Chahal. He's the one who's going to toss. Are we expecting another spin of the coin?
Yeah, well, he does it, and it's heads there. It's won by Balan Alaskan Knights.
He's having fun. He's having so much fun. The Balan Alaskan Knights did win the toss and have chosen to start with the white pieces.
It's again a bit of a surprise that they chose white, especially because almost all of the wins have come for black. But it's good news for the Chingari Gulf Titans because now they have the black pieces and this time they can strike.
Well, let's take a look at the board order. This is going to be the fighting matchup from top to bottom. And as always, the icons will face each other. Sagar, give me one match that stands out to you.
Well, for me, it's going to be... firstly, the icon board is going to be very interesting, especially because Nepo has the white pieces. He might be in a fighting mood, but Nodirbek versus Mamidiaro, what a matchup that is. Two fiery players, and Rajabo versus Dubo, also a great encounter. So Tanya, very interesting matchups.
Truly, it is a make or break moment for the Chingari Gulf Titans, and we will be back with all the games on the other side of the break in just a few moments.
Welcome everyone to the third match of today. We have the Chingari Gulf Titans back on the board, this time facing the Balan Alaskan Knights. It's going to be a make or break matchup for the Chingari Gulf Titans, and joining me for this extremely important matchup is Jesse February and Ketty Satsalashvili. Guys, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah.
Our pleasure.
Thank
so
you.
nice to be here and watch these games and commentate these games.
Yeah.
Jesse, this is so exciting.
I love the pronunciation of your last name, actually. It's brilliant.
Is Satsalashvili tougher or Nepomniachtchi tougher? You know, here we have Nepo.
It's Jesse to answer this question, right? Because I can pronounce my last name perfectly well.
Yeah, I pride myself in being able to pronounce Nepo's last name, Nepomniachtchi. Well, is it Nepomniachtchi? Yeah, anyway.
We had a good training for that,
So
Jesse.
it's true. World Championship match. A lot of writing it, a lot of pronouncing it. Yeah, but I'm ready. I mean, I think this is also the first time that we have a team playing back-to-back, and especially with one of the games lasting really long. I think it was Nihal Sarun's game, that he didn't really get a lot of time to rest, I think.
That's right. Sagar, what do you think, how fast he can recover from that loss?
I think the best way for anyone to recover after a loss is to just play another game and win it, right? So for Nihal, I think this is a great opportunity because, you know, just 2 moves before he made a blunder, he was winning.
Yeah.
So he would love to get back on track. And there you have Nepo. Opens with 1 E4. And we have no Petrov.
No Petrov.
But we have the Berlin, as they say. This very solid opening where you get your knights out. But it's going to be very interesting because Duda is a fighter. And Nepo is very well prepared with white because he has all this World Championship prep with him. And both of you were there at the World Championship.
In the middle.
Of the
he just
has to dig into his memory palace and try to find all the preparation, because I find that a lot of the time when I'm watching interviews, maybe someone's talking about a game and how they didn't really get their prep. And maybe in the following game, they're like, yeah, no, this is something I prepped like 3 months ago. It's a novelty and so and so. So like to have that sort of memory of your theory is just insane.
Right, and Nepo took his time there before making his move, and he goes for the little pawn push in the center and then brings his knight out. So this is going to be a long strategic battle because generally that's what happens in the anti-Berlin openings. Maybe we can quickly shift to the second board while the battle heats up here.
Agree. Let's do that.
Okay, let's go to the battle between Nodirbek Abdusataro and Shakhriyar Mamediyarov on board number 2.
Ooh, is that Grunfeld that we saw? And I see Peter is just nodding his head over there.
So happy.
In approval.
My territory, guys. Give me a world. Give me a mic.
Let's just make a couple of moves of the Grunfeld. Like, this is the starting position. And let's ask Master Peter Swidler as to why does he love this opening so much? What's so special about it from the black side? Master Swidler.
Well, for me, it was a very easy choice when I was a kid because I grew up admiring Garry Kasparov and trying, in as much as it was possible, to model my chess on the way he approached chess. And so I started playing this opening because he was playing that opening. It was a very clear case of me just trying to emulate my idol. And it also, over the years, I think it does allow Black a very good chance of getting a kind of a free-roaming position with freedom to express yourself. It's not as safe as some other openings, but it definitely does offer you chances for counterplay. I'm not sure I'm in love with what Shakhriyar is doing in this particular game. His very, very last move that he just made is not something I've played in that position ever, I think, and like to play in Grunfelds in general. You normally want to push that pawn 2 squares forward, and his choice of doing this is a little bit passive, I would say, but he clearly knows something about, like, you don't do this without preparation, I wouldn't think. So it will be actually an educational moment for me as much as anybody else. Maybe I will learn something new about my beloved opening today.
Wow. Say something like that.
Yeah. Someone who's played.
I think he's smiling though while he's saying that.
You can hear us.
That doesn't necessarily mean I'm lying.
but
Joking.
I think this approach of the best players in the world is always that they want to keep learning. And I think that's what makes them what they are.
I don't know that. I want to learn. I need to improve. But they know so much. It's so hard to
It's
trust
that
them.
pride aside. I mean, to keep telling yourself, listen, as much as I do know, like you said, there's always more to learn.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, absolutely. And if you guys watching this can have that attitude in yourself, then sky is the limit. Well, so the opening seems to be slightly better for Nordirbek here, but we are just quite early in this game. Let's go to the... Oh, by the way, before we go, he's attacked the bishop here. That was exactly the question. What is he going to do with this bishop? He cannot just give it up.
Yeah.
I believe he's going to move it away.
Gonna move it away and then also ask the question to the knight on G5.
later
What
on.
are you really doing here? I might kick you and then kick your friend there next to
Kick
you,
your
the
friend.
bishop. So this might, and also, Sagar, I would repeat once again here, it is so important to make sure your king is safe. For now, white has king in the center. It takes at least 2 more moves to castle. And when you make these moves with a knight, usually we like to make 1 move per piece.
Right.
The knight has already developed. Now it's time for bishop to shine. However, here upsetter of not agreeing. Probably he has something in his mind. So, what do you guys think? Where the bishop gonna go? Maybe on g4 to attack the queen.
Maybe he can come here, he can come to f5, but look at Nordirbek's, there was a very nice angle that they showed, right?
It was a close-up. It almost looked like he was looking at his opponent. And maybe, you know, Shaq was smiling, remembering just the last game he played, he won, right?
Yes.
So maybe he went into this game like super confident and sort of happy, in a good mood to play some more good chess.
Absolutely. Let's see if Shaq manages to beat 2 super talents in 2 back-to-back rounds, because he beat Gukesh and now it's time for Nordirbek. Ooh, he brings his queen out. He doesn't even block. He says, I'm attacking your pawn here. And now Shaq has to be careful what to do about this pawn. Maybe just bring his queen out.
Yeah, copycat. Let's go.
No.
Guys, we cannot guess any move here in this game.
Wow.
We cannot read the mind.
Sounds like a Amy Winehouse song. No.
Well, I can't believe, you know, like, I was thinking he would push the pawn or bring the queen out or save it this way, but he just goes on a counter attack. That's what Shaq is all about.
Attacking and giving up the pawn on b7. Earlier we said those pawns on b2, b7 are the poison pawns. Sagar, is this the bread, extra bread that we usually eat with the butter, Jassy?
Let's not talk about that. We try to hide them.
I don't think you should go and take that, because once you chop this, oh, what did he take?
No, knight. He took the knight.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He took what?
Bishop takes the knight all the way on the back
Oh,
rank.
he took this.
Interesting.
But then that just rook will take back and save the pawn, right?
And Chagar, how about e5 here to just push the pawn in the center, attack the...
What? Did he take this?
Yeah,
Did this happen?
and it's a bad move.
Wow.
Why is that?
What?
Can we
I
see
don't
this
understand.
e5 move?
Can we have Peter?
Peter?
persuade him?
I think I might have an idea. I'm not entirely sure yet, because this just I was just thinking about this.
Oh, he
yeah,
finds
I think he plays exactly the reason why this was at the very least risky for white, and this probably was missed. It's actually quite a thematic thing that happens in the Grunfeld positions like this, where black breaks in the center using the fact that the queen is now open. And it also is attacking that knight on g5, the stray knight on the side of the board. And Nordirbek is suddenly in tremendous amounts of trouble, potentially, because if you have to move back with that knight somewhere, your center will just disintegrate. And black's king is completely safe, already castled, and white king is still stuck in the center. You're 2 moves away from being even able to castle, because your bishop is still undeveloped. So... he will now have to go into a very deep thing, because on autopilot, I think you just lose this position very, very quickly with white.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Master Swidler, for those insights here. E5 came like a bolt from the blue here. The knight is hanging, and if you try to save the knight, then your center is disintegrating and your king is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
yeah.
I don't know why he's not listening to us.
He's supposed to be able to hear us, of course. No, actually, I'm seeing some similarity. I think there was a game that we were watching with Anand. He was playing, and I mean, he won his game. But
Yeah.
after he got into a winning position, I felt like he knew that he was winning. He just took a sip of water, just, you know. And now Shaq did the same thing. He sits back, he takes a sip of water, and he's like, you know what? I think I'm in a better position. Yeah.
Right.
He
I
knows
think
for sure that he's in a better position, and this is actually perfect position you can ask for here. Look at the time situation. You have not even spent any time here. A better position. All you have to do is to finalize the game. Sagar, may I just suggest another game or just bring up the bird's eye view and you would know why I am
Okay, let's do
suggesting that.
Let's have the 6 board view. And which one should we go to?
What will be your pick?
Maybe board number 4, you would say?
Jesse, would you
I
agree?
see the queen.
And then there's like so complicated. Where are the pieces all over the board?
Is that a rook in black's territory as
Yes.
well?
Let's go to
Yes.
board number 4, Tanjongi versus Koschenyuk. But truly, with Mamedyarov getting close to a winning position here, that's great news for the Chingari Gulf Titans. But what's happening with Alexandra Koschenyuk and Tanjongi? Because Tanjongi has been playing beautifully in this tournament, right? She's beaten Ho Yifan. Will she beat another world champion here?
Yeah,
That's the question we need to answer right now. How the rook got on the 7th rank and none of the kings are castled.
Yeah, can we go back a little bit? Let's see how it started. Alrighty.
Ooh, it's the Nimzo Indian.
Queen c2.
Aha!
Is this pawn move on the king side all that common?
Yeah, just kind of solidifying the knight in the
Yes,
center.
you need to block the knight in the
I
center.
see.
And then when you move here, I mean, generally, black isn't greedy to take this pawn because the moment you take it, you're also going to lose your pawn there and the rook enters. But Alexandra was like, I don't mind it because my queen comes in. I'm attacking your pawn. Your king can't move because the bishop is stopping it. Is this trouble?
It looks like it. I mean, if I'm not
Trouble.
looking at the evaluation bar, you know, I'm trying to ignore that. Then probably, I'm not sure which position I would prefer. What do you think, Casey?
Actually, it's white's move, right? So the one who attacks the first when there's 2 exposed king usually gets the advantage, but you need the precise moves here. Maybe it's time to once again ask Master Peter Strittler, what's going on here? Help us out.
Yeah, this is a very complicated position that I've been thinking about quite a bit for the past few moments. White needs to do something about the king stuck in the center, because I think for black it's much easier to imagine how we get out of the center. We develop our knight to a very natural square on c6, and then we can just castle long. Nothing is preventing us from castling queenside, connecting our rooks, and if that happens, black will be very, very happy. And as Sagar correctly pointed out, castling queenside for white currently is impossible. You probably need to start creating threats of your own, and one such move here would be to move the knight to b5, attacking the pawn on c7, and also starting some trading, trying to perhaps clear the way for our king to get out of the center somehow. The position remains very complicated, but it seems like as long as we are preventing black from finishing development naturally, we should be doing quite well still for white.
Wow, that's amazing. Great insights there, and clearly, even though this position is very complex, it feels like white could be slightly better, and Tanjongi plays exactly the move that Master Swidler said.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he's just switched on there, giving us the best ideas.
I wonder, is queen takes pawn on the side there, on h2 on that square, is that possible? Because for one, you are protecting the pawn that white is attacking, and on the other, you might be losing the bishop.
Yes, you might lose the bishop, and then when you give a check, the bishop will just drop back, and I think that's
I see.
winning for...
You don't have enough forces for black to get more checks and
Not
attack.
enough horsepower there.
Great question there, Jesse. So, knight b5 played, and it seems like Tan is doing well. Before we go to the next position, we have a small trivia for our viewers. Can we bring that up on screen? The trivia is the period of time from 18th century until the 1880s was known as the Romantic era of chess and included the discovery of pawns as strategic pieces, stalemate rules, and the convention that white pieces moved first. Wow, did you know that?
I didn't know this part of the trivia.
Yeah, I'm very old, guys.
1880s. Is that what you were?
I'm not that old, but
a whole vampire. That's amazing. Do you remember what chess was called before it was moved to Europe? What I believe when it was originated in India.
I think.
Should I say it or
Yeah,
it's
go ahead.
Please, Katie.
it was Wait. I need a bit of help.
Chaturanga and then Shatranj, yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
Master
wait.
Swindler.
Yeah, go ahead.
Master Swindler has also off-the-board answers there.
I thought I might. Sorry if it wasn't my turn yet. I kind of pressed the buzzer a little bit too quickly. But I think it began as Chaturanga in India,
yeah.
and then once it got to Persia, it became Shatranj.
Yes.
And then it continued moving and spreading everywhere and acquiring new names in the process.
Absolutely.
Got it.
Yeah.
Down to
That's
chess.
perfect.
It went all the way down to chess.
Okay, so this is done. And right now, this position on our screens is slightly better for white, for Tanzhongi. Which board should we go to next? Should we go to the Prodigy board?
For sure, Sagar. Usually all the decisive results usually happens on this board because these guys are unstoppable. They want to win as much as possible. And they're not afraid to lose the game. Just imagine their wish to win is so high that they're just not scared at all.
Absolutely. And right now we have a very equal position on the board. As you can see, the bar is right in the center, but also if you just look at the pawns, they are symmetrical. The only thing that could be in white's favor is the fact that this one is gained more space for white. So black is a little cramped there, but black has a bishop, a very nice bishop which can pop out here, and I think that should be pretty good for black.
Yeah, and I think that Ranak actually has a tattoo on his left arm that says "believe." So Sagar, do you believe in Ranak's position here?
I love his tattoo though. I mean, I don't know if his position is so great.
Believable, but that is good.
But I think I love the word believe. You know, in my home, I have a lot of little souvenirs which have this word believe. Because unless you don't believe in yourself, nothing's possible,
Who would
right?
believe in you? That's true.
And that's what Ronak keeps reminding himself. Believe in yourself. It doesn't matter if you lose a game. Just believe.
Yeah.
It's so nice, actually. He just put it down on his hand, and every time he just
My question to you guys, is that if you ever made a tattoo on your hand, what word would you put to remind yourself all the time?
Obviously, good.
Good.
Goat.
Goat. Oh, greatest of all time. Yes. Yes.
Greatest of all time, but no, I wouldn't write goat on my skin. What
I
about
would
you?
go with my last name, so everyone gets so messy with it. I can just show it, like, guys,
They'd be
here.
like, yeah, this is it.
Gonna take hold my hand, though.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Peter's idea of a tattoo would be.
Not as good as yours, obviously. I was just thinking that Ketty, you know, the technological progress is so quick that maybe in a year or two you can actually have your tattoo speak your name out when people look at it, so that it's not only spelled but also pronounced for people to stop messing about.
Button.
QR code.
Man.
Right, so rook to b1, is that the last move that was made?
Yeah, he just played his rook here. And I think that's a very quiet position, but I feel like Nihal might slowly take over in this game. And that's, again, pretty good news for Chingari, Gulf Titans there. Should we have a look at the third board between Temur Rajabov and Daniel do both.
We should, because look at this pawn. It just,
got
Daniel
taken.
just ruined
We're going to talk about
it.
how ambitious that pawn was. It was
Yeah.
one square away to becoming a queen, and we have.
It's a heartbreaking story of what could have been, but the pawn is gone now, and it seems like Daniel is quite comfortable. Shouldn't be suffering too much. He does have a somewhat weak piece, the one behind its friend on the queen side, but there's been a lot of trades. White also has an isolated pawn in the center, so generally speaking, this should be pretty close to equality. But there have been a lot of developments on both of the top two boards, so perhaps we could talk about both of them for a second. This is very interesting, and I haven't really made up my mind if I like or dislike that final move that Jan made. It's quite a striking move there, but there was a very beautiful combination I thought we could maybe try to show our viewers a moment ago, which Jan Krzysztof Duda didn't go for.
Okay, if we can have the analysis board on board number 1 and have a look at what Master Swidler just wants to show us.
Yeah, this is the game, and it's actually very, very sharp and very exciting. And as you see, exactly this position, this is the position I wanted. Jan made a very natural move because you do have some back rank issues until you've made what is called a luft for your king, a square for your king to escape a check on the back rank if that check materializes. And this is actually what I wanted to talk about here, because in this position, Black could have attacked the forward rook with the knight by playing knight d5. And if the rook goes back, I think the problem is Black can play f7, f6, attacking the knight. The knight has to drop back because you have to control the rook. And then I think the queen sacrifice works. You can take on e1, and then you sacrifice your queen for the rook and knight. White has to take. Then that move that we just discussed comes very handy for White, because this would have been made if White didn't have that square. But now we give a check.
Right.
We have those bishops which are in the opposite corner of the board, but bishops are very long-range pieces. And if you play the move g3 here, the knight from d5 can jump to e3. I think is the most aesthetic one.
That is crazy vision right there.
And suddenly, those bishops which are so far away, they support the rook, and they give Black this very, very beautiful mating attack.
What a mate!
Yeah.
Wow.
And
by the way, Peter, he saw some 7-8 moves ahead there. Yes. Go on, Peter.
But this wasn't played, and instead, Jan Krzysztof Duda played the bishop to that very good square immediately without starting with a knight attack. And Jan did something very interesting as well, because he played the queen one square forward, seemingly inviting the fork on the d5 square. But I guess there is some tactical problem with it. I'm not entirely sure of what it is. I still didn't finish analyzing exactly why that wasn't possible. But they obviously both agreed that this wasn't good, because Jan Krzysztof played something else, and the game is now moving in a very different direction.
I was wondering if there's like some sacrifice or something.
Yeah, you clearly need to sacrifice something. I just couldn't figure out exactly what. Yeah, perhaps
They are cooking up something in the board.
Yeah, and another development, we probably don't need to show the position, but we were saying that Nodibek Abdusatorov is in a lot of trouble on board too. Yeah. That has solidified into basically a lost position for him. He is, you can no longer describe it as trouble. It's just very, very bad. So Chingari Gulf Titans are finally, there's some bits of good news developing for them, because Nodibek had to sacrifice this piece. He felt that that was the best choice available to him, but now, that was a very precise move, not allowing the rook to be pinned with the bishop, and this is the current position. The pawn that is in front of the entirety of the white pieces will eventually get picked up, and Black does have a full extra piece. This looks, frankly, lost. I don't want to describe it as wars. It looks lost.
And this is top 2 boards, guys. This is not the final boards. Top 2 boards might be decisive in this round, in this match. Wow.
Wow. I mean, if we just count the number of pieces here, Black has an extra piece, and Nodirbek, who has been in tremendous form here, has just been completely overrun by Shak.
Yeah, he was too too positive with his moves, this
Yeah.
knight moves and everything. I think he did not. He forgot that it was Shaq in front of him. He just did not look at the side of the board. And now, starting from very beginning, he's struggling in this game. And do you guys believe that is it just a matter of time here for Shaq?
Yeah, I think so. That's clearly the case here. This is going to go Shaq's way. But do you guys think that Chingari Gulf Titans will get their first victory of the tournament? That will be huge.
That is a big question as well.
That can be something.
Yeah.
And today we have a lot of somethings, you know,
A lot
for the
of
first
somethings.
time.
Yeah.
We saw Genghis Grandmasters lost for the first round. First time here in
Absolutely.
the tournament. There was also something that no one could expect it. And bring it, guys. Bring it.
Yeah, and
Second one.
earlier we saw that Temur Rajabov briefly had the 2 pawns on the D file, just like we see here. I don't know if you remember that he was playing against Daniel Dubov, and Daniel just like, he took the pawn and that's it. So if they were playing Bug House, he probably took the pawn off the board, put it on Abdusatorov's board, and then we have
That is
the
a very
Dubov.
good suggestion.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe we have Master Swidler who would like to add something here. Over to you, Master
Yeah, I
Swidler.
just wanted to say that I've been looking at the bird's eye view of the entire match, and I'm looking for places where I could, suggest there is hope for Balan Alaskan Knights. And Temur Rajabov is a little bit better on board 3, and Young Krzysztof Duda, perhaps seeing that his teammates are doing really well, has gone for a very restrained approach in his game. Like, he's no longer playing for a win at all, and in fact, he might have to struggle a little bit to even fully equalize, which is great news for the Balan Alaskan Knights, because they need every good position they can get. They are in desperate straits on board 2. They were, a few moments ago, completely lost on board 4. Perhaps they still are, even though that looks slightly less clear than it did a moment ago, but still seems very, very good for Alexander Kostyanyuk, which would be great news for Chingari Gulf Titans. And also, Polina Shuvalova has a very comfortable endgame with the black pieces against Nino Batsashvili. So, seems like much will depend on boards 1 and 3, where Jan and Temur both might have to win in order for the Balan Alaskan Knights to have a shot in this match.
Well, thank you, Master Swidler, there for your inputs. I think very surprising is how Tan Zhongyi on board number 4 has come to a completely lost position against Kostyanyuk. This pawn, if you look on the queen's king side, there has reached all the way to the 3rd rank, and it's just 2 squares away from queening.
Yeah, that's true.
You can
It's
see
just
that
choose-
Alexandra is not taking any prisoners today.
Yeah.
You can see
right.
that serious face right there. I do
Wow.
like. But also we have to admire the fact that White has Connect 4.
But they are not useful, yes?
They're pretty.
Yeah, they look nice.
Yeah.
They're very nice.
But this lonely guy here is going to seal the deal.
yeah,
Seems like it.
seems like it. How can you stop that?
I was going to ask what White moved or what White
Knight.
plays in this.
Oh,
position.
Knight just jumps there, and she wants to create here some kind of counterplay on the queen side, capturing the bishop. But Alexandra says like, no, thank you. But hold on, this knight on a6 in the edge of the board is simply hanging
No, but the rook is hanging.
as well, and you cannot first take the rook
You
because
take
it will
the
be a
check.
check. So it's kind
Mm.
of forced move what just Alexandra did. Black is forcing White to make decisions now, trade the rooks in her terms, or just to win a time.
Right. So this one is definitely going Chingari Gulf Titans' way, and also Shark winning is going their way. That means 2 wins, which means that the Balan Alaskan Knights need to win 3 games. Where are these 3 wins coming from? Guys, I think it's not even a question of 2 victories.
Oh, to come back?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It might be impossible for them to score 3 wins, right? Because Nepo has to win, and Rajabov has to win, and Nino has to win, and Nino's position is not so great. Maybe
Talking
Raunak has
about
to win.
Rajabov, I think he might have some chances there if we take the glance at that position.
Okay, let's go to board number 3. Rajabov versus Dubov.
Right, look at this situation. And Rajabov is just looking at the big board.
He's probably
Screen
checking
out.
on what his teammates are doing.
For
And I mean,
sure.
this is a normal strategy. I mean, in order to know whether it's okay to draw, will my team manage, you know, without a win?
He
Should I
knows he
push?
needs to win now
Yeah.
because the others might not be in a good situation. He has very good position. Look at this bishop versus knight.
Yeah.
There's always a question of which one is better here. I believe that the bishop is way stronger here, can just
Right.
pin this knight, and not only the knight, queen and the rook on this diagonal. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the power of the bishop here may be, you know, leaning towards an endgame. Probably the bishop would be better. But Rajabov seems more interested in the other games
Yes.
than his own right now.
Rajabov is looking at the screen and he's like, oh my god, what have we just gotten ourselves into?
He's
Yeah,
down to 2
Peter?
minutes as well. He's down to 2 minutes against 6, and he's just not looking at the board at all. I guess he feels in complete control there, and he's not far off because the pieces remaining are not many, but White has much the better of them. White has the better coordination. There is currently a very unpleasant threat of just taking that pawn with the bishop, using the pin along the c-file.
Forgot about
so
that.
Daniel Dubov has to solve some very annoying problems. His knight is also really not where you would want it to be. It might get kicked away to some really poor squares if he doesn't find good things to do right this moment. So it's a difficult position for Daniel, and I can sort of understand why Timur is spending time just trying to figure out just how much trouble they're in the match, more than
Absolutely.
calculating his own board. And they are in a lot of trouble. They will need. It does look like they might need Raunak to win.
And that, let's go to Raunak's board on board number 6 to see what is happening over there. Is Raunak Sadhwani in a good position? Can he actually fight for the full point against Nihal Sarin? As per our engine evaluation, it feels like it's Nihal who has the slightly better position. So I guess that's not very likely that Raunak might be able to get the full point here.
There's still
Yeah.
plenty of play left, but yeah, Nihal currently has a very comfortable position. There's structurally nothing wrong at all, and in fact, I think it's easier to imagine how white pawns on the queen side become weak rather than the other way around. But eventually there will be a very serious time trouble for both of them, as is the case pretty much in every single game in this tournament. And whoever keeps their nerve better, I think will decide what happens here.
Right, and thank you, Master Swidler. There we have a result that has come with 2 queens on the board. Alexandra Koshchenyuk
Chess
has
queen
won
herself.
Her game.
Yeah, chess
That's
queen.
her name, actually.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That would have been a nice trivia. How many queens are there on the board
Board.
there? Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
mean, near the
true.
board.
If there's more
So,
space for the evaluation bar, and we'll just keep going.
so yeah, Alexandra Kostenik, in all social media, she is chess queen. That's how we know her.
Right.
And she had 2 more queens. You guys, so is that a question mark there for the queen? Another queen? So many queens here. Rajabov, Dubov, that's the game. Right hand on the top. Last move. Queen to d2 seems to be a big blunder, Shagars. Can we take a look at
What?
that?
I wonder if it's an issue with the back rank.
Ooh, board number 3. Can we go there? Rajabov versus Dubov. Dubov seems to have made a huge mistake there. And the point is, he
Wonder what
brings
the
his
mistake
rook up.
is. Why is it a mistake?
Because the knight seems to be in trouble and you are losing your b-pawn next.
Or,
So it's a double attack.
or, when you move your knight, let's say knight in the edge of the board, you can play rook to d4. And Jesse earlier mentioned about back rank, and you
Oh
can
my
actually look for
God.
some troubles here with black.
Let's go.
Nice. So like if you take this, then maybe I can take your pawn. And if you take here, then it's a checkmate.
And
nice.
still, everything's hanging.
Very interesting.
Love that.
Very interesting. By the way, I think I'm going to call it right now. Although the match is heating up, I feel that having black pieces in this tournament is advantage. There's not even like, we're not even discussing this because every team with black pieces is just winning.
Yeah, you guys, come on. And as we have seen earlier, before we started commentary, Alaska Knights won the toss and they chose white pieces. Still mysterious for me. I'm going to ask once again players today why they're choosing white pieces. Because clearly their answer is not that we're looking for.
Or maybe they just want to win their later rounds when they'll have black. Maybe something like that.
True, actually. That's smart. To sacrifice all your whites to win for black.
Okay, now I think this evil bar is going crazy. I mean, since we're wearing white and black, maybe we should simulate the bar. Like every time it goes up, you stand up.
Okay, so if we have the 6 boards on our screen and we quickly make an overview of what's happening, can we have that? So firstly, board number 1 equal, board number 2 Chingari Gulf Titans better, board number 3 Palan Alaskan Knights better, board number 4 already a victory for Chingari Gulf Titans, board number 5 equal, board number 6 equal. So as of now, actually this match firmly in the grasp of Chingari Gulf Titans because 1 win and 1 better position.
Yeah, but I think I would just expect here some changes on the last board, juniors board, and maybe Alaska Knights can just count on that one.
Yeah, you think so?
I think so, yes.
Wow.
It's so many pieces still. The other boards, we can see this 5th board, not so many pieces. 1st board, not so many pieces. They can handle that position. 2nd board, we already know starting from the beginning that white was struggling. Yeah. And the 3rd board, okay, it's just better position for white. And the last board is just, changing up and down all the time.
Yeah, but no, if the last board already seems to be clearly better for Nihal. Let's quickly go to board number 1, our icon board, and just see there because there is a material imbalance in the position.
I was going to say the same thing, especially with the material imbalance. Even if the evaluation is equal, most often something's about to happen or something's going to happen here. And I was wondering why black couldn't attack the knight with the pawn. Because the knight is being pinned right now.
So you mean just play this?
Take like this.
Yeah. I will also do the same. Sagar. I'll just copy.
And then if he takes...
I was thinking about that,
take, and then maybe bring this up and perhaps it's slightly better endgame for white. But
yeah, islands, Sagar. We don't want to have so many islands in chess, guys.
Yeah, an island in chess. The only thing we don't want. In reality, sure, we want to spend all our time on islands.
For sure. Own the island, bring all the friends, party there. Oh, guys, what's going on in the game of Abdusattorov Mamedyarov? I think it's really beautiful. Maybe it's gonna end soon. Sagar, would you mind to go there?
Sure, let's go there. I think this game might end in a draw. So let's go to Abdusattorov versus Mamedyarov. I think it looks like Mamedyarov is going to smoothly win.
Oh, we came at the right time.
Oh my God, Kitty.
Very nice. GG. That was insane.
I'm the next producer.
So, fortune teller. We just need to give her a glass ball, circle.
Guys. Yes.
Wow. Mamedyarov scoring a very important win for Chingari Gulf Titans, and they are now leading the match 8-0.
Wow.
Wow. This is big. This is big. And actually, if they start winning their matches with such big margins, they might make a strong comeback. And they need all the game points that they can get.
That's true. They were leading from behind, right? Now they're climbing the ranks.
True. So
Shahir, look at his walk, so confident. Look at me, I'm
beaten Gukesh, beaten Nadirbek. What more can you want in a day?
Who is next? Who is next?
What are your thoughts on that, Peter?
Yeah, I wanted to say that when I was preparing some information on all the boards prior to these matches, I did notice that Shahryar has very good scores against both Gukesh and Nadirbek. Not very many games played, but still remarkably good scores considering how good these kids are. And this just kind of confirms the maxim that, if you have to play against these kids, you have to start playing against them when they're very young. When you can still sort of properly impose your will on them, because when they get a bit stronger, it gets much more difficult to win games against them. And Shah continues that very good form here. And this one is just about ready to call for Chingari Gulf Titans because, as Sagar said, they're 8-0 up. Nihal now is much better on the Prodigy board. Polina Shuvalova is perhaps not better enough to win the game, but she will definitely not lose this position. There is no way Black can ever be in any trouble with an outside passer like this. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is also not really better against Young Krzysztof Duda. So this will look like a blowout. So far, the best result we've seen in the league is 14 points, I believe, scored by Ganges Grandmasters in one of the previous rounds. This looks like it could break the record.
Yeah,
potentially.
I mean, if 4 wins by Black, then we already have 16 points there.
Yeah, Teimur Rajabov is more or less entirely winning against Daniel Dubov, so that's one bit of good news for the Balan Alaskan Knights. But yeah, it could.
Peter, it seems like Teimur is losing his edge.
Yeah.
And he has seconds on the clock, guys.
Yeah, let's quickly go to Teimur versus Dubov because there on board number 3, maybe there is where I mean Rajabov was completely better.
13 seconds? So he had 3 seconds when he pressed the clock.
I think
And
Rajabov
he's looking on the Rajabov. Come on, man.
Come on, Raja, you need to focus on your game.
He worries so much about the other games. I start to worry about his.
I think Teimur is just not finding that will to play for a win after seeing what's happening on other boards, right?
He's so angry, Sagar. Look at him.
What if I even win? What's going to change there?
He's so angry right now. We also have seconds on the project board, Nihal and Raunak.
Should we go there?
Yeah, I think
Let's
that's
go to board number 6, the Prodigy board. Oh, and it seems like Raunak has just blundered there. He's taken this pawn, and then Nihal took the knight, which was perhaps not the best move. Rook takes, queen comes in, threatening a checkmate there.
5 seconds left. Oh my goodness.
Oh, what? He took the pawn with his rook.
Oh, wow.
Check. But it's a double
Look
question
at the
mark.
bar went all the way down.
He can just take either way. Raunak just completely flipped out. He didn't have to take it. He had to give a check with his queen here. But he took this. And now Nihal simply calmly takes this. A check comes from the queen here. But I think the king can just move.
Yeah.
That's it. No more check.
I think we will need at some point Master Swidler here to explain to us what just happened, because I think Raunak is going to resign this game. He's now a piece down. Master Swidler, what happened?
I think I know what both of them missed. I think I figured it out. Instead of that panicky, I think he was also on very, very low time at the time. We need to go back a bit further. In that position, yeah, after rook takes rook and the queen move that Nihal played, you give a check. They both saw the check exists. But then the king just sidesteps very calmly to, let's say, the h7 square. And they both assumed that the rook is still hanging and the pawn next to the white king is also hanging. And if you give that up, you will get mated. But I think that the issue here is that you can play queen to the d4 square, just leaving that rook hanging. And then after black takes, you have the move rook d1, d2. Which I think is incredibly easy to miss from afar. And suddenly the black queen has no squares to support the rook, and the rook actually gets lost. But on very, very little time, I think this is a kind of a detail where you see your clock ticking down, you have 5 seconds, you can no longer continue to calculate, and he panicked and he did something else, and that should cost him the entire game, I think.
Master Swidler getting into the heads of our players here. Thank you so much for that insight. And Raunak couldn't find that with just few seconds left, and Nihal is now winning, which means the Balan Alaskan Knights still haven't got a point in this match, while the Chingari Gulf Titans are on 12 points now.
I suspect the game on board 5 ended in a draw. There haven't been any moves there for a while, so I think this may have been a draw already.
And board number 1 ended in a draw.
That's
just right now we have board number 1 ending in a draw, board number 5 ending in a draw. And what about Rajabov on board number 3? We will look at that. But for now, we have the Prodigy board completely in favor of the Chingari Gulf Titans. Nihal Sareen is a piece up. but he's still playing on. Ronak is still
Yeah.
trying.
Why not? Face
He's like,
down.
nothing left to lose.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a team competition. You have to play. You can't really resign. You have to play until the end. No other
True.
choice.
Let's look at board number 1, where our icon boards have just drawn their game. And there you have Duda finally getting up from his board after a hard-fought draw. And I'm sure he's pleased, while Nepo is quite
Nepo's
upset.
walk, look at this.
Nepo is like, okay, we are gone.
This is
here.
I
He's like,
give up
"What the
walk.
heck?"
I give up the walk. Look at his face. He's not happy at all.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
He's
and,
not.
and it does
Oh,
look, by the
no.
way, that the record will be broken because Timur Rajabov, who's been playing on bare seconds for the last, I think, 10 minutes, has given up most of his advantage, it feels like. And Daniel Dubov is
Wow.
now, I think, favored to save the game. And that will get them to 15 points, which is currently the record, I believe.
Wow, let's go to
Amazing.
the third board between Rajabov and Dubov, because earlier Rajabov was close to winning and now Dubov has fought back. Can we expect a turnaround here? There is a perpetual though.
I see.
Wait, 8 seconds.
That's why.
7, 6, 5.
But he has to be content
He
enough
has to
with the
make a
result.
move.
Go Raja! Yeah.
Show us the
Oh,
time.
2 seconds. Okay, he found the
Wow.
pipette.
But no,
Let's see.
I guess he wants to win, no?
Yeah, I was thinking you sort of have to be content with the result in order to, unless you push really hard and,
Yeah.
you know, maybe the e-pawn has some hope, but other than that, maybe
Because the
he's-
knight and queen, once they start coordinating, they would be too dangerous.
Yep.
So I don't think
True.
that Rajabov is going to risk this. But this is just what Chingari Gulf Titans needed. No loss on any board in this match, scoring 15 points. And
Look
there you
at
have
that.
it
Look
inside
at
the
the
player room.
happiness.
So proud. Look
Aha.
at the,
Very proud of what they've achieved here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna.
Draw!
Oh, there we go.
Draw on board number 3. And that leaves us with the Prodigy board. Can we quickly go to Nihal Sareen versus Ronak Sandwal? Oh, they finished.
And Nihal has won. He converted extra piece.
He won. 15-3.
That's too much
Insane.
results.
15-3.
Already.
Wow. Do we have another last game in progress?
one
Is that
more.
No, that was a
Patsashvili
draw, I think.
Shuvalova?
Oh,
Was
okay.
a draw.
So it must have ended. That was the last game.
Wow, guys.
What do you have to say? 15-3 as a scoreline.
Yeah, I saw that Rajabov didn't risk it for the biscuit there and went for the draw. But perhaps, I don't know, Katie, what are your thoughts on this match?
I'm just a little bit disappointed, to be honest. That's too much. They might lose, but that's too much, you know. But the thing is that they have played such a tough match already earlier. And both of these teams, this is the third game today, right? They
Right.
have already played, and they have another in to go. One last to go. And what is very important after talking with these players is to get over of the loss very fast, because this is the tournament when you can still come back. You can
Absolutely.
still win. You can win as much as possible and come back. And each of these players know very well about this. This is not an easy competition because the players are playing together in the same team for the first time
Oh, they're still
ever.
playing.
Oh, they are?
Oh, they're still playing.
Okay, they were just moving really slowly, I see.
So the moves got stuck on the board. So if we can zoom into this board,
Yeah.
that would be great, because we don't have the digital board working here. We thought that this was already a draw, but it feels like
They're still playing, yes? This
yeah,
end
they're
game.
still playing.
Do you know what I think? It was just unfair because
Hopefully
the
a player.
Chingari Titans, they had a match just before this, and they had the chance to warm up a little bit.
Warm
now-
up.
and then they got a chance to play again and you know, do really, really well.
Wow. You guys, it's just the thing. It's chess. Sometimes things goes on your way. Sometimes things goes just the other way, to your opponent's way. And we have Abdusattorov. I think everything started with that, you know,
Yeah.
Jesse, when Abdusattorov had such a bad position from the very beginning. We saw that icons were looking at that. Everybody glanced over the screen and they know that one board has a bad situation.
Do you
Then
think it
somehow
affects their play?
I think
Yeah?
big time. Yes,
Okay.
it can affect big
Wow.
Hmm.
Well,
Guys, this means that Polina Shuvalova might just beat Nino Batsiashvili here.
there's a pass pawn. It's going.
Yeah.
It keeps going.
Or
Pass
maybe
pawns
it's a
must be
draw.
pushed.
No,
Maybe
it's a
this is a
draw.
draw.
It's a draw because white can sacrifice the rook for
Yeah.
this pawn.
I see.
And another pawn Shuvalova has to stop as
Let's
well.
go with the king.
So if Nino now pushes the pawn forward, Paulina has to
Rook
stop
back.
that with the rook. Nino
And
takes
she-
the pawn and steps alongside with the
right.
pawn. That's a safe draw.
That's a draw. So anyway, our final score line was correct, 15-3. This
Right.
will end in a draw. But it was a, yeah, there you have it. A draw is agreed. 15-3 there. But just goes to show that this tournament is so well matched that the team which was on the last position actually beat another team with a score of 15-3.
Yep. You should never
Incredible.
become complacent with your
Incredible.
results. I mean, it was only, you know, a lot of some things happening, as you said earlier. There's a lot of some things happening, and there's always a chance for a team to come back.
Absolutely. Wow. And there you have the chief arbiter, Mehrdad, just signing the score sheets there. And clearly a beautiful day for the Chingari Gulf Titans. I think this is just what they needed. From tomorrow, we might see a completely rejuvenated side.
Yes,
They
I
will
agree
come
with
with
that.
new excitement and enthusiasm.
So they're going to spend the evening in the spa, sounds like, right?
Something like that.
I always like the idea of party, but sound also sounds good.
Right. Well, there you have it. The match is over. And see you all on the other side for the final matchup.
the Chingari Gulf Titans keep their hopes alive at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And there we see them in their dugout. They've got reasons to smile as they take a resounding win with 15 game points. And joining us in the studio is the icon from the Chingari Gulf Titans, Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda, congratulations. This was a critical win for your team.
Yeah, thank you. I'm indeed very happy that finally we have won some match, and because overall I think we didn't play that badly, but somehow something was missing, and in some cases I think we also were kind of unlucky. So it's good to win the match, and but I also wish I had won some game myself.
Well, your team had a fantastic win, and you mentioned that many times it felt as if you got unlucky. Does the scoreline with just one match win not tell the full picture for the Chingari Gulf Titans?
I mean, today's earlier match, I think we were like at some point totally winning. Like it was very unfortunate that Nihal lost, and also Polina. I think especially Polina had a very safe position, and Nihal, okay, in his game it was crazy, but still he was like pushing all the time. So yeah, in that respect it was very unlucky, and yeah, but it's still a lot of rounds to play. So yeah, I hope we will start winning.
We look forward to that, and it's good to see that after a tough start, the Chingari Gulf Titans have managed to win a big match against the Balan Alaskan Knights. Let's take a look at the scoreline as we saw some big wins coming through. And there we have it. As on the icon board, it ended in a draw, and then Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Alexandra Kostanek and Nihal Sareen winning with the black pieces. And at this stage, Duda, what are the hopes of making it to the grand final?
I'm not really sure. I think before this match we didn't have any hopes. But tomorrow we'll have a first free day, so yeah, I guess it will be very, there will be high spirit in the team, and yeah, I hope we can fight.
And how do you plan on spending the free day?
I don't have any plans yet, but yeah, but it will be very much needed free day.
A very much needed free day, as Jan Krzysztof Duda says. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We've had a lot of leapfrogging after the 3 matches that we've seen in action, and at the top of the table are the Ganges Grandmasters. And now with that win, we see at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is the Chingari Gulf Titans who've leapfrogged the Balan Alaskan Knights to take 5th position. Dude, there's still a lot of games remaining. What is the atmosphere within the team? How positive and hopeful are your teammates?
No, I think we have a very good team spirit actually, and yeah, even in the first day, it was we had a very nice photo shoot session, like a lot of funny photos being made there, and yeah, I think I think it's one of the best team spirits actually. I mean, I guess, because I have no idea, of course, but what's going on in other teams. But in general, I'm very happy with my teammates, and yeah, and especially now once we have won.
That's really nice to hear. So everyone's still feeling good, and it sounds like you guys are having a lot of fun.
Yeah, we do, Centauri.
And we've got some highlights from this big match for the Chingari Gulf Titans as they keep their hopes alive in the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And we see there the icon board starts with the King's Pawn opening. Was the opening a surprise for you in any way, or you were pretty prepared with what Jan had in mind?
Yeah, this knight b2 move was a bit of surprise. But I mean, I had checked this line before, just didn't remember much during the game, but still the position at some point got very complicated, but I was long on time, and draw kind of suited me, so yeah, I was very solid yeah, at some point.
And handshakes there, a solid, confident hold. Now, you said you've got a rest day tomorrow. So today, will you continue to watch the final match, or you'll just take a break from the chess and perhaps head to the city? What are the plans?
I really don't know. No, but I guess I will follow chess, of course. And yeah, and I mean, future will tell. I honestly have no idea what to say about it.
Are you enjoying the format here? This new Global Chess League, the first ever?
Yes, it's actually I think it's the first tournament in my life when I play only one game, rapid per day, which is kind of nice because recently I had a lot of tournaments, so you know, for me the less the better actually, which is maybe not so great, but it is fact. And we were kind of losing tosses, and whenever our captain did, we were losing matches. But now there will be no more, yeah. So tosses, so, and we have more whites than blacks, so yeah, I mean everything is possible for sure.
That's really nice to hear, and of course with that big win, a huge confidence boost. Congratulations to your team, Jan Krzysztof. Brilliant play today by all your teammates, and we hope that you're back in the studio. All the best for the remaining rounds.
I hope that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the icon for the Changari Gulf Titans, the team with a big win, keeping their hopes alive. We've got one more matchup coming up on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. It's the final battle of the day as the upgrad Mumba Masters take on the SG Alpine Warriors, two big favorites of the league, facing each other in this very critical matchup. Jessie, what are you expecting from this one?
Yeah, I mean, they're both warmed up, right? They both had a game today already. And yeah, I think it's going to be very, very exciting. We have Bashir Legraf versus Carlsen on board 1 already. We're seeing such a... I think the fans are going to go wild for this because, of course, Carlsen is the top-rated player in the world. So they'll be watching very closely. What do you think?
I am really looking forward to this because with this matchup, depending on the results, Jesse, we might have a lot of changes in our leaderboard. We've seen the SG Alpine Warriors. They've looked super strong today, but as well as the Upgrad Mumba Masters, they both have won their games, their matches so far this day, and they face each other. It means a lot of fun for us.
Exactly. Yeah, we've seen the Ganges Grandmasters. They were undefeated. And now Chingari coming from the bottom. Like I said during the commentary, they were leading from the bottom. Now they're actually gaining some points. And we're seeing a lot of like positive, really good results with black pieces. So I'm curious to see what happened with the toss.
Let's take a look at the squad before we get to the toss to see the colors the players will be playing with. And this is the roster for the Alpine Warriors. Pragnananda with a big win today. He's definitely in form, as well as Elizabeth Fights. Players to watch out for, Jesse.
Yeah, indeed. And I can't remember exactly, like you mentioned, like the matchups and the results from today, actually. So yeah, I'm speechless, literally.
Definitely a squad that's going to be tough to take on, but the one team that can do it, it is the Upgrad Mumba Masters, because they've also been on fire. And let's take a look at the players, the roster of the team that will be facing the SG Alpine Warriors. It is the Upgrad Mumba Masters, who are being led by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Jesse, you mentioned that Titan board. Magnus Carlsen versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've seen this narrative in the chess world over and over again. But today, it matters more than ever because the teams are relying on them.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at whether these teams have played already, but I realized maybe after round 15, they'll start playing the other colors. So tosses are going to be happening until the 15th round. So, yeah.
And we had Harika in the studio earlier. She's also looking confident with that big win. Definitely two teams who are looking at taking each other down. Let's take a look at the team that did decide, that won the toss and decided to pick colors. We are getting live updates, and there we have it as the toss is about to happen with Grandmaster Srinath. What do you think, Jesse? Who wins the toss?
I'm gonna go with the Upgrad.
And are they gonna pick white or black?
White.
Oof. Let's see what happens. Will the Upgrad Mumba Masters go with the white pieces?
No.
It's the other way around.
Oh, okay.
As the SG Alpine Warriors did win the toss.
I don't want to give away that I can see into the future, obviously. Yeah.
They do take the black pieces, as we can see there. The fight is on. Jesse, how important is stamina right now for these teams? They've played a match before. They've got to make that comeback. They've had this little break in the middle. What do you think? Will that count?
I definitely think so. I mean, especially with the Rapid, maybe they do have the energy. Like, that energy will never run out. I feel like when playing Classical, you happen to get tired, I mean, closer to the middle of the tournament going into the end. So, yeah, especially playing in a team tournament, if you have a good team dynamic, camaraderie, you're definitely going to be performing well. We saw in the previous match, Taimur Rajabov kept looking at the board, you know, hoping that his team members were doing well, but, you know, completely ignored his own board.
And actually, both these teams that are going to fight right now seem to have a lot of fun. They seem to be really finding that rhythm between teammates, and it's kind of going to be nice to see them fight against each other.
Yes, and that's why we have that camera in the players' lounge. We can see them shaking hands, often just like communicating amongst themselves, and I love that, yeah.
It's been a lot of fun to watch that, and a lot of fun is coming up as the matches are about to begin. Let's take a look at our board matchups. These are the pairings and the fights that will be coming up. Jesse, we see there on the icon board, Magnus taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But very often we see the icons finishing their games peacefully, and it's the lower boards where we see the decisive action take place. What do you think is the reason for that?
I just think the icon players are artists for the amount of drawing that they're doing.
Well done on that, Jesse.
Thank you very much. I pride myself in dry jokes.
The one match that does stand out to me that's going to need some artistry is the Prague versus Senderov. There's a lot of history between these two players, starting from the Olympiad as well. Not just that, Jesse. One board that you pointed out that you're really excited about, the Clash of the Indians.
Yeah, and it's actually teammates in the Olympia team, right? There's a Vidit and Arjun, and we have the players walking into the playing hall now, looking all serious. You know, I love this like poker face thing about them. I mean, a lot of the players just don't show any expression, even when they win their games.
You know, right? Alexander Grischuk is a very strong poker player.
Yeah?
So he keeps that expression on, and there we see the upcrowd Mumba Masters also ready to enter the playing arena. It's going to be a really big fight. We are so excited in the studio to bring you all the action from this big matchup to end the day. And we'll be back with more from the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
On to the final match of the day between the upgrade Mumba Masters and the SG Alpine Warriors. What a matchup this is going to be. And joining me to cover this match is the one and only Tanya Sachdev and James Canty. Hello guys.
Let's go.
We live.
We here. Last match of the day, y'all. Of course, lots of action, lots of fun. And it's going to be right now.
And it's a big one. It's the final battle of the day. But look at these two teams that are fighting it out. Sagar, these are the two teams who have been so in form so far.
Well, I was feeling that Mumba Masters were a little shaky, but today they just destroyed Ganges Grandmasters, which means that they are in form, while the SG Alpine Warriors are also in form. I mean, who knows what's going to happen here?
Yeah, they were sharp. I mean, that was crazy to see CGT come back like that. Like, whoa. They just really snapped off. So you don't know what's going to happen now.
And look at that board. Look at that board. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Magnus Carlsen. This is such a big fight in the chess world. Guys, I'm going to say it out here. I really hope that we don't have a draw this time. We've seen these icons playing, but it kind of seems to end peacefully. I want the fireworks.
I want the fireworks too as well. I'm ready. We want the fireworks. We're ready. Right, exactly. Every game we decisive with Vichy. Exactly. Besides maybe a few draws here and there. But of course, Magnus in the zone there, just trying to recall, what am I going to play? What am I going to do? MVL's ready to play too as well. These guys have a rich history, but we need to see some sharp chess today. Hopefully, see some sharp chess.
Or is he just thinking about his dinner? What to get?
Like, man, where am I? Italian, that's good. We got like 7 different restaurants here. I mean, Dubai's nice.
It really is, right? The food's been great, and I think that could definitely be on his mind right now. But this is a big match. This guy means business. I don't think it's the food. I don't think it's the dinner.
No food. He wants to win. He's right now had 1 win and 3 draws. So Magnus doesn't like too many draws in his tournament.
Well, in fact, MVL might be his food right now. In fact, we'll see. Of course, it's like, I'm going to do something on this board if MVL is not accurate enough. Let's see what that is.
So what you're saying is that the players, the only thing that they're hungry for is the wins.
Absolutely.
That's right. They're hungry for it. They are ready to go at it. I wonder, E4, D4 predictions.
I think E4, yeah. MVL hardly ever plays D4.
Correct.
I believe. So
Understand.
he will go for 1 E4, and then Magnus, if he's in an aggressive mood, will go for something apart from E5.
There we go. Games are up.
Okay, let's look at it.
E4.
Yes,
of course. And,
no, E5.
But don't play Petrov. Okay, cool, bro.
Or the Berlin.
Or Berlin,
and
right.
there we've got
there you have
openings,
Berlin.
and this is indeed the Berlin. It's an opening that's famous for peaceful positions and quick draws, unless we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave take the approach known as the
anti-Berlin.
And he did.
And
No.
Here we go,
He
y'all.
went, they're going for the end game. They are going for the end game, and Maxime is the biggest expert in this end game from white side.
We're going for the end game. Here it is.
It's happening.
Oh, my goodness. We can go to another game, yo. we can straight up go to another game.
James like, don't show me this stuff.
The queens are off the board, and James is off the commentary. He just doesn't want
I'll
any
see y'all
of
later.
it.
Have a good one. All right, cool. See you tomorrow, guys.
But Sagar, this is such a solid opening by the black pieces, and of course many of the greatest players of all times are the ones to be blamed for how famous this opening is.
Right.
And we see that on the board, and we might have more decisive results on the lower board.
Yeah, quite possibly, and there's a big story to this entire thing here. At some point there was Garry Kasparov, who was the greatest player in the world, and he was playing the World Championship match against Vladimir Kramnik. And at that point, Kramnik said, I'm going to try to take Kasparov in the end game. And that is when the Berlin end game came into full force. It's been 23 years since then, and it's still standing strong for the black side. Joining us, by the way, right now is the very, very famous cricketer and a fantastic chess player as well, Yuzi Chahal.
I used to.
Yuzi, before we get to the chess,
Yeah.
everyone in the world knows you as this spin bowler, one of the best in the world, taking all the wickets. But tell us a little bit about chess as well, because you have won a national championship.
Yes.
You're a strong player.
I used to that feeling I can relate right now, because it's like 2 decades. Like I left chess in 2003, and now I came back in 2023. And it's not a comeback. Like not on the board.
But this is your first time chess commentary, right?
First time commentary.
Wow.
In my life.
Wow.
In my life, and I'm glad I can understand E4, but like I can send my opinions to you guys. Like that's it.
But you see, we have this very important match, and you're here as the ambassador of the SG Alpine Warriors. And in this match that we've got, we have a really big fight. The current position, as you saw it, what do you make of that? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing white, Magnus Carlsen with black. What do you think about this position?
I think so. Like little bit better to the black, because if we carry castle and the black bishop come out, and it's like not like that much. It's like 52-48.
Ah,
Yeah, and it's obviously it's not because you're a brand, you're an ambassador for the SG Alpine Warrior.
No, the thing
There's
is-
no biasness here. You just like the black position because black has the bishop pair.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason, Sagar.
No, that is not the reason. Like, if you see the situation and all, like, because black is the situation because the black is come out the bishop and white will come bishop like equal. Like, I'm not saying that's why I said like 52 and 48.
Close,
Right.
very close.
Yeah.
And you're right. You're right. This is a very even position. And Sagar, I think because we'll have big games. But before we move to that, let's point a big threat.
Castle
White.
C4.
White.
C4 is there.
Yes.
oh,
Great call.
nice one. Yuzi, very
Yuzi.
sharp. Yeah,
Super
very sharp.
So we have to go castle. Just leave it.
But you can't castle, yeah. Yuzi, your king has already moved.
Oh, he's moved.
Yes.
Oh, I just watched the game. So
And
there.
I want to point out Yuzi's threat. I want to show it to everyone. So let's say that black was a little careless here and continues with development. And Yuzi, your idea here now, taking advantage of the pin along the D line. You've got this pawn coming up,
Yeah.
and you win the piece because the bishop can't move. The king behind is under check.
So I think we can play king e8. So
nice
we can
move.
do that, and then
Magnus
you can open
might
your
do that.
when you can you open your business bishop, and then you can come your king to e7.
Oh, that's some high-level chess there. And once again, a great way to finish development that Yuzi is pointing out. Magnus Carlsen is currently in the think tank. So the suggestion here,
Right.
Sagar, is move your king, step
Oh,
out.
he played it.
Yuzi, I think you should be inside there, not here.
No, I can't compete. He's the legend. But the thing is, like, it's look like a normal move. Like, you know, like it's an obvious move because when you play your bishop, you can't be. Because he know that like that guy will gonna play rook d1 and then I will do that.
Right.
But the thing is, like, when bishop is coming on the c5 and then you come king e4, and the best advantage is the black because your king in the center
Right.
Yes. Oh,
in the end game. Like if you go there.
But still, Yuzi, just suggesting the move and then Magnus playing it must feel good. You know,
See, like
you can feel a little good that, okay, the world's best player is playing the moves that I'm suggesting.
so it feel like in cricket you telling Virat Kohli how to cover drive.
and we are seeing it being played out. And once again, Yuzi, really nice idea. You saw the threat that white had. You step away from that threat. And now pieces are being offered to be traded. What do you think, guys? This is a good moment to take a look at the other boards?
Yeah.
The action all
Yeah.
around?
Yeah, we can
Sure,
do that,
let's
but I
go.
think if we take the piece knight to knight, and then we will play bishop c5, the bishop will come on e3. So it's like it's like 50-50 for me.
A 50-50 on that top left board by Yuzi. And the position does look extremely level. These are the 6 boards that are in action. Sagar, where should we jump to next?
I want to put Yuzi in a slightly tough spot by going to board number 3 because
with it.
there you see Arjun is of course from SG Alpine Warriors. Can we go to board number 3? Yes. And Yuzi is supporting that team. But with it is Yuzi's good friend. So, Yuzi, what do you say?
If you ask me, like, I think white position is a little bit better right now. The pieces are there because if he can't move his knight to the d7 knight, he can't move because the threatening is you cutting the piece.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a little bit stuck. So how can you do that? He will play b6. He will try to, but if he play b6, the queen is like a knight.
Right.
Yeah, it's a misplaced queen.
Yeah.
Very good point there. And white not even giving black the chance to develop because he's got a big threat on the board with that last move, threatening to capture the bishop. Because black is behind in development, you don't have time to retreat, waste more time. So instead, Arjun decides to capture. But he's got to find a way to move pieces like Yuzi is saying. And it's not going to be easy.
If you cut it, like it's better. The next move, I feel like, is a b5.
Aggressive. Yuzi, are you an attacking chess player?
It depends, like. But the thing is, like, because if you play b5, not b6, because your queen is open. If you play b5, then you can play bishop b7 or whatever, and your queen can move. Like, if you go to like queen d6, you're definitely gonna play bishop b4 that time attacking. But at least your queen is in a, he can move like.
Nice ideas there to try and finish development. we do see some moves happen on the board, and it might happen, but for now, what Arjun starts with is first
S6.
attacking the bishop.
S6. Yes, I was thinking about that because if you're coming back, no, I'm gonna play G5.
Oh no! Oh my God! That
You are
would
an
be
attacking player.
No, you have to be
just
like, I don't want to because then I can move my knight from D7.
I would love to see this happen on the board. This will be a lot of fun, but very often in chess, once you move the pawn forward, you can never move it backwards, right? And it creates sometimes a lot of weaknesses as well.
Because if you play H6, bishop came on H4, then you can think that the situation is same only. You just play the one move.
It might happen. Yuzi, look at the live board. If he goes G5. Sagar,
Wow.
I think we should just walk out and let Yuzi do the
what we
commentary.
should do.
G5 or B5?
What we should do is we should ask Master Swindler if he thinks Yuzi's suggestion is correct. So let's have our Master Swindler here.
Hello, everyone. And sadly, no, this particular one, after about 10 correct moves in a row, this one didn't come true. Arjun played Knight of 8 instead. But I do want to say I'm enjoying this segment immensely because I think in the 5 minutes that Yuzi's been here, he used more chess notation than we've done over the past 4 days, which is tremendous. This is just so much fun for me. And I will try to restrain myself and not ask Yuzi about cricket throughout this round because we have chess going on. But this is a very exciting position. It's a very asymmetrical structure. These games tend to become very, very sharp because white wants to play in the center, perhaps on the king side. Black has a majority on the queen side. And in such unbalanced structures, it often leads to a very difficult strategic fight. So that is definitely one of the boards to keep an eye on. The rest does so far seem reasonably quiet, I have to say.
Wow. And this is also such a big fight because both Vidit and Arjun know each other so well.
Right.
Yuzi, what's that like? Because in the IPL as well, now you play for the Indian team, but you also play in the IPL, right? Now in the Indian team, you play together. And that's these two guys, Vidit and Arjun, played in the Chess Olympiad in the same team. But here they are fighting against each other.
I think it's the best thing when you know opponent weakness and everything, then you have to think more. You have to think more like, okay, that guy know my weakness and I know his weakness. But then you have to work more. And if someone in newcomer is coming, okay, I'm playing against like Zimbabwe team. We not used to play that much. Then we're like, okay, it's fine. But like we play against Sri Lanka, Australia and all, everyone knows their moves. Like, okay, we're going to do that. But how are you going to do with the next step? That's the main thing. And the same in the chess. Because when opening is done and suddenly you come on the mind game, like a middle over games, and you will thinking about, okay, what are you going to do?
Yeah, next.
Yeah.
So it's a vision. It's a long thinking process.
Yeah, and I think Yuzi, you're all the time thinking 2 steps ahead. That's what I've been listening to you in your polling, always trying to outwit your opponent.
It's the same thing with the chess. Like, you know, you have to be like, okay, the situation, okay, if I move this, I move this, I move that. You have like so many moves are there.
Correct.
But in cricket, it's like slightly different. Okay, I have 3-4 balls. I can do this. Like, it's about the risk. Like for me, don't doubt yourself when you especially playing, because like in chess and like cricket, there is no retake.
Right.
If you move, you move. If you bowl, you bowl. So you have to be sure about everything.
Beautifully put there. I think this tournament has seen, by the way, Yuzi, on day 1 of this tournament, we had Steve Waugh here.
Oh, yeah, I seen the picture.
And now that you are here and we are getting to see that lot of things similar in cricket and chess and in many other sports as well.
Now I'm seeing a better position is black. When the knight comes to G6.
Oh, you start liking black now.
No, the position, I'm talking the position.
He's going for the king. I know what you want, Yuzi, tell us.
He want to come knight F3, like, it's better, like, if I feel like if I'm white, I definitely will play F3 right now and start to the center.
Oh, nice attack. And this would be a perfect way because Master Peter also pointed out white has to play in the center.
I love you. That's how I feel like, because if you want to open like F3 and then if you play E4, and then you have a good chance to, control the center, because there's nothing happening in the king side, nothing happening on the queen side. So how white can control the center.
I think it's a great plan, Yuzi. The only thing that white has to first be careful about is that black has the rook
Now
on
then
this
you have to
file.
come to rook or something.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is so important. You
Yeah.
defend it, you bring it,
Yeah.
and then you start pushing. White has
Yeah.
another really big idea in this position, and that is look at this weakness.
Right.
Currently, the rook is actually threatening that pawn. The last move, shifting the rook, putting it on the open file.
Yeah.
Black has to defend it.
Yeah.
Oh, he defended.
Moves the queen. A
So-
pretty even position.
Yeah, this is kind of even. We should go to another position. Which one is it? Maybe we can have an overview of the 6 board so that all of the viewers can know what's happening. So the white bars, as they move upwards, it means that Upgrad Mumba Masters are doing well. And if the black is coming downwards, that means that the SG Alpine Warriors are doing well. So from all of these 6 games, I feel that the bars are pretty much in the center on all boards, almost.
The one board that catches my attention, though it says is even, is the center bottom board there between Harika and Elizabeth Pietz, because there's a lot of tension in the center.
Yeah.
Should we bring that up and take a look?
Yeah.
Sure. Board number 5 between Harika and Elizabeth.
Ah.
And we have quite a position here. We see Harika is in the think tank. The last move that Elizabeth Pietz has made is the pawn moving up the center of the board, asking questions. How do you want to react? And that's why this is a critical moment. Often in chess, critical moments are the ones where you need to decide what to trade, how to decide your pawn structure. Do you move forward with the pawn? Do you defend it? And I think it's a good decision by Harika to pause right now.
Yeah. Because she can't take the pawn right now because then her queen would be hanging.
Let's show it.
And she could push her pawn forward instead of taking, but it's not so obvious how to react as white. And that's why she's taking her time. What would you do, Yuzi, here as white?
Very difficult question.
Yes. For me, like I'm playing chess after ages.
I think for everyone, actually, Yuzi, right now to answer this is not easy at all.
Complex position, yeah.
And you know what we have to do at that moment? I think we have to...
Like I have a couple of moves, like we play a3, like threatening the knight, and so then we after a3 when knight will move, then we can play d5.
Makes sense. Lot of sense. Let's see if
Master Swidler
agrees with Yuzi.
Master Swidler, tell us, A3 is the suggestion coming out here.
I definitely agree with the first part. I think that knight is extremely annoying. Kicking it away would be good. I'm not sure I like d5 as a follow-up, because d5, if we continue the line a little bit, we go a3, the knight will return to the only square available to it, which is a6. And if you push d4, d5 here, you immediately give that knight a very, very comfortable square on c5, which I think we probably don't want to be handing over so readily. But I do like kicking that knight away as sort of the first order of business and then proceeding from there. Perhaps we can play our own knight from e1 to some square. Knight f3 looks possible. Knight c2 maybe looks possible. None of them immediately strike me as obvious, because knight f3 we have to have a good reply to black attacking it with their pawn immediately. So we'll see. a3 on the board in the meantime, by the way. So we'll...
Wow.
That's crazy.
No,
It's
it's-
now Master Chahal. From Master Peter to Master Chahal, calling out A3. Peter,
I
it's on
actually
the board.
lied about that, it turns out. I apologize. I saw the black knight retreating, and I assumed it was chased away with a3, but it was chased away in a different fashion, which I don't hate either. It just had to go. It was a little bit too active on the previous square, but I also wanted to say that, yeah, I absolutely agree with the choice of this board. It does seem like maybe the most dynamic board of the entire match right now, and I think the trend generally favors black here, because black got the free rolling kind of a game that you always want to get in these types of positions. You don't want to defend a symmetrical structure. You want to have a position where you have chances for counterplay, and I think Elizabeth absolutely got that here. She's not doing fantastically well yet, but I like the direction her game is taking.
The same idea as Yuzi, but in a different way. Attacking the knight, forcing it to go back.
Yeah.
And the other thing that this knight does from the square is that it takes control of a big square on c5. And we see white slowly develop further with the pieces. The knights are jumping forward, also putting pressure on the pawn, on the central pawns, asking Elizabeth to take a decision. Yuzi, if you were playing black here, would you consider advancing the move?
The thing is, like, if I put e4, and then the knight would definitely come back, then what's the next move for the black?
Good question.
So what are you gonna do? Like, what piece you gonna play? Because we can't play f5.
And it seems like Elizabeth Pites does agree with you. She says no e4. She decides to actually simplify in the center.
And Yuzi, did you know that Elizabeth Pites, who's part of SG Alpine, was the first ever female player from Germany to be a grandmaster?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and very strong player. And the same for Irina Krush, first ever woman player from the US to be a grandmaster.
That's
so
sweet.
very strong team.
A very strong team indeed, and we are getting an update that we've got an interesting trivia coming up. Let's bring that up and take a look at this. The longest official game of chess took place in 1989 that went on for 20 hours and included 269 moves.
Might be no partner singles, like they don't have a girlfriend or wife or something.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of chess.
To slightly restore faith in chess humanity, that was over multiple days. That wasn't 20 hours in a row.
Yeah.
That was in the days when adjournments were a thing, which is something that our audience perhaps is not aware of, but it's much like Test cricket. At some point, players would just agree that enough is enough for today. One person would write down the move in a sealed envelope. That sealed envelope would then be given to an arbiter, and next day they would restart from the same position with the envelope unsealed and that move being made onto the board. That has not been a thing for a while. Pretty much like timeless tests are not a thing anymore. But yeah, that was definitely something that happened.
Yeah, well, right now it's all about the fast and furious chess, but some interesting trivia there. Yuzi, I want to ask you, what's your favorite cricket format? Is it the test, is it one day, or is it the super fast 20?
For me, it's like, I love test cricket.
Oh.
You know why? Because it's a 5-day. Every day you have to be awake on the same time. And especially in T20, you have to bowl, if you bowl 2 dot balls, you know that batsman coming to you. If you're in ODI, it's the same thing. But in test match, it's about the patience game. And that's your skill shows, like. Test match like that.
Wow.
Even batsmen have patience. He will defend you. And as a bowler, it's like something different. Like, you know, you have to be your skills.
And do you think chess has that with your blitz, rapid, and classical, somewhat similar in that way?
Definitely, like, it's depend. Like, if you play 2 hours game, it's like a test match. If you play blitz and all, it's like come to like T20, you just play, and that's it. But I think for me, if I'm playing chess, I will love to go for. Now I can't, but I will go to 2 hours. So at least I can think. I can think like, okay, if someone is doing like, because 5 minutes is like, for me, it's like I used to play on chess.com. Like, okay, I'm playing. If someone make a mistake, then I would use that. But in 2 hours, you have to think what the other guys are doing.
Wow.
A great point.
We are talking about all the time formats getting shorter, but here Yuzi likes the longer format. That's
Definitely. Then it's a real patience, like, you know, in 5 minutes, sometime anyone can beat you.
Right.
But if someone
Real
beat you in like 2 hours, like 4 hours game, that's the real skill.
Right. Right.
Definitely different set of skills are required for these different formats. Here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, it's so demanding on the players because they have to be precise and they have to play fast. It's a rapid format.
Yeah.
And we will bring up our bird's eye view. You see, when the IPL happened, right, it changed the cricket world. It was a great game changer.
Yeah.
And here we are at the first ever Global Chess League. Tech Mahindra doing this big initiative. How does this impact the game of chess to have such a league? How does it...
Definitely going to help for sure. It's like similar to IPL. When IPL started in 2008 and something, it's like you have to give some time for this league. You can't be like, okay, I started this league for first year, I didn't get any, but you will take time. And the best thing is like, is helping the players, and like, you know, people are like Anand sir is here. Everyone, like top players are here to play this.
It's amazing.
If it's not important, they will not come. Definitely, you know that. And this is something new for even outsider. I love chess, but it's something new. That's why I'm here. And you can see, like, it's like a fight. It's like a warriors fight. You have to be there. Like, oh, the 6 teams. Might be your best friends is playing against you. So it's same happen in the IPL. You're playing against your best friends, your close friends.
And that's always got so much dynamics in it because factors outside the board might affect it. It's definitely a very exciting format. And all the best players, like you said, from the world are here, including a certain cricketer enjoying the Global Chess League.
Yeah.
And these are the matches that are on. I do see action all over. Yuzi, is there a board that catches your attention?
Yes.
Maybe we go to the icon board, should we?
Good call.
Magnus, and see if he's making any progress with the black pieces.
Let's go to our board, our top board. And there we have Magnus Carlsen with head in hands. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave looking confident and quite a wild endgame here that we see.
Yeah.
Ooh. It seems like Maxime has a small advantage,
So
right?
the thing
with
is,
his
like, he
rooks.
can't play h6 because definitely f4 is coming. Because if it's not take f4, then you can put your pawn f5. If you take it, then bishop is more open, then h6 is weak.
And I think pawn weaknesses are very important that you're talking about in an endgame. And that's why black is in a bit of trouble because we look at the pawn structure here. Double pawns are trouble pawns.
Right.
Because he can't play c6, so then definitely rook will go on d7. The attacking then. So if you ask me, like, white position is much better. And he can white and attack because black bishop can't move. Then king have to take position to make his other rook to play. So it's like, I think for me, it's black to have to go slowly. Let white to attack. So it's time to defend. Is what I'm thinking.
So Sagar, do you agree that Magnus is perhaps trying to look for a way to get out of this?
I'm sure that Magnus is under pressure because he's trying to look for some counterplay and he's not able to find it. And now he has to sort of dig deep and save this position. Because a draw would be a good result on board 1. And then others have to strike. But is there anyone else in the team who's doing well? I think Elizabeth Pates was doing very well on board number 5.
Well, let's get our bird's eye view up. In this one, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently with a slight push in the endgame.
Because he don't want to f5.
He doesn't want black to have a lot of activity, taking away squares, also bringing the king into the game.
So now
and it very
f6 will come. F6 will come. Like, at least king can f7, then you can play your pieces.
We will check back with this endgame, Yuzi. You're absolutely right that black needs to be careful here. But let's take a look around, and it is the game between Harika and Elizabeth Pates that catches our attention. Look at that position, the center board from the bottom, that knight next to the king. Fireworks. Let's jump straight into that one.
I think the women players of Alpine Warriors are doing really well. Even Irina Krush was slightly better against Humpy right now. So they are going to provide the big wins today, it seems.
My big question to you guys here is, it's black's move. I see a weakness on the board. Let's do some counting. The queen attacks it, the bishop attacks it, the knight attacks it. White only one defender in the position, Yuzi. Can't black just grab the pawn?
If you do that, then definitely rook a1 come to the d1 for sure, pinning. And at least we have an option. We can take. We can't take the b7 pawn because rook will come and threatening to this.
Oh, that we have to show that. Great tactics there by Yuzi. That if after picking up that central pawn, if white gets greedy and recaptures again, guess what? You've lined up your queen and the bishop on the same file. Black can go rook, attacking that queen. You have to step back. The other rook jumps into the game. Your bishop will come into fire. So much play, so much activity. The queen joining with the horsepower. This is trouble for white.
Right. This is not what would happen. I think she might take the pawn there. But already this is a great position. The white king is looking a bit weak. Let's ask Master
I think
Swindler.
you can take the d4 pawn. Definitely because if you, it's no point to go knight go g5 or whatever. Because you are winning the pawn. You can take that.
Master Swidler, what do you think?
I think the only reason this move hasn't been played yet is that Elizabeth, I think, is a fierce attacking player, and there is a second option in this position. You can start by playing the queen to... She does take on our screen, so that is no longer relevant. But you could try to go for a direct attack against the white king. I'm not sure it was working exactly, and she came to the same conclusion and just went with a more practical decision, but I'm fairly certain this is why she took all that time on what looked like the most obvious and the most natural move in the position.
Right.
Looks very nice for black. After the... If white takes on b7 there, apart from the line that Yuzi was suggesting, you can also start by moving your queen to the side, attacking the knight on a4. Not against rook d1, against queen takes b7, I mean. I think rook d1 is much stronger, by the way. It already has been played, yeah. I did not expect Harika to take on b7. That looked like a poor move to me. After rook d1, it's interesting to see what Elizabeth thinks about this position. There has to be a reasonably comfortable way to preserve that knight, but I'm not entirely sure what is the best way. I'm very curious if we can just play b7, b6 here. A very quiet move, but a move that prepares to play c6, c5.
Yeah.
If that happens, that knight will be absolutely ensconced on d4.
Yeah.
It will never be challenged.
Yes.
The big question is what happens if white plays c5 themselves. But I think allowing queen d5 check probably loses the game on the spot. And b6 is on the board, actually.
b6 on the board.
Yeah.
Great call there.
Yeah.
And that's such good strategic play because the whole game centers around this central square. Black has to get as many resources to defend it, to keep the knight there, because from there you dominate the position. And the way to do that is, it would be a dream if black can just get the pawn moving to c5.
True.
So let's say white was to make a move at the edge of the board. Look at how the position changes. You hit the queen, you make your stronghold in the center, and you're just a very healthy pawn up.
Yeah.
Right.
I think Harika is in trouble here.
Huge trouble, I think. Huge
And
trouble.
if we play like definitely you have to come to queen a3. So at least you can move your queen
We should
somewhere.
go to board 4 before it all ends.
We've got a big update. Let's quickly head over to our board 4.
Ooh, Humpy versus Crush.
As there is a lot of action that's on. There's been a big blunder on the board. We see that the last move that has been played by Irina Crush, if we can just quickly bring up our analysis board.
You know, Irina was better just a couple of moves ago, and now she's completely lost. What just happened there?
I think her last couple of moves were slightly blasé. Let's put it like this. She, I think, felt her position was a lot safer than it is. I thought I knew exactly how to win this with white. I think you want to start with giving the check with the knight on the f6 square. It looks like a blunder of a full piece, but in fact it opens the black king very nicely. You absolutely have to take it, otherwise you lose a lot of material.
Yeah.
And then we can give a check with the queen. And if the king moves away, you just get mated immediately with bishop takes f6. And yeah, knight f6, knight f6 on the board.
She finds it.
Wow.
She does it.
But then I realized,
What a big moment.
But then I realized that instead of king h8, you can still play bishop g7, one move earlier. And if we take the pawn anyway, you can actually protect yourself a little bit by giving a check and then getting to the f8 square with the queen. And this still looks very nice for white, but doesn't look very clear. So there obviously has there is some kind of a cleaner solution after knight f6 gf, because we see the engine bar suggesting that white is completely winning, but
This is amazing.
we'll see what it is.
This is incredible stuff, and I just want to do a quick action replay to see how we got here, because in this position that looks absolutely normal. Here, Humpy played the move, advancing with the pawn, sacrificing a pawn. It's a temptation here. And Irina Crush falls for it. Humpy jumps in with the knight, as Peter suggested. It's a fork. You have to capture it. You end up losing a lot of material, and a check is on the board. As we pointed out, if the king sidesteps, there's a huge mate coming in with nothing stopping. The only move, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back with this. And now, notice how the bishop is pinned. You can't capture the bishop. There's a mate in one that's being threatened on this big square. The only way to defend it, give a check, and it's all been played. Great call there. The king sidesteps, and now the only move, Yuzi, you found it, Peter mentioned it.
Yeah.
The queen has to fall back to defend the mate. It's been played.
Yeah.
There's
Did
a
Humpy miss a
fantastic thing
mate?
there that we missed and the players missed as well, and this deserves a special mention. One move ago, when black just gave the first check from the c5 square, there's a very clean victory there. which I didn't see
Oh
and
my
Hampi
God,
also
bring
didn't
the
see.
rook up.
You can actually play the rook to e3 here.
Wow.
And that would have
is
been
so
that would have been
beautiful.
an immediate contender for game of the
Oh
tournament.
my gosh.
And the point here
Oh my
is
goodness.
we're giving up a full rook here just to distract the queen and let it not let it get to f8. If black takes this queen with check,
Let's just first point out you can't take it with the knight.
because it's a mate.
You come in on the way, and then white is the one delivering the checkmate.
I was thinking about that. But
what
I did later.
Yeah?
Amazing.
yeah, if you take with the queen, I guess we go king h1. I'm assuming other moves are also winning, but I think h1 is slightly cleaner than h2. And black just has no way to connect with the bishop on g7. And we crash through and we win. And if the queen goes to f8 anyway, which is what Irina Krush has done in the game, we now have the move rook g3, which is not available to Hampi in the game.
Stunning.
And that would have been a fantastic combination, the one that would go into every single book of best games of the year. And a bit regrettable that Hampi didn't see it, but she still is doing fine. The attack is still very strong, just not as crushing as it was before.
And instead of this fantastic move that would have ended the game on the spot, we did see Hampi make a natural move, but had she just paused, this is that critical moment, the game would be over. It's not an easy move to find, but Sagar, it's not impossible either.
For me, I think what I felt about like Hampi ma'am is like, you know, she already thought like, okay, I'm play this, and it just went for the flow.
Right. And also Hampi is not in her best form here, so I think that is what is the problem. If she was in her top form, she would have found this.
But I think Yuzi makes a great point here. Very often as chess players, when we calculate a line, we look at it from before, a few moves in advance. I'll play this, my opponent plays this is my idea, this is how they respond, this is how I want to play. You kind of just make these moves really fast. You don't know where to pause. Because we in the analysis have a good spot.
I would like to zoom in on the clock there, because we currently have some alarming clock showing on our screen. It says that Hampi does not have time, and she's already now it started again, but she is on very, very little time. And this might spell disaster for her, because the position is
losing control.
Out of control, but she will now trade a lot of pieces and regain the piece, and the game probably ends in a draw. So disaster has been averted, so to speak. But of course, it's a huge miss, and it also is going to be quite heartbreaking for her when she realizes just how beautiful of a combination she could have played onto the board.
It reminds me of Hampi in an earlier game missing another tactic, so we have been seeing that from her.
Sure, she's missing stuff here, and this means that SG Alpine Warriors will get a draw here. Elizabeth is winning against Harika. So let's have a look at the overview of the 6 boards to see what's happening on the remaining boards, and does Upgrad Mumba Masters have chance on any other board? Oh, with it is actually better against Arjun. Meanwhile, Carlson seems to have made a comeback. It's equal. Grishchuk Gukesh is also equal. Sindaro Pragnananda around even. It's actually Harika Pets, which is the only critical game. Can we go to Vidit Arjun?
Let's take a quick look at that one, because this is the big one for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, as Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces is in driver's seat. And if we just get our analysis board up, we can see that it's all about the rook activity. Just compare the pieces here. And that's a great way to evaluate a position. It's the white rooks that are going to be putting pressure on all the weaknesses that black has, Yuzi.
But for me, it's like, if you ask me, the game is on a white piece's hand, like, you know, but for me, it's like a drawish position and all, like, because I'm protecting my f7, your rook can't do anything. If you want to attack on a a6 pawn, you want to double that, whatever, I can put my rook to f6, but it still is dependent. Because for me, it's like it's a drawish position. Like if white attack something, do something, king f2, then play g5 or something, like it put a position, but it's nothing for black side.
That's a great point, Sagar, that Yuzi makes, because very often we just calculate material and say that, you know, both sides have 2 rooks, equal number of pawns, and it's equal. But we also often have to see how many weaknesses one side has, and can a player get to them. Yuzi, you're totally right that it's far away from winning, but white's the aggressive player right now.
So now it's like also you can't play g4 or something, because h4 is there, then you can play your g5 and you can play your king more like a little bit active. But I don't think so there's any threat even for white, even for black.
Sagar, what do you think?
I guess Vidit will bring his rook to b6 there. And that is where the real problem will start, because
Then your rook come to b7.
Yes, exactly.
And then again you put your rook to b6 or something. You threatening.
And the main thing is you have two weaknesses. One the a pawn and the other is the d pawn.
Got it.
And I think one of them will fall.
I think rook b6, then definitely you have to go to rook f6 and then you double it.
Yes.
If it's
if
you can take it.
The d pawn
you can
is
take
hanging.
it and then again rook. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you can't really do that because you lose connection with the central pawn. So there is a lot of pressure. Let's stay with our light board.
Although Vidit goes behind the other pawn.
There's this. If you go king, then I think on that position, then you have to go king f8. Then you can king e7.
Moves have happened, and instead he's gone for attacking the central pawn.
Yeah.
And we see black trying to create activity for his own rook.
Yeah.
Often in chess, the best way to defend is to go on the offense. He's saying, sure, come, take my pawn, but I'm coming for your pawns as well.
But I think if you take in if you play
and look at this.
Using
nice
king
moves.
Very quiet.
Very
nice.
King f2.
Classic with it.
Yeah.
Classic with it. This is the kind of chess that Vidit thrives on. Everything under control.
Because now it's black, what next?
Exactly. You know what? You had a threat of coming in with the rook. I've just stopped that threat. What's next?
Yeah.
Exactly. And now the d pawn is falling. How to defend it? Arjun goes back, but now he must have won the pawn, right?
You can't defend it. That's the point. There's no way to defend it. So he's going on the defense of the other pawn, but this is going to be a tough toss to hold. Vidit grabs the central pawn. Arjun just shuffling around here with the rooks. It's not going to be useful. And right now, a very dominating position on this board for the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah. This match is actually heating up with Upgrad Mumba Masters kind of better on this board, and Elizabeth better on the 5th board. What's happening? I don't know who's going to win this. Very exciting.
Very exciting stuff, and another super instructive moment from Vidit Gujarati here. He's got that extra pawn, and now he wants to exchange pieces.
Yeah.
The more pieces that get off the board, the easier it will be to queen one of the pawns. Right now, with the last move, there is a big threat.
Yeah.
Black does want to pick up this pawn in the center. Vidit stops it. The players are almost under a minute. Sagar, should we just quickly take a look all around? Let's say that Vidit in driver's seat takes this point for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Where is Yuzi's SG Alpine Warriors going to score?
Let's look at the 6 boards quickly and see.
Let's play king f6 and do something.
So,
let's go.
Equal on board 1, equal on board 2.
By the way, Yuzi's king advance did happen. We see that.
That happened. And Humpy, Crush, drawing. Okay, Elizabeth in control. I think the last board, always the prodigy board, something will happen there.
MVL is now much better, by the way, on board.
Ooh, MVL is much better. Can we go to that game then? Icon board. Board
We've
number
got
1.
to do it. This
Let's
is
go.
the big moment. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, can he take down the world
Wow,
#1?
that would be huge, because then Upgrad Mumba Masters would have a real chance, because one win is not enough for them. If both sides win one game, black has 4 points, white has 3 points.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why if MVL also wins, they can do
Huge
it.
moment. Huge moment, Sagar. Magnus Carlsen under 30 seconds here on the clock. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has picked up the pawn, and the reason this is better for white is, again, it comes to pawn weaknesses. Look at white's rook targeting that pawn. It can be picked up for free. It's a free, healthy extra pawn for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, you can take it, then you have a threat of rook c6 check. Then you can take another. If someone is black, you will take rook c2. At least you are pawn up and you are in a game.
Wow.
A big threat on the board. Black can't even take this pawn right now because white rook is connected to this pawn.
Sorry, yes.
Prague is now winning.
Prague is winning.
Wow. And look at Magnus. You can see the tension on his face right now. He knows he's got seconds, only 10 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, let's stick with this game for some time. I think
6.
Magnus, you need to make a move.
Make a move.
Is that?
He plays it.
But he made it with 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He's got only 12 seconds on the clock. He made that move with just 2 seconds.
You can see his face. He knows he's in big trouble here.
Now he's waiting for the white mistake, in the under pressure, he will play something, but definitely you could.
But rook end games are very tricky, right? Something or the other there might be some
What
chance.
about king g5 right now?
I love it. Bring your king forward. He does it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave bring out the action. Just bring the king forward. Oh, what a moment. And we see moves are being blitzed out. The pawns have been traded, and Maxime is going for another pawn, which is under attack. If black was to step over with the king to support that pawn, white will give a check, exchange the rooks, win
he decides!
It's over!
Wow! MVL strikes gold here. Magnus is very upset. He says, I don't want to analyze. And he's off. Big win for Upgrad Mumba Masters there. MVL striking.
What a moment this is. Magnus Carlsen, that's an angry Magnus Carlsen. He knows that this could let his team down. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a brilliant win there. A fascinating endgame, takes the point with the white pieces. Let's quickly bring up our boards as the players are playing on seconds. Magnus walks out.
Let's go to the sixth board overview. Magnus, of course, he's trying to look at other games, but Prague is winning. Bates is winning.
I think that one is over.
Oh, Prague won.
Big result coming in for the SG Alpine Warriors as they get 4 points on that board number 6.
And Vidit has somehow messed up his advantage. So it means that still the SG Alpine Warriors are firmly in control, it means.
Yep. We've got 2 decisive games so far. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins with white against Magnus Carlsen. Pragyananda wins with black against
it's 4-3.
Sindarov. Currently, the Alpine Warriors are leading.
4-3 is the score. Okay, which board should we go to? I think should we go to Grishchuk Gukesh? Maybe
Let's
that could be a critical board, right?
Let's get a quick update on board number 2 as Alexander Grishchuk plays against Gukesh. And we're going to call upon Master Swindler for this one. It is a close endgame, but still a lot to play for.
Absolutely, in particular with how close the match is. I think Alexander is perhaps a little bit better, but it's difficult to imagine how you win a position that is this closed and this blocked in. He will continue trying. He knows that the match is hanging in the balance. And, you know, very conveniently for him, the demonstration boards are right next to his board, so he probably knows exactly what the score is. But I would assume this one does end in a draw. And the decisive result, if it feels like if Elizabeth Pates does convert her, what looks like her winning position into a full point, it will be difficult to imagine how SG Alpine Warriors don't win this match.
It's like a draw.
And we have another result.
Humpy Crush is over. I think that ended in a draw, yes?
Humpy against Irina Crush. We will get an update on that. But this one also looks like it is going in for a draw. You're absolutely right, Sagar. We see the kings being placed on the center of the board. This means this game has ended peacefully. And let's get our bird's eye view up to take a look at what is happening as Alexandra Grishchuk and Gukesh are also repeating their moves. This should be ending. And look at that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking down the world number 1 is waiting for the results of his teammates.
How sad would it be, right? You beat the greatest player, but still your team wouldn't be able to win. That's what team tournament's all about. One result doesn't make it.
So that's the best thing with the chess right now, and especially in this league. It's not an individual game.
Exactly.
It's a team game now.
So it's all boards matter. Every single player counts. Let's quickly go over to that board number 5. As Harika Dronavali is in big trouble. Elizabeth Pates moving up with her king, attacking the pawn. Also notice how these pawns are super dangerous and close to the queening square.
But it's slightly tricky, this endgame, because if you lose one of the pawns, white's king may also capture the black pawn there.
More than slightly, it feels to me. Yeah, you can definitely misplay this and not win it. As you can see, the engine bar suggests it's completely winning for black. But you do have to take care. You don't want to end up in a situation where you only get one passer on the queen side, and then you lose your one pawn on the king side, and then it becomes a race where white will have one pawn against your extra rook. I think she's doing the right thing. She forced the white rook to go back. And now white does not really have an attack against our one pawn on the other side of the board. And then she can quietly make a passer on the other side and win. I think she finally settled on exactly the right plan. This should still be completely fine for her. But care is always required in rook endings. You're never home until you're home.
Big result coming up on board number 3. Vidit versus Arjun has come to an end. And I think the game has ended in a draw, Tanya, if you can confirm.
We will get a confirmation on that right now. We are And we can see this has ended in a draw, but let's quickly go back to that board as that was super critical.
Yeah, let's go back.
And it's finishing
board number 5.
very soon as the players are blitzing it out. The board number 5, Dronavali Harika against Elizabeth Pyatt. Can Elizabeth get the job done for her team?
Right now, the score is 6-5 in the favor of SG Alpine Warriors.
And look at this.
6-5.
Elizabeth playing clinically in this endgame.
No,
And then
Tanya,
something has
gone
gone
wrong.
Yeah, it is now just a draw. But because Vidit failed to win that position on board 3, it feels like SG Alpine Warriors are still going to clutch it out due to the victory by Prague. Not for the first time in this tournament, a victory by Prague on board 6 with Black appears to be enough to give SG Alpine Warriors a win with a score of 8-7.
And this is the point that we were making earlier, that white will sacrifice the rook for black's pawn, and white's king and pawn will be enough to capture black's rook. No pieces will be left on the board. We can see the race is on. Eventually, both rooks will be given up for the pawns, and this will end in a draw. A big save by Harika.
Look at Elizabeth. She was shaking her head. She said, oh man, I just missed that.
Something.
Yeah, I missed it there. And now this is going to be a draw. So then it all boils down to Gukesh versus Grishchuk.
That will be the last remaining games. These are the last final moments between these two players. And Harika playing precisely right now. And of course, the idea is to keep advancing the pawn as long as you don't lose it. Eventually, we will be left with a king versus king position.
Look at how Elizabeth is looking at the boards before making her final move.
But she knows that this is not going to be converted anymore. This is all over. We can see she has queened her pawn. It's been picked up. White will push the pawn now.
It's done.
Yuzi calling it. This one is all over. And that's it. Handshakes. This ends in a draw. Only one game remains.
Yeah, that's a crucial one. Huh?
And on that game, Alexander Grishchuk did go sort of all in there, trying to break the position open. But I think even trading every single piece is still already completely fine for Gukesh. I don't really see any way for this to even be a mild problem for the young Indian. This just looks drawn to me.
Yeah.
And a draw is enough for the SG Alpine Warriors.
Yes, so Grishchuk will keep on playing. Grishchuk will not accept a draw.
The thing is, like, you have to just exchange the pieces and just play with the kings. And
yes, true.
And just wait for the, like, then mistake. Just do that. If
Gukesh does it. Gukesh exchanges. Yeah. So the king and pawn endgame is drawn. Oh, you can't do anything then, right?
Yeah.
So Yuzi pointing out that black can further trade pieces, and of course Gukesh pauses. Very good decision by him. He knows it's critical. He's just calculating the lines, and once white recaptures the bishop...
There is actually a way to lose this if you want to lose this, so to speak. I can show you. If you trade the last remaining pair of light pieces, you move your king up.
Yeah.
White drops the king back, and to c3, yeah. And I think here it's a mistake to go forward.
Then
Going forward might actually lose you the game, I suspect.
King
because
d5?
if you go forward, we go here.
King
the
back?
king has to go back.
Yeah.
And then we go king c4.
Yeah.
And we have to... No, king c4 is stronger.
Yeah.
And we have to continue dropping back. And this will give us give white a pawn break. It might not be enough, but you can definitely imagine black losing this position if something goes wrong. But if we don't go forward at all, we never get into that trouble. And I think this is a very easily technically drawn position. But Gukesh says, I don't even need this.
Yeah.
I can park my bishop on d5 and just wait behind the bishop.
And he's got a threat. He sees that white, in fact, has all the pawns on the king side in white squares, on the light squares, and the bishop wants to start targeting those pawns.
The thing is, like, if we capture the knight, if a king captures the bishop,
and look at that. Yuzi, we look at that line, but look at the players here. The upright Mumba
They are unhappy.
I can feel that.
They are unhappy.
I can feel that. The thing is, like,
tension. Is there high tension right now when you see your players?
Definitely. Some people don't show, some people show. Like, but from inside, you know that. Like, every point, when it's a team game, every point is very important, no matter what.
Yeah.
And next day, you have to come back again in the same mindset. If you're losing or winning, you have to be, like, every day. You have to be your 100%.
Right.
And look how tensed.
This is, by the way, these scenes are unseen in the chess world, right? Because it's an individual sport. But here, even though Vidit's game was a draw, he's so unhappy because his team is going to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. Pragnananda, big win with the black pieces. We see that on that 6th board. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrange took down Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. That's the... You beat Magnus and your team doesn't win. But that happened in the morning as well. MVL lost to Vishy Anand, but his team won.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did everything he could, but it might not be enough for the team if this game ends in a draw.
I'm feeling it's a draw. Like if you keep the exchange the pieces, if the king or white king on c4, still I can play king d7. If you play your d5, then I come king e6.
You're totally right. That was also a draw. This is a different way to do it that Gukesh has gone for, keeping the bishops on the board.
Yeah.
The light squares are there, but where is this knight headed? It's not easy. But Alexander Grischuk has to keep playing. He doesn't have an option.
But yeah, like, I mean, where to win? It's not
the
easy.
million-dollar
Might be trying his knight to come. How he's come on knight e4. So then definitely bishop have to take e4.
Yes.
Because the knight is coming on c5.
Right. Ooh.
Very good point. At some point, you see, you're
You
very
see, always
sharp.
looks 3-4 steps ahead. Huh?
No, it's just...
It's just great. Now I know how you get all those wickets. It's crazy. You're always looking ahead, and that's what's required in chess. At some point, I do believe that the bishop will have to be traded for the knight.
Yeah. But Gukesh does look a bit nervous. Also, the tournament hasn't gone so well for him.
Vidit looks more nervous than Gukesh right now. Look at that. And for this team, this is such a big moment. They are so close. And yet so far, having had that big top board win, it might not be enough. And that hurts more than anything. White, trying to keep the pieces on the board, wants to come in with the knight.
Look at Grischuk's knight. Yeah, he's
trying everything with the knight.
like to get in from
The big
somewhere.
hope. It's the big hope.
King c7, now what? What next? Like nothing.
Don't give a check, because then black will trade and you will have a weakness. Let's just quickly show that line. Do not get tempted with this, because you can end up losing the pawn and losing the game. Instead, white does move the king.
You can go king c8, then again you can come king c7. There's nothing.
There's no progress.
Yeah.
There's no progress to be made. White has done everything they can in this position. And with the knight not being able to advance further, Sagar, this is getting close to a draw.
Yeah, this is getting close to a draw. But the only thing which worries me a bit is Gukesh's expression. He does look under pressure. Generally, he would draw it quite easily. But here being the last game, a team tournament, he's a bit shaky.
If I'm in this position, definitely ask for the draw for the partner. Like, because...
Not going to give it.
No, but now the knight can enter, right? Check. And
then
can enter that position.
Where will go? Like, knight can't go there. Like, it can't threat at 6. How will go?
Yeah,
do
you
that?
cannot go and attack something.
Question,
That's
because
true.
this is the square your knight wants to get to.
But you can't.
But there's no
not
path.
easy.
And the
There's
problem
no
is that the white can't stay away from the g4 pawn.
Correct. Correct. So even though the knight has gone...
So you're playing with the... Black will playing with the king, and white will gonna playing knight right now. That's it.
Yeah.
Is he really rooting here for that draw? He says, go SG Alpine Warriors!
See, no matter what it is, it's a good thing for me. Like, you know, I'm like back here. It's like it's something, and it's my first time I'm doing commentary, and I'm very excited. Like, you know, because you will remember your old childhood's time. Like, you know, when 20 years back, how I can feel the pressure. Like, you know, they have right now. Even a small point, especially the team, a small point, will make you achieve in the semi-final and final. Like, if you miss something, it depends on your day. Like, you know.
You see, what's the pressure like on the field when, let's say, you really have to get a wicket, otherwise you don't have enough runs, and you're the one on it? How do you feel at that moment?
I'm not gonna on that, because if you're thinking about that, you're already in pressure, even going in the ground. So for me, it's like it's on your hand. For me, it's like just give you 100% before in the match. When you're sleeping, you have to ask your question yourself, like, okay, I give my 100% or not. If you like, if I do this, that means like you're not 100% there. If like, okay, I gave my best, I didn't come, then it's fine.
Beautifully said.
Very nice.
Beautifully said. When you go to sleep, you should ask yourself whether you've given your best or not.
Well, there's one player who today did give his best, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
He did. But I think if you look at the dugout of Mumba Masters, Vidit is the most upset there, because he was winning. And he sees that if he would have won, his team would have done it.
If this game is draw, and then who's gonna win? Like
your team, the SG Alpine Warriors.
Because we played for white. Wow, sorry, black.
Exactly.
We got extra point.
Exactly. Prague won on his board. He gets 4 points. Maxime only gets 3 points for that win.
But do you think so? It's
Yeah, it's on
Don't you
the.
think it's like a little bit unfair?
This is actually this rule in this tournament has led to so many black victories. Oh, like most of the teams with
Because
black
if I
have
know
won.
I have get extra point with the black, I will go all out.
Right.
I will
Right.
go all out.
Right.
I will tell my teammate, just go all out. It's no matter what. Two people are losing, at least we are four are winning. We are on top.
Exactly. And you know, if one black win, white needs to win 2 games to sort of go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I
Because
said.
otherwise it's
That's like,
impossible.
so that means like a pressure on the white, like who are
Yes.
playing the white. I think if someone is on top, they can play with a defensive, like, okay, we have white, we can go defensively. If we drop, still we're on top.
Right.
But it makes it so exciting, Yuzi, because with the white pieces, traditionally, you know, you want to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
You want to be the one
Yeah.
who's punching, right?
Yes.
But how much risk can you take knowing that black has that extra point if you go too far?
Yeah.
So it really changes the dynamics.
Yeah.
Look at Magnus there. Whenever he loses, he's a bit upset. But today, he's not so upset because he knows his team is winning. And with him,
And that's why we call it a team man. Like, you know, like, okay, I'm done, but at least my team is winning. So
exactly.
that's what you want, like, always.
Yeah,
Right.
a team player. And you were pointing out, Sagar,
Yeah.
that next to him
Is
is
the-
his long-time trainer.
Peter Heine Nielsen.
Absolutely, who has been part of Team Magnus for so many World
More
Championships.
than 10 years now.
Yeah. And he was also part of Vishy Anand's team before that.
Yeah.
There's some amazing, amazing players here in Dubai for the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And this one, Alexander Grishchuk, trying to do everything he can to get in that win, but the position just doesn't have enough.
Yeah. I mean, Grishchuk somewhere. Oh, he agrees to a draw, and SG Alpine Warriors win. The score is 8-7 in their favor. And Yuzi,
Is
maybe
celebrating.
we need to get Yuzi on screen because he wasn't on camera when he did that.
I was like, I'm happy, like, definitely, like.
There you have Magnus smiling.
Celebrations there. Magnus lost his game, but he's so happy right now because his team gets the job done. Gukesh holding on with the black pieces, bringing in the win for SG Alpine Warriors.
Pragnananda doing the heavy lifting for SG Alpine. Amazing, amazing play here by the SG Alpine Warriors. Yuzi, look at that. The team is
That's a good,
celebrating.
I'm coming soon there. I'm coming soon.
Yuzi, if you get an opportunity tonight to play with one of them, whom would you choose to play against?
No one.
No.
No chance. See, like, yeah, I was an ex-chess player. Like, I can't do that.
Oh, there you have it. Look at that.
Couple of matches when I used to play.
Suhail is there. He's the owner of Upgrad Mumba Masters, and he goes there and congratulates the opposing team. Let's take a break, and on the other side, we have Tanya Sachdev in the studio. There we go.
A huge win for the SG Alpine Warriors, and the man who got the job done at the very last moment was Gukesh, and he's joining us in the studio. Gukesh first, a big congratulations to your team.
Yeah.
And that final game, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, obviously the tournament wasn't going very well for me, the last 3 rounds, but yeah, this game he was pressing the whole game, and I put my pieces on the wrong square with knight on f5, bishop on e6. It was hard for me to find a good plan, but yeah, but then I'm not sure if he was winning at any point, but his position looked very promising for sure.
Well, you managed to hold that position, and the one person who was celebrating the big win is the ambassador of the SG Alpine Warriors, Yuzi, with us. Yuzi, you were so happy when Gukesh drew.
Definitely, like I can understand the feeling, like, you know, especially when a draw position is there, like still you have to be there till the opponent will like, okay, it's a draw, like still you have to move the proper everywhere, like, and the pressure I can but is understand, like even half points that still we won, like that's the best thing, like, you know, don't go harsh on yourself. That's what I learned in my life, like don't go harsh. It's fine, just you're done and dusted, just focus on tomorrow, that's it. Just analyze the game for 15-20 minutes with your teammates, then that's it. But still you remember we won. You have to remember that we won. Eat good food, sleep well, and be ready for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Don't take any stress. We are the best.
That's some great advice by one of the world's best cricketers to one of the world's best chess players. Gukesh, I really want to ask you, in those final moments when you know it all comes down to your game, the team result comes down to your game, is that extra pressure? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I of course didn't want to let my team down, but the position was quite easy. I just needed to not blunder any the pawn ending with the king on d6. I think that's the only thing I need to take care of, and yeah, that was I needed to find bishop g2 at some point, but once I found that, it was quite clear. So
it was awesome to watch that final game because Alexander Grishuk also gave it all his power, and you managed to hold. Let's take a look at the scoreline that defined this win for the SG Alpine Warriors, and it was that prodigy board. Pragnananda, Gukesh, you guys have been teammates, you've played together, and today it was Prag who got that big win.
yeah, he has been compensating for my poor form, but yeah, I hope to pull myself together in the second half.
Don't say that. It's like every day is a new day. Just don't be so harsh on yourself, bro. You're a team. That's why that's why you're there.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I hope to play better chess.
Sometimes I went for like 4 overs, 64 runs. I went for 10 overs, 89 runs. It doesn't mean like how I have to come back. That's the main thing for me. It's fine. It's gone. Don't put yourself so much pressure. Like it's fine.
Sure. Thank you.
So you have to relax. It's fine. We want the last thing.
Yeah.
Those are some good words of encouragement there, Gukesh.
Yeah, I wanted to say Yuzi is one of my favorite spinners.
Oh, wow.
1-0. I'll give you 1 point.
Yeah. I'm always, I mean, I don't follow cricket so much, but when I follow, I'm always looking forward to your overs. So
see, bro,
yeah, it's a pleasure.
I say like it's something is very new for me. Like also, I understand like you guys play chess and all. You're so into that. The practice and everything, and there's so many great players like Sachin sir, Virat Bhaiya, Rohit Bhaiya, like so many, but still you watching me is a big thing for me. Like seriously, I'm telling you, I really loved it what you said, like, and it definitely gonna inspire me. Ki at least someone is there, like, see, you're a legend in chess. Like I don't want to say that it doesn't mean you have to prove yourself. You already proved, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
And it's a big thing for me. Like. More than like Virat Bhaiya and all, you watching me is, I really loved it.
This is such an amazing moment to watch two of the biggest name in sports in India share their thoughts and how they deal with pressure and representing their teams at the biggest stage. We are so happy to have both Yuzi and Gukesh with us. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. We've had 4 matches, 4 incredible results, turnaround. And after all of that, this is where we stand. Yuzi, it's your team.
Yes!
Taking the top spot, the
I love the
ST
number 6,
Alpine
42.
Warriors.
I love the number 6, 42. Yes!
Do take the pole positions. The Ganges Grandmasters in 2nd spot. And we do see the upgrad Mumba Masters after that loss are on 3rd place. Gukesh, how important is it to keep that momentum going to qualify for the grand final?
For sure, the team has been doing extremely well. Yeah, everyone is playing great chess, and yeah, if I manage to find my form, we have an extremely good shot at the final and to win this whole event. So yeah, I'll do my best, and the team is already doing great. So
I think
we are
doing your best. There's no doubt
yeah,
about that. You're doing your best.
Sure.
And after this big win, Yuzi, Gukesh, what are the plans for the night? How are you going to celebrate this one?
I have to talk to Vishal Bhaiya. What's the plans? And definitely I have a flight to go back to Bangalore. But definitely if we reach in the finals, I will come back.
Yeah.
So it's about my team. I will come back on 1st.
Gukesh, that's a big motivation right there that Yuzi returns if you guys are fighting in the finals.
Yeah, sure. That's always amazing to have such a legend rooting for us, and yeah.
If we win the cup, I'm telling you, I will tell you how to party.
Wow, we'll try and get our cameras in there. But let's take a look at the action that is coming up tomorrow as the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League heats up. We've got 2 big matches. It's going to be Vishay Anand's Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. Yan Napamnishi will be back with the Balan Alaskan Knights to fight against the SG Alpine Warriors. Gukesh, your thoughts on that matchup?
It's a very interesting match. The first match, I think we won a clean match. We did well in that match, and we hope to do the same again.
Today was a good day, winning both matches.
Yeah.
Awesome performance. And Yuzi, did you have fun commentating, calling the action?
Definitely these are really fun for me. Like I came after like 2 decades here and watching and commentary and all, like, you know, it's really special for me. I can never gonna forget this day. Might be I'm coming on 1st, it's fine, but this is special because I came back after ages and watching these people, like, you know, they gave me the best, and it's, you can say, like, emotional for me, and I really loved it. And definitely that this league is happen now, it's good for chess thing, like, you know, it's definitely gonna improve for in future. Might will take 3 years, 4 years, but definitely it's gonna like, it's a booster for these people, like, you know, they worked so hard and all. Like, I love to that, like, people gonna recognize them, like, on the everywhere. So it's an amazing thing.
It really is, and we loved having you here, Yuzi. It's been fantastic. It's been a fantastic day of chess, and it all continues tomorrow. Top class chess with a lot of fun. We will be back with the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.